Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All People. Beast Master, Unlimited Dissimilation Zerg Scourge. Chapter 21. Then I will sponsor a silver level accessory for the first place. After thinking for a few seconds, the principal of number 1 middle school made a decision. Silver level items, although they are completely incomparable with the dark gold level materials proposed by Old Wong. But jewelry is relatively rare, but it can also highlight one's intentions. What's more, of course, I can afford gold level equipment. But taking it out directly like this is really a bit high profile. In the eyes of the principal of number 1 middle school, Lao Wang is reminding himself that what he did before was a bit too much, and this act of taking the lottery is just giving himself a step down. And this game, there is a high probability that it will be won by myself. Didn't these two prizes end up in the hands of his own students? Lao Wang's move is really high. At least in the eyes of outsiders, his behavior has added a lot of points to number 1 middle school. Lao Wang naturally didn't know what the principal of number 1 middle school was thinking, and looked at him very puzzled. Could it be that the fire in this hometown also knows Sha Qingshui's identity? But after thinking about it, as the principal of number 1 middle school, if he knew Sha Qingshui's identity, then he will definitely try to get her here, instead of taking the lottery here. Besides, to curry favor with Sha Qingshui, the silver level jewelry is not enough to look at. Oh, in the blink of an eye, Lao Wang understood what the principal of number 1 middle school was thinking, and couldn't help laughing inwardly. If you want to continue the previous scenery this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Not to mention Sha Qingshui, just because Wei Zifang, who has the background of the son of the Lord of Qingcheng, is there, it's impossible for you to be in the middle school. In terms of background, how many people in Qingcheng are stronger than Wei Zifang? The background represents resources, and resources represent hard power. Don't look at Wei Zifang's awakened S rank, it's not the highest. But his father is amazing, there is absolutely no problem in equipping Wei Zifang to the teeth. With equipment and props, the gap in talent can be easily smoothed out in the early stage. And the principal of this middle school has no choice. Wei Zifang was actually a student in number 1 middle school back then. However, he didn't deal with number 1 middle school. In the college, he made a small fuss once every 3 days, and made a big fuss once every 5 days. In the end, the Lord of Qingcheng had no choice but to let Wei Zifang leave number 1 middle school. As I said before, Wei Zifang doesn't like people to curry favor with him. But what is number 1 middle school? Almost all the descendants of most famous people in Qingcheng gathered there. Who doesn't know Wei Zifang? Wei Zifang realized that he could not make true friends. The more he looked at those nodding and bowing students, the more he disliked them. He simply left the number 1 middle school, and finally made it easier for the principal of the number 3 middle school. The current principal of number 3 middle school sat there without saying a word, quietly watching Lao Wang perform with the principal of number 1 middle school. Under the sign of Lao Wang's eyes, the principal of number 1 middle school looked at the others. Since this is the case, then this matter is settled like this. Does anyone have any comments? Or do you want to add a lottery too? The principal of the number 1 middle school obviously has something out of line here. Does anyone have any objections? If you have an opinion, come up with a lottery and bring it up again. However, the principal of number 3 middle school asked at this time, then there must be a time limit for the competition, right? A month later is the entrance examination. The time has been dragged on for a long time. When these resources are distributed, it will be too late. The principal of number 1 middle school was about to speak. Of course, the sooner the better. But he glanced at Old Wang and said nothing, so he asked, yes, this time is a problem. The shorter the time, the more uncertain factors, and the longer the time, the role of these resources will be lower. Old Wang, you decide. Old Wang scolded the chicken thief secretly. Now he knew he was waiting for him to speak. This time is indeed difficult to determine. According to the previous rules, in 2 days, it should be the time to distribute resources. In such a short period of time, the uncertain factors are indeed too high. If in the end, my means are in vain, who can I turn to for reasoning? But just in case, Lao Wang still said, then let's set it in a week. After all, this time I ask the higher-ups to change the decision in order to be more fair and just. This is the first implementation after the decision, and it must be rigorous. Lao Wang thought to himself, if a dark horse still takes the first place in a week, I will admit it. In order for you not to quarrel with me in the future, I paid a lot of money this time. The principal of number 1 middle school thought that he was woken up by Lao Wang twice just now. Now that is obeying the old Wang's words, and hurriedly echoed, at this time, there are still 3 weeks before the entrance exam, so there is still plenty of time. It can also make some people give up looking for opportunistic methods, so I agree. At this point, Lao Wan and the No. 1 middle school with the best grades have completed the unification of opinions. The rest of the people also echoed and agreed to this time. The principal of number 3 middle school watched the performance of the two, and knew that there was no way to change it, so he could only pack up his things and leave silently. Originally, Sha Qingshe, an SS-level professional, was awakened, and the principal of number 3 middle school just wanted to help the students of number 3 middle school get more resources. But now it has become an individualized resource allocation, and it is useless to raise your own opinions. The principal of number 3 middle school forcibly comforted himself. For those mediocre students, maybe it would be good to live a peaceful life in Xinjiang. Individual system. Then should I help Bai Yi make more preparations? But now that he is poor and empty, the only thing he still has, the most valuable holy object, has already been given to Bai Yi. The principal of number 3 middle school, who left the conference room, thought for a long time, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. Again, the principal of number 3 middle school decided not to let Bai Yi lose at the starting line again. Hello. After the call was dialed, a gentle and familiar voice sounded, making the principal of number 3 middle school feel the passage of time. But the voice on the other side of the phone instantly interrupted the principal of number 3 middle school's recollection of his previous life. Who am I? It turns out that you are an old man, and now you think of me. Tell me, are you seriously injured and dying? Wait for me to save you. Send me the location. The principal of the 3rd middle school was still recalling the smiling face of the good life in the past, and it collapsed in an instant. After swallowing hard, well, I want you to meet my new grandson. After a second of silence, a voice that could shatter glass came from the other end of the phone. What did you say? Well, you are not ashamed to be an old man. After leaving for so many years, you have a new grandson. Hurry up and send the location, and see if I don't tear your face. I want to see, besides me, which blind person can still fall in love with you. A few minutes later, taking advantage of the tiredness of cursing on the other end of the phone, the principal of number 3 middle school said helplessly, this new grandson is the boy I adopted 10 years ago. Where do you want to go? Drop. As the position of the principal of number 3 middle school has just been announced. Thorn. The sound of space being torn apart sounded. Just above the head of the principal of number 3 middle school, a woman with full hair but still maintaining a good appearance walked out of the torn space. The perspective returns to Wei Zifeng, who was just attacked by Bai Yi. The principal of number 3 middle school will rank all the newcomers in Xinjiang in a week, and inform the tutors. As for why the upgrade ended on the first day, the instructors were notified. The main reason is that the principal of number 3 middle school was hunted down all night, and then fell into a coma for another day. And that's why the principal of number 3 middle school didn't go home. So at this time, Wei Zifeng saw that everyone was discussing this matter. Why is the resource allocation changed to the individual system? It's too unfair to us. Yeah, do we people deserve to be abandoned? If we can't get the resources, what should we do at the bottom? It's so dangerous to upgrade a level. If I knew it earlier, I might as well not change jobs. Hypocritical. Trash doesn't deserve resources. You are amazing, so how many levels have you reached? Tell me and listen. I've been promoted to LV3, and I almost reached LV4, what's wrong? Several of them have already been promoted to LV5. What are you so good about? That's better than you too, trash. Okay, everyone, stop arguing, let's find a way to upgrade in the next week. Seeing the people in the group arguing, Wei Zifeng didn't say anything. But the flames of war quickly ignited on him. I just got the news. Other middle schools knew about it the first time last night. Why do we only know now? You said, could it be that Wei Zifeng, Bai Yi, Sha Qingshe and the others knew about this a long time ago, so they didn't upgrade with us today? Sha Qingshe can't say for sure, but based on the relationship between Bai Yi and Wei Zifeng, I guess 8 or 9 or close to 10. Does it have anything to do with you? Even if you knew about it a long time ago, they will take you with them. Bai Yi is the principal's grandson. He must have known about it last night. He deliberately didn't tell us. Then Wei Zifeng took him to upgrade. At this time, the instructor finally came to speak. Do you know what you are talking about? Today is just for you to practice, and our instructor will follow you. From tomorrow, you will have to upgrade yourself. The principal of number 3 middle school is afraid that you will be too quick because of this matter, which will increase the chance of injury. That's why he explained tonight, you are a day and a half away. Or are you complaining here because you were lazy today? Because knowing that the instructor will not follow tomorrow, many students are not so obedient. Especially those who are really lazy inside. Mentor, are we not qualified to speak? We are so cautious because we didn't get the resources we should have given. No wonder Wei Zifeng directly blocked us last night. This is to quietly work hard with Bai Yi and then, amazing, everyone, right? One of them is the son of the Lord of Qingcheng, and the other is the grandson of the principal of number 3 middle school. You understand. These few words came from those girls who sent cool photos of themselves to Wei Zifeng last night. In terms of leveling up and killing monsters, girls are generally a little less courageous than boys. According to the rules, the mentor will not lead the team tomorrow. Now, they have been blackmailed by Wei Zifeng again, and they simply tear their skins apart. Looking at the messages on the phone and in the group, Wei Zifeng originally came to seek psychological comfort. The result is to see this information. Wei Zifeng was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. The students who usually gossip and laugh didn't expect their faces to change so quickly because of resources. Really, my vision is not wrong. Compared with them, Bai Yi is still reliable. They all begged themselves to bring them up, wishing they could clean up. And what about Bai Yi? He begged to take him with him, or he took him with him, but he ignored him. Is the pattern and gap between people so obvious? Not wanting to see these unappetizing messages anymore, Wei Zifeng was about to leave the group directly. But, out of anger, he still released a screenshot of his level and overall combat power. And with the text, I only found out about this now, otherwise it wouldn't be the only level, and Bai Yi didn't level up with me at all. After sending the message, Wei Zifeng was still a little angry. He simply posted Bai Yi's level and the screenshot of his overall combat strength. And with the text, these 2 pictures belong to Bai Yi, do you think he needs me to bring them? After sending the message, Wei Zifeng quickly quit the chat group. These people are really infuriating. Thinking of what they had just discussed, Wei Zifeng asked the mentor again, what kind of personal system is that, and what is the specific situation? After knowing it, a week later, the talent, level, and comprehensive combat power will be ranked together. In this way, resources are allocated, and there are special rewards for the first place. Of course Wei Zifeng didn't care about the special reward, but this first place is still the first place in Qingcheng. Wei Zifeng seemed to be fine. Isn't it just a coincidence that the bet I made with Bai Yi was also a week later? Although the 2 of them haven't reached an agreement until now, what are they betting on? But man, even if it's just a simple sentence, even if you are good, that's great. Desire to win or lose is not clear, you need to experience it yourself. Thinking of this, Wei Zifeng forgot the unhappiness just now. How should I surpass Bai Yi? Wei Zifeng, who was not used to thinking, was in a daze for a while, then picked up the handle as a habit, and prepared to play a game for a while. Wei Zifeng, who used to keep the controller in his hands as soon as he got home, this time, for some reason, he couldn't continue playing in just a few minutes. After reminiscing about today's upgrade journey, Wei Zifeng found that it was compared with the monster-killing upgrade in the game. That kind of hearty, bloody, breath filled with the smell of blood, hovering on the verge of death, that kind of real feeling, is what really makes people's blood boil. These games that I usually play often become boring immediately. Throw the handle. For the first time, Wei Zifeng didn't read the strategy of the game, but looked at the strategy of the dungeon near Qingcheng. But after a few minutes, forget it, it's a headache, let's upgrade this dungeon tomorrow. Because of today's battle and excessive use of the brain, Wei Zifeng fell asleep early for the first time. But the group exploded. The few who spoke bad words before have shut up now, and dare not continue BB anymore. This does not prevent others from continuing to discuss. Wei Zifeng already has a 34-star combat power. Isn't this too exaggerated? I also want to have a father who is the city lord. Reincarnation is a science, I'm envious. Can't it? Bai Yi's 78-star combat power, is it true or not? As we all know, there is no way to approve maps for comprehensive combat power, and there is no need for this. Don't mention it, I'm only 10-star combat power, and I'm more popular than others. Not bad, I'm only 3 stars. I remember that our mentor has been transformed for many years, and it seems that we have just passed the 80-star combat power, which means that Bai Yi is not inferior to the mentor's strength now. Don't forget, Bai Yi is only LV7, but the mentor is already LV35. Yeah, you said it's only LV7. Do you know how exaggerated the experience points are after LV5? I was wrong, I just thought my LV4 was already pretty good, so let me cry first. Is this the difference between S level and C level? Then AC level who is the same as my mentor, don't I have no future? Boy, who do you say has no future? Being a mentor has no future. Teacher, I misunderstood. It turns out that Bai Yi is the big boss who knows how to hide the most. Bai Yi and Wei Zifeng are both S-level talented occupations. According to this calculation, how powerful is the SS-level school girl? I don't know, since the establishment of the group, the school bell has never spoken in the group. At this time, Bai Yi didn't know how lively the group was. I have just strengthened the anti-bone boy, and I will continue to strengthen the Queen of Poisonous Fire Ants. There are still 13 silver-grade desert earthworm skins, and 1 silver-grade desert earth dragon skin left. Activate talent, unlimited alienation. This time, choose Poisonous Fire Ant Queen on the left, and choose to put all 13 desert soil worm skins in it on the right. This desert worm was actually carefully selected by Bai Yi. In addition to the earth element, his strong vitality and impressive strength are exactly what Bai Yi values. With the reference of anti-bone boy, Bai Yi didn't expect to make the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen a powerful combat summoned beast. The key is to let the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen become an existence like the Zerg brood and provide herself with unlimited combat power. Now Bai Yi has known the magic of infinite alienation. After alienating the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen several times, the eggs she produces should also be strengthened. There will never be a bug about dragon-born earthworms, right? Anyway, as the strength of the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen strengthens, its offspring will also become stronger. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the reproductive ability of the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen. As for the ability to reproduce, if Bai Yi's guess is correct, it is closely related to the attributes of the body. The materials produced by the desert soil worm are obviously the ones that mainly increase the physique. Hint: do you want to perform infinite alienation? Whether choose yes. Reminder: in the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Greatly enhance the defense, get the skill Sandstone Armor Green. Quote. B. To enhance physical fitness, you can choose to strengthen a basic skill. C. Greatly enhances life recovery ability, Rapid Growth Green. Quote. Sandstone Armor Green. Gather sandstone, strengthen defense, physical defense plus 100%, magic defense plus 50%. Rapid Growth Green. If a limb is broken, it can consume physical strength and recover quickly. The 3 options this time are, in the final analysis, all of which strengthen the physical attributes. But option A, this obviously strengthens the combat effectiveness of the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen. Sandstone Armor Green is really not bad if it is given to the anti-bone boy, but it is just icing on the cake. Bai Yi didn't intend to let the Poisonous Fire Ant Queen come out to help him fight monsters. This option can be passed. Option B, can strengthen a basic skill. This is another type that Bai Yi has never seen before, and he can choose the skills to strengthen independently. Bai Yi glanced at option C again. Greatly enhance the recovery ability, and at the same time acquire the skill, Rapid Growth Green. This skill, Rapid Growth Green, is almost equivalent to Rebirth of Broken Limbs. If it is put on other summons, it will definitely not be just a green skill. But it doesn't seem to be that powerful when placed on insects. It is somewhat similar to option A, but not the same, slightly different. Can be understood as, one enhance the double antibody, and the other increase the blood bar. Then it's a good choice. Of course, Bai Yi chose option B, and the enhanced skill, of course, is to choose the enhanced skill, Reproduction. Reminder: the alienation is successful, and the poisonous fire ant queen has advanced to the bronze rank desert giant ant queen. Enhancement: alienation is successful, strength plus 120, constitution plus 520, agility plus 30, spirit plus 20. Hint: the skill has been strengthened successfully. Reproduction green. Reproduction green, 6 giant desert ant eggs can be bred every day. That's right, the quantity has doubled directly, and a small 200 have been credited in a month. At first, Bai Yi thought that the same type of summoned beasts would have the same root of alienation. Now it can be confirmed that the result after alienation will be different according to the different materials added. This is a bit magical, but it also confirms the word, infinite alienation, in it. Any summoned beast will have infinite possibilities. No wonder it is an SSS level talent. Even without attribute bonuses, it's still ridiculously strong. There is also a silver level material for the boss. Alienation continues. Oh, reminder. In the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Obtain the passive skill, Gathering Sand into a Tower green. Quote. B. Get the passive skill, Armorsmith green. Quote. Gather sand into a tower green. When the group reaches a certain number, the overall attack power will be strengthened. For each additional one, the strengthening will increase by 1%, and the current attack power will be plus 3%. Armorsmith green. When the group reaches a certain number, the overall defense will be strengthened. For each additional one, the reinforcement will increase by 1%, and the current defense will be plus 3%. Bai Yi didn't expect that the options this time would be so powerful. Although there are only 2 passive skills, they are all green, and the level is not high. But this passive fits very well with Bai Yi's previous vision of creating a Zerg Scourge. Especially, this passive can cooperate with the sacred object, Blue Heart. What this passive needs most is quantity. Without quantity support, it is really only worth a green skill. And the most feared thing is that the death rate of the summoned beasts is too high, which leads to the low bonus to them. It belongs to the existence that gets more and more empty after fighting. But you must know that, Blue Heart, can forcibly recall a dying summoned beast. That, to a certain extent, guaranteed the mortality of the summoned beasts. Unless Bai Yi's summoned beast is instantly killed, he will be forced to take back the beast familiar space, and wait for it to recover slowly. That is to say, Bai Yi only needs to fight steadily, not to die, and almost never encounters the existence that can instantly kill his summoned beast. The number of the queen ant colony will only increase in the future, and it will become more and more terrifying. This level is only a green passive skill, but the future bonus will not even lose to the top red skill. 1 month, 180% bonus. 1 year, 2190% bonus. What red skills can add so much? With 21 times the output, no grass will grow wherever it passes. This is indeed a training game. At that time, the possibly lonely anti-bone boy will also step aside. Bai Yi couldn't help but mourn for the anti-bone boy. The current plus 3% seems to be brought by the 3 poisonous fire ants that just hatched today. And the anti-bone boy who has been alienated by Bai Yi obviously no longer belongs to the queen ants group. Bai Yi couldn't help but nodded. The name anti-bone boy was very appropriate for me. Then there was nothing to worry about. Bai Yi decisively chose option A. Anyway, the sacred object can guarantee the life of the summoned beast, so what kind of defense do you need? Attack as king. Moreover, Bai Yi must have planned to use materials with more physique to strengthen the ant queen. This will also lead to the offspring born by the queen ant also having a high physique. Gathering sand into a tower green just makes up for this defect. It's so cool. Reminder: alienation is successful, physique plus 280, strength plus 60, and the passive skill, gathering sand into a tower green, is obtained. Quote: Queen's panel so far. Summoned beast. Bronze rank desert giant ant queen. Level: mature stage, remaining lifespan is 3 years. Strength: 198 plus 198. Physique: 812 plus 812. Agility: 36 plus 36. Spirit: 26 plus 26. Skills: gather sand into a tower green, bite, breed green. Comprehensive combat power: 42 stars. Even if Bai Yi doesn't need her to fight, the comprehensive combat power of the queen ant has reached 42 stars. And so far, the ant queen is only at the bronze level. The current Bai Yi's comprehensive combat power has also reached a terrifying 132 stars. It's really scary to do this in one day. For some reason, Bai Yi thought of Sha Qingshui and the embarrassing scene at that time. I don't know how many stars Sha Qingshui's comprehensive combat power has now. At the moment when Bai Yi was in a daze. The door outside was opened, presumably the principal of number 3 middle school came back. Bai Yi put it away immediately, and at this time, the rebellious guy who climbed to the ceiling, then knocked on his own door. As the door was opened, Bai Yi, who was just about to say hello, was dumbfounded. I saw the aged principal of number 3 middle school. His complexion was not very good at this time, and he was being supported by someone. Bai Yi looked at each other. But it turns out that the person supporting the principal of number 3 middle school is a woman. The dark green long skirt, paired with a black coat, and the emerald necklace around the neck are not simple at first glance. Dressed up, with the long hair coiled up, it looks very majestic. And this is a deliberate match from time to time. The energy breath on the clothes shows that these are all serious equipment. Even if you can't see the specific quality, Bai Yi is sure that it is definitely much more advanced than the old Wang's clothes he saw before. With just one glance, Bai Yi can detect the extraordinariness of the other party. The only thing that was weird was that the woman in front of her was dignified and generous, like a noble wife, and she was only 40 years old at most. But the hair is all gray. Normal people, seeing the principal of the 3rd middle school being supported by a woman like this, might suspect that this is an old cow eating young grass. But Bai Yi immediately stepped forward, supported the principal and asked, "Principal, what's wrong with you? And who is this ant? What happened when you mentioned yourself?" The headmaster's face was full of helplessness, and he would have called her over if he had known about it. "I'm fine. What ant, grandma?" Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Although Bai Yi had a certain guess, but after being confirmed by the principal, his eyes widened and he expressed surprise. "It turns out that old cows are really eating tender grass. Something is wrong with you." The principal of number 3 middle school looked at least 60 years old, and there was a 20-year age difference between the two of them. Thinking of the fact that the principal didn't come back all night last night, plus the tired look on his face now, he seemed to be exhausted. Bai Yi subconsciously gave the principal of number 3 middle school a thumbs up. Awesome. As soon as he gave a thumbs up, Bai Yi thought that he was still watching from the side, and hurriedly lowered his head and shouted, "Hello, Grandma, Principal. You look so young. If my friend sees this, he will think you are my sister." "Bai Yi, isn't it, pretty handsome? I'll cover you from now on." From the moment she saw Bai Yi, she has been observing Bai Yi. It looks dignified, but it doesn't look like Tianquang when he was young. To explain, the principal of number 3 middle school was originally named Chu Tianquang. The most important thing is that when he was younger than Tianquang, he was much smarter. With just one glance, she concluded that the child was really adopted by Heavenly Maniac. That's right, even if Heavenly Maniac had some courage, he wouldn't dare to find another new love. Thinking of the Heavenly Maniac beside him, although his name is domineering, when he was young, he was still too honest. On the contrary, the current Bai Yi is quite pleasing to the eye. So she casually said that she will cover Bai Yi from now on. But Bai Yi was dumbfounded. What's going on? The principal's grandma in front of her looked dignified and dignified. Why did she speak so quackly? This contrast is a bit big. No wonder the principal of number 3 middle school is so hypocritical now. It turned out that the principal's grandma was too strong. No wonder the principal of number 3 middle school seemed to avoid her all the time. One night plus one day, who can bear it? Thinking this way, the principal of number 3 middle school seems to be 20 years older, and seems to be normal. Just when Bai Yi was thinking wildly, the principal of number 3 high school said, "By the way, I just want to tell you when I come back. I'm going to leave for a week. You should work hard during this time. If you want to buy any equipment or summoned beasts, just go to Durunhua and directly deduct it from my account, and I will leave first." Seeing that the two of them acted resolutely, they went out immediately. Bang! As the gate closed, Bai Yi was dumbfounded again. What's going on? One day and one night is not enough, still come. And still a week. Make up for 10 years at a time. The principal of number 3 middle school is a real man. Looking at the closed door, Bai Yi gave a thumbs up again. At the door, Kyla, I saw the principal's grandma swipe casually, and the space in front of her was cut open. The two principals of number 3 middle school walked in directly. How do you feel about this kid? It's not bad. It seems that you are much smarter than when you were younger, but if you are talented at S level, it is still a little bit worse. But this kid gave up other SS level occupations for me and chose a beast master like me. No, I still have to investigate this kid again. By the way, how much did you transfer to my account? Who told you to change to a new identity and account? After transferring 100 million, the limit is up. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it tomorrow. If it's 100 million, that should be enough. By the way, where are we going? Why do you have so many questions? Just keep asking, just follow me. Why don't you delay for so long? The principal of number 3 middle school was not at home, and Bai Yi himself actually let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if you ask about your summoned beast, you won't know how to explain it. Glancing at the beast familiar space, the queen ant inside is much bigger than before, and has changed its skin now, turning into a sandy yellowish color. When motionless, it is like a stone. The 3 poisonous fire ants hatched today have no fighting power, but they can help the queen deliver food. Just be a chore. At this time, Bone Boy himself was also eating happily, and it happened that a poisonous fire ant found him. After approaching cautiously, he felt the breath of the anti-Bone Boy. After a few seconds, this poisonous fire ant is slowly approaching. I don't know if it wants to curry favor with the anti-Bone Boy, or treat the anti-Bone Boy as an enemy. Bai Yi thought that these were all his summoned beasts, and it should be impossible to be an enemy. Maybe he really wanted to curry favor with Rebel Boy. Result: this poisonous fire ant just approached, and I saw that the back foot of the anti-Bone Boy jumped up suddenly, and instantly bounced the opponent several meters away. Bai Yi, as expected of you, anti-Bone Boy, according to previous calculations, these are all your brothers and sisters. Looking at these small fires for a while, it's like Bai Yi observed the insects he collected in his last life. I don't know, but Bai Yi enjoys the feeling of being cultivated. It's still the feeling as if he is a god, able to easily dominate the lives of these small fires. A moment later, Bai Yi opened Chingchung's professional forum, ready to see which dungeon to go tomorrow. There are quite a few dungeons suitable for novices, but most of them are no longer suitable for the current Bai Yi. With anti-Bone Boy, Bai Yi doesn't need to watch those low-level dungeons. But for dungeons over LV20, your own life may be more dangerous. After all, except for the anti-Bone Boy and the Queen Ant, his strength is not much higher. Moreover, the army of Queen Ants has just started, and it is not very suitable for group farming. In addition to this silver-level boss skin, the choice of alienation actually gave 2 passive skill options. This also gave Bai Yi a guess, maybe the material of the boss will give skills. So where can I brush a few more bosses at a time? Bai Yi's eyes were quickly attracted by a copy of LV20, Myriad Realms LV20. This dungeon seems to be the strongest dungeon under one turn, and the final ultimate boss is even gold level. At LV20, a gold level boss is rare, so it's up to you. At the same time, Sha Qingshe frowned as she looked at the messages on her phone. And on the mobile phone, it was written, Myriad Realms Miku LV20. Myriad Realms Cave LV20 is the task that the Sha family entrusted to Sha Qingshe. Although the Sha family did not give the newcomers of the Sha family the opportunity to use the family's power in the early stage, but she has prepared newcomer trials for every newcomer. After completing different trials, you will receive exclusive rewards. As for Sha Qingshe, she fell in love with the passive skill, Swordsman's Heart Blue, that was rewarded after clearing Myriad Realms LV20. Can enhance the damage when using a long knife. Moreover, the Sha family has its own channel, and it can continue to strengthen this skill in the future, up to the highest level of red skills. It can be said that this passive fits perfectly with Sha Qingshui's career. But this trial task is not easy. It was originally the ultimate task left for her before the entrance examination. However, in the previous missions, the rewards were nothing more than some costume books and props, which Sha Qingshe didn't like at all. Sha Qingshe didn't say that she was going to finish the trial immediately, so she went to try her hands first and explore the way. The next day, Sha Qingshe came to the entrance of this dungeon. This dungeon is located inside Qingcheng, and there are many security personnel guarding the entrance to prevent riots. As for Myriad Realms LV 20 inches, as the strongest dungeon under one turn, the figure of the newcomer must not be seen. There were 4 figures, and if Bai Yi was here, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. Boss, let's do this dungeon today. These 4 people were exactly the ones Bai Yi met yesterday when he released the dungeon. The stuttering boy looked at the entrance of the dungeon, his face trembling involuntarily. The boss at the side hugged the red-haired Xiaoli, and in Xiaoli's hand was a brand new gold-ranked staff. What are you afraid of? With Xiaoli here this time, I'm not afraid of those who are ahead of me. Why are you panicking? Scanning the guards around the dungeon. Snap. The boss patted the younger brother's head angrily. Don't shake, I don't know, I thought you did something wrong, and you have a guilty conscience. Boss, this dungeon is too evil. Hearing what the younger brother said, the boss also felt that this dungeon was not easy to clear. Last time, he suffered a lot from the first boss. A lot of props were wasted, not to mention, and one by one escaped with serious injuries. At this moment, Sha Qingshe passed in front of them, apparently heading straight for the dungeon. Old boss, you girl. Snap. The boss gave him another slap on the head, and cast a glance at Xiaoli, who was aside. You're a big girl, now you have a sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Besides, if he dares to come here alone, his strength must not be weak. If you say that about him, are you looking for death? But after thinking about it, the boss thinks this is an opportunity. He kicked the little brother again. You, go and ask if they want to form a team, one more person, one more strength. But thinking of this little brother stuttering, forget it, get out, Da Zhuang, go invite someone and talk nicely. In fact, it's not that the boss doesn't want to invite him himself, Sha Qingshui's appearance, who doesn't like to look at it. However, Xiaoli beside her was still watching. I just took out the gold level staff last night, but it can't be wasted. Besides, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the boss to invite him personally? As a result, as soon as Da Zhuang walked over, he immediately walked back. How? What did she say? Da Zhuang replied angrily. I said, hello, but she said, get out. 3 others. Get out of here, if someone hears this, he will be angry. Just when Xiaoli decided that, as the sister-in-law of the team, she must go to meet Sha Qingshe. Sha Qingshe directly entered the dungeon without giving her any chance. At this moment, the younger brother pointed in the direction of the bus station. Boss, it's the one from yesterday. What was that yesterday? They turned their heads and just saw Bai Yi walking with a long knife. Ding, ding, ding. The long knife rested on the ground, making a slight crisp sound. Since Bai Yi used this long knife to explore the road yesterday, this bad habit of holding a long knife has been formed in minutes. It's like when I was a child, I found a long stick with excellent appearance and couldn't put it down. So, when Bai Yi was short of money to buy gold-level materials yesterday, he did not sell him, but chose to sell a few silver-level materials. Seeing the dungeon where Bai Yi went straight to this side, the boss first looked at the long knife in Bai Yi's hand with a distressed expression. You know, weapons are durable, and it costs a lot of money to repair them once. Usually the boss is against his long knife, but the baby's is not good. How dare you be as ignorant as Bai Yi? Da Zhuang, invite him to have a try. If he joins you, you will definitely be able to win the first boss this time. However, Bai Yi, who has a very high mental value, heard the boss's words from afar. Da Zhuang directly declined the approach. Bai Yi sighed. He didn't expect to have a good relationship with these people, and bumped into them again today. It's a pity that you are not all the way. Your goal is only the first boss, and you are here to kill the final boss. No, I want all the bosses. After simply registering his name, Bai Yi walked directly towards the entrance of the instance. For other information, unless you have committed a crime, you will not be required to register. Before stepping into the dungeon, perhaps seeing that Bai Yi is relatively young, the security personnel on the side also kindly reminded, in this dungeon, it is best for a single player to have a combined combat power of more than 40 stars. If you are in a team, 5 35-star players can barely try. It is also Bai Yi's young age. In fact, this security guard only mentioned the minimum comprehensive combat power requirements of the first floor. In his opinion, Bai Yi alone must be the first level of wandering. Facing the reminder, Bai Yi smiled and nodded to the other party. As the footsteps advance, the scene changes instantly. In front of Bai Yi, it turned into a huge passage made of rocks. Knowing that this dungeon is a huge maze in the strategy guide, Bai Yi didn't respond. Just silently released the anti-bone boy. The structure of the ant nest is similar to that of a maze. All Bai Yi needs to do is let the anti-bone boy leave his breath all the way. The problem of this maze is not a big problem. Jingle jingle. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from directly in front of Bai Yi. Oh, there is someone in front. Bai Yi was slightly surprised, but soon remembered that this was still an open copy. Some people are not normal. Not taking it seriously, Bai Yi walked forward. There was only one road in front of him for a while, and at the fork, Bai Yi saw two figures fighting. One of them suspended in the air is a dark red giant sword, which is the wild monster, silver level 5520 scarlet greatsword, on the first floor. Seeing a giant sword for the first time can also become a wild monster. Even Bai Yi, who has read the information on the strategy, has to feel novelty. Boom! The giant sword cut on the rock wall of the labyrinth, leaving a deep mark, obviously powerful. And the other figure, like a dancing butterfly, can always avoid the opponent's slash at the first time. Bai Yi looked familiar at the figure. It turned out to be an iceberg. Bai Yi never expected that Sha Qingshui would come to this dungeon. However, with Sha Qingshui's strength, it seemed quite difficult to deal with this wild monster. He didn't dare to resist the opponent's damage at all. In the blink of an eye, the simple long knife in Sha Qingshui's hand can always leave traces on the opponent's sword. It seems that Sha Qingshui's comprehensive combat strength should not be high, but according to her combat experience, she will definitely crush all the newcomers Bai Yi knows. It was said to be strenuous, but in fact, Sha Qingshui needed to use her experience and body skills to grind her opponent to death. It cannot be crushed head-on. After all, this is only the second day after changing jobs. In fact, it was already very powerful, which meant that Sha Qingshui ignored the evaluation of the overall combat power and went down. If Sha Qingshui's overall combat power had 40 stars, she should be able to easily crush her. At this time, Bai Yi also found the simple long knife in Sha Qingshui's hand, which seemed to be different from before. In the past campus life, everyone was naturally curious about the simple long knife that Sha Qingshui held all day long. And Bai Yi is no exception. Now Bai Yi can clearly see that the knife is still the same as before, but it seems to be sharpened now. The overall feeling is more sharp than before. Could it be that this is a growth weapon? Bai Yi felt that there should be nothing wrong with his guess, but such weapons are not common. Thinking of this, Bai Yi suddenly became curious about Sha Qingshui's life experience. Clatter. 10 minutes later, as the giant sword shattered into countless small pieces and fell to the ground, the battle finally ended. Sha Qingshui, who was wiping the sweat from her forehead, suddenly felt that someone was watching her in the dark, but when she turned her head, she only saw a short black figure disappearing in a flash. Immediately afterwards, the voices of the group of 4 just appeared. Hey, brother, follow me, and I will never treat you badly. Looking suspiciously at the forked road opposite, Sha Qingshe continued walking towards her side without thinking too much. Bai Yi also wiped his forehead, there was no sweat at all. It's not that Bai Yi felt guilty after spying on Sha Qingshui's battle. Instead, as soon as Bai Yi saw Sha Qingshe, he thought of the embarrassing thing about digging out ant nests and being secretly observed by her. In order not to die, Bai Yi decided not to say hello. Anyway, there are so many forks in the road, we really have to meet them. After turning a few forks in the road, a silver-grade bloody great sword also appeared in front of Bai Yi. Anti-Bone Boy obviously doesn't understand, why is this thing in the air? But the other party will not say hello. Ha! With the sound of piercing through the air, the sword slashed on Fang Gu Boy's back. When, it was as if two metals collided, leaving a shallow mark on Anti-Bone Boy's back. This time, the Anti-Bone Boy was stunned. Bai Yi didn't intervene too much, but was very curious about what Anti-Bone Boy would do. It's like observing the reactions of various insects in the previous life. Although Bai Yi can control the Anti-Bone Boy to fight back, but at this time, it is actually the most interesting time to raise insects. He was stabbed for no reason, and Anti-Bone Boy was obviously angry. Zizi. The jaws that looked like giant pincers drew a string of sparks on the ground. Taking a few steps back and exerting strength, Anti-Bone Boy jumped towards the bloody giant sword in the air. It was the first time Bai Yi saw that ants could jump. It just so happened that the opponent also slashed heavily again, and for a moment, the two jaws directly bit the blade of the sword, sparking a lot of sparks. However, the épée still struck between the two jaws, against Ji Yu Zai's mouthparts. Although Bone Boy's mouthparts are very hard, it is certain that it will hurt if he is slashed like this. It's like a person's teeth can crush very hard things, even bones. But being gently tapped with chopsticks can also feel very painful. This is the case with the current Anti-Bone Boy. The pain caused his jaws to loosen, and he was directly sent flying due to inertia. Pat! It hit the wall hard and bounced back to the ground. Although Anti-Bone Boy looked embarrassed, in fact, the damage he suffered was very small, and could even be ignored, but Bai Yi almost laughed out loud. Because the Anti-Bone Boy who fell to the ground at this time looked exactly like the poisonous fire ant he bullied last night. Could this be tit for tat? On Anti-Bone Boy's side, the two tentacles waved wildly, as if thinking about countermeasures. I saw it quickly directly climbed up the rock wall on the side, and rushed towards the other side again. This time, the Anti-Bone Boy directly threw himself on the bloody giant sword, and then began to bite the opponent. Creak creak. The piercing sound is like scratching a blackboard with your fingernails. Bai Yi could see debris constantly falling from the giant sword. After a wild swing of the bloody giant sword, Bone Boy was thrown away again. But this time, after the Anti-Bone Boy landed, he didn't land on his back again. This made Bai Yi's eyes shine. Unexpectedly, Anti-Bone Boy has improved so fast. He knows that when he falls to the ground, he can't put his weakness in front of the opponent's eyes. The second time he threw himself behind the sword of the bloody giant sword, this time the opponent was completely gnawed to pieces by Anti-Bone Boy. Reminder: successfully kill the silver-ranked Scarlet Greatsword and get experience points. Breakdown. Hint: obtain the material, silver-ranked Blood Sword Heart. Time passed in a flash, and Bai Yi didn't expect to just stay in the dungeon for a day. But the record is gratifying. Bai Yi's level finally came to LV10. Reminder: meet the opening conditions of the SSS level talent gift package. Reminder: do you want to open the SSS level talent gift package? Weather. Tisk tisk, this LV10 is really hard to upgrade. However, it also has something to do with the fact that there are not many wild monsters in this dungeon. Select yes. Reminder: congratulations on obtaining the SSS level talent, Unlimited Beast Realm. Unlimited Beast Realm. The range of the Beast Master space is unlimited, and you can have unlimited summoned beasts, and the Beast Master space will not be destroyed by external forces. Unlocked functions: 1. Environment simulation. 2. Battle simulation. The rest of the functions are not unlocked. Bai Yi, why is there still no unlocked function? What does it mean? The space in front is infinite, and the number of Imperial Beasts is infinite, so the meaning is relatively brief. Originally, Bai Yi was also worried. The number of summoned beasts will increase in the future, and it will not fit here. Don't worry now. Normally, almost all beast masters, at most, only cultivated a few summoned beasts in their lifetime. Not only does the growth of summoned beasts need to consume resources and experience points, but if there are too many, it is easy to drag yourself down. The most important thing is that the beast master can't control too many summoned beasts at the same time and fight together. This is not the kind of web game where there is no damage calculation between teammates. There are too many summoned beasts. During the battle, they change rapidly. How can they be controlled? Isn't this a turn-based game? It is already very good to be able to carefully cultivate a few summoned beasts. Now, Bai Yi is taking advantage of his talent's ability to mutate and turn waste into treasure, and by the way, he got stuck with the bug of Zerg's reproductive ability. Of course, Bai Yi doesn't have to think about the damage of his teammates. Even if he accidentally injured a teammate, he would be on the verge of death anyway, and he would be automatically summoned back to the beast familiar space, and it would be over if the numbers were crushed. The number of summoned beasts a beast master can have depends on the spiritual attributes. Logically speaking, if the spiritual attribute is not enough, even if you are given a group of top-level summoned beasts, you will not be able to tame them. There can be an unlimited number here. Bai Yi wonders if it can be understood as directly breaking the limit on the spiritual attribute requirements of the number of summoned beasts. Now the number of summoned beasts that Bai Yi has is not much, but it can't be seen for the time being. Leave it alone. The beast familiar space cannot be broken. What does this mean? This is the first time that Bai Yi knew that the beast familiar space would be broken, so he has learned a lot. I just don't know what the situation will be if the beast familiar space is broken. Two functions are unlocked. One is environment simulation, that is, Bai Yi can change the environment in the beast master space. It is no longer the same as the rough house before. The second function is combat simulation. Bai Yi tried it, and it turned out that in the beast master space, Bai Yi could simulate all the wild monsters he had come into contact with. Let your summoned beast simulate the battle. In these 2 days of fighting, the anti-bone boy has only bit the opponent from the beginning and does not move. When I still know how to fight, I can't expose my relatively fragile abdomen. This has already shown that combat experience is very important. It's like having an artifact, but you can't use it without a job change. It's no different from rotten iron. From Sha Qingshe, it is obvious that the overall combat strength is insufficient, but she can still come here to brush the dungeon. You can also see the importance of combat experience. It simulates the battle without causing casualties, which is a very good function. Even Bai Yi can simulate 20 silver-level bloody great swords, while chasing and slashing at anti-bone boy. The anti-bone boy was chopped down for a while, so he could only run away with his head in his arms. With an SSS-level talent, Bai Yi hasn't seen anything particularly abnormal for the time being. I always feel like I'm missing something crucial. But next, every time Bai Yi goes up, he will have 90 assignable attributes. This is the real deal. Release the anti-bone boy from being hunted down, and then release the queen ant. Bai Yi is going to rest here tonight. As a result, it was obvious that anti-bone boy had just been hacked. As soon as he came out, he looked for the figure of the blood-colored giant sword everywhere, obviously not convinced. After Bai Yi comforted him, he spent the night peacefully. As for Sha Qingshe, she experienced a day of fighting. As the level increases, the battle becomes easier and easier. But a person's physical strength is limited after all. After being promoted to LV8, Sha Qingshe saved some energy and prepared to rest for the night. But she was alone, obviously unable to enter deep sleep. On the other side, although the group of 4 could take turns to rest, today's delivery was obviously not as much as Sha Qingshui's. Here, the advantages of the Beast Master profession are revealed. Today is also a fruitful day, not to mention, Bai Yi sleeps soundly with anti-bone boy and queen ant guarding her. Early in the morning, as soon as Bai Yi woke up, anti-bone boy jumped up and down the walls around Bai Yi, obviously eager to get revenge. After passing 2 corners, a blood-colored giant sword has been waiting for a long time. This time, anti-bone boy changed his previous fighting style and chose to rush forward, directly biting the opponent's sword hilt. Bai Yi. Then, dang dang dang, anti-bone boy actually held the blood-colored giant sword in his mouth, and performed in front of Bai Yi what is the Chaos Cloak Sword technique. He insisted on using the bloody giant sword to cut the surrounding area into a mess. Clatter. As the blood-colored giant sword was completely shattered, Anti-Bone Boy threw the remaining hilt aside. Only then did Bai Yi react. The reason why Anti-Bone Boy changed his tactics and swung around with a bloody giant sword in his mouth. It turned out that the 20 blood-colored giant swords that were simulated last night were chasing and slashing. Anti-Bone Boy thought about it all night and came up with a countermeasure. The reason why Anti-Bone Boy could only be chased and hacked last night was that as long as Anti-Bone Boy gnawed on one, he would be chopped down by the other 19. On the other hand, the handle being held was also struggling, which made it impossible for Anti-Bone Boy to lock on an attack. Thinking of this, Bai Yi took it back into the beast familiar space, simulating 20 bloody giant swords. Sure enough, as Bai Yi expected, Anti-Bone Boy didn't run away again this time, but just jumped on it, took one of the handles in his mouth, and started waving it. Under the absolute advantage of strength, other blood-colored giant swords cannot get close at all. And every time the blade collides with the blade, it is tantamount to a dog biting a dog. Under this trick, the 20 blood-colored great swords no longer had any room for resistance. From being chased and slashed last night with no strength to fight back, the Anti-Bone Boy has easily crushed the opponent to win. It's just an overnight change. The function of combat simulation is really powerful, and the Anti-Bone Boy can grow his brain. Just when Bai Yi was feeling emotional, ding, a crisp sword sound resounded, and the boss on the first floor finally appeared. The sound of the sword sounded, and the group of 4 was the first to react. No, there are now 5 people. Old, boss, it's the boss. Here I have to explain, this copy of Myriad Realms Cave. Every time the boss of a level is killed, the maze of this level will be refreshed and become different from before. This is why Bai Yi didn't know the correct route of the maze even though he checked the guide. This is one of the rules of this dungeon. The second rule is that when the number of wild monsters on each floor is reduced to a certain level, the final boss will be summoned. All professionals in the dungeon can hear the sound of the boss's sword. Follow the sound to find the final boss. Boss, didn't you tell me that the boss didn't appear until you brushed this dungeon for a week last time? The boss looked at the newly fooled younger brother, and patted him on the shoulder. That's right, it's not that our strength has improved, and your sister-in-law and you have joined this time, so this time it's so fast. Quote. Seeing the younger brother's face full of admiration, the boss waved his big hand, come on, let's go brush the boss. At this time, Sha Qingshe also heard Jianming's voice, and knew that this was the appearance of the boss. The goods received yesterday were not small. With his own strength, the boss should be able to grind to death. Knowing that there was another team coming in, Sha Qingshe didn't want the boss to be robbed, so she followed the sound and rushed. As for Bai Yi, who was the closest to the boss, he came to the boss immediately. LV-20 Silver Rank Bloody King Great Sword Boss. I saw several normal blood-colored giant swords erected around the boss, acting as guards. If yesterday's Anti-Bone Boy encountered this situation, he might have to suffer a little bit and take a few swords. But now, Anti-Bone Boy rushed over, grabbed the hilt of the boss's sword in his mouth, and started to swing wildly. Ding ding ding. As expected of a boss, the bloody giant swords around him had no room to resist. It was smashed to pieces after a few blows. With no opponent, Anti-Bone Boy smashed the ground a few times with the boss in his mouth. However, he found that in the eyes of the boss, the ground was like paper, unable to cause any real damage at all. So I no longer used this trick, but switched to the normal attack method, and started to chew while holding it. And this time, the Anti-Bone Boy was smart enough to hold the hilt of his sword and chew on the blade. Creak creak. Bai Yi covered his ears to resist the piercing sound. Clatter. 2 minutes later, the boss was completely shattered and scattered all over the place, while Anti-Bone Boy walked back to Bai Yi with his head raised. Reminder. Successfully kill the LV-20 Silver Level Scarlet King's Great Sword Boss, gain experience. Reminder. Obtain Silver Level Equipment, the Scarlet King's Great Sword. Hint. Obtain the skill book, Bloody Drain, Green. Quote. Blood Drain, Green, passive skill. When attacking, it can convert the damage it causes into a healing effect. Silver Rank Scarlet King's Great Sword. Strength plus 8-8, Constitution +1-2, Armor Penetration +10. Breakdown. Hint. Obtain the material, the heart of the King's Great Sword. This skill book, to put it bluntly, comes with blood-sucking. As a passive skill, it can make it more valuable. This effect made Bai Yi immediately think of Sha Qingshe. No, it seems to be suitable for Wei Zifeng. As for myself, who is currently adding spiritual attributes, this skill is not very useful. Put it away first. This giant sword is the best silver outfit, with 100 full attributes, because it was produced by the boss, and it also comes with 10 points of armor penetration. It's a pity that Bai Yi took it out and tried it, but it was too big to be crutched, so I'd better go back and sell it. With the death of the boss, a portal appeared beside the boss. Obviously the entrance to the next floor. Without hesitation, he let Anti-Bone Boy open the way, and then Bai Yi stepped in. This time the scene changes again. What was originally a labyrinth made of walls has now turned into a neat bush-shaped labyrinth. It's like the maze in The Shining. It seems that compared with the first floor, it seems that the grade has become lower. But Bai Yi had read the guide, so he couldn't be misled by these bushes. Because the wild monsters on this floor are the dryads hiding in the bushes. If the opponent is not attacking, it is impossible to tell the difference. And as Bai Yi advanced, the bushes like the wall behind followed Bai Yi's footsteps directly, submerging the portal at the entrance. This means, after entering here, you can only go forward, not back. Just as Bai Yi entered the second floor, the group of 5 rushed over. Quote! Quote. Boss, the boss is gone. Snap. Nonsense, I'm not blind. The group of 5 looked at the wreckage of the boss on the ground, because it had been broken down by Bai Yi, and now there were only some useless dregs left, completely worthless. The boss looked at a lot of powdery wreckage on the ground, his eyes widened. What skills can the boss do like this? Because I have had experience fighting this boss before. You must know that beside the boss, there are several bloody giant swords. As for the 5 of us, it took a total of only a few minutes to rush over from the time we heard the voice. According to the efficiency of 5 people, even an ordinary blood-colored giant sword may not be able to kill them. As a result, in this short period of time, the boss was wiped out together with several of its younger brothers. Is this efficiency too exaggerated? Boss, are we going to the next floor? The boss is also thinking about this question at this time. Should he leave now? Or leave? But the newly recruited younger brother had good skills just now, and the assassin's profession just happened to increase the team's output a lot. The speed of fighting monsters yesterday has obviously increased a lot. Only, if I slip away now, will my younger brother look down on me? At this time, Sha Qingshe also rushed over after hearing the sound. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, Sha Qingshe looked at Xiao Li, the only girl among the 5, and asked in a cold voice, "You killed it?" At this time, Sha Qingshe was also wondering, how could these few people kill the boss so quickly? Before Xiao Li answered, the boss at the side rushed back, "That's right, we killed it." Quote! Quote. Seeing Sha Qingshe, who ignored them at all, she directly stepped into the next level of dungeon. The new recruit looked at the boss with a puzzled expression. "Boss, why did we lie to the girl just now?" And this is also the question of the other 2 younger brothers. And by the way, Xiao Li, who is full of murderous looks, you better explain it to me. Unexpectedly, the boss smiled in the face of Xiao Li's anger. "You 2 look young. Remember yesterday, this girl was the first to come in. It means that she, like us, stayed in this copy for a day. Think about it, just by herself, if she can stay here for a day, can she be weak? I just lied to her that we killed the boss. I didn't want her to know that our strength is also very strong. If she believes it, then I will fool her into joining our team, so that she is likely to agree." Seeing the murderous look on Xiao Li's face getting heavier and heavier, the boss continued to pat the shoulder of the newly recruited younger brother, and said, "This is not just for our team. What do you think of this girl?" As soon as Sha Qingshui's appearance was mentioned, the younger brother immediately showed a naive smile. "It's good looking, 3 years of blood earning, 5 years of no loss." Snap. The boss snapped his fingers. "Isn't that right? I'm thinking about your future happiness, little brother. Look, I already have your sister-in-law now. If she joins our team, won't you be the first to get the moon? So far, the boss straightened out his thoughts thoroughly. And the newly recruited younger brother has a face of soberness and admiration for the boss. Boss, you were really kind to me. I didn't expect that I could make the boss think so highly of me just a day after I joined the team. He even considered the other half of the future for himself. Thinking of Sha Qingshui's good looks, the new recruit became even more grateful to the boss. Okay, don't be too polite. Anyway, follow me in the future. If I have a mouthful of food, you will have a mouthful of soup. Thank you, boss. After finishing speaking, the boss noticed Xiaoli's arms hugged her, and subconsciously tensed her body. Honey, I'm sorry, I just misunderstood you. After listening to Xiaoli's words, the boss breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am witty. In fact, just now the boss subconsciously said that the boss killed himself. It's just pure, I want to pretend in front of Sha Qingshui. After all, Sha Qingshui's good looks are there. She is a male creature, so she wants to show off in front of her, right? I didn't expect Sha Qingshui to be so smart, so I didn't believe it at all. But fortunately, my brain is quick, otherwise the fork would not be installed, and the backyard would almost catch fire. As a result, now, he also fooled the newcomer by the way, so he almost had to ask himself for advice. Haha, I really am a boss material. So far, the group of 4 has completely become a group of 5. Bai Yi, because he knows the characteristics of this layer of wild monsters. It will only actively attack creatures that enter its own territory, so just let Anti-Bone Boy open the way in front of it. When Bai Yi was still wondering where the wild monsters went, Anti-Bone Boy was ambushed. Shish, dozens of vines were seen, and they were bundled towards Fang Guzi in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Fang Guzi was bundled into a rice dumpling. It's a pity that the strength of these vines is too far from that of Anti-Bone Boy. Kyla, with his sharp jaws, Anti-Bone Boy easily tore the vines to pieces. No matter how many vines there are, they can't do any harm to Anti-Bone Boy, they are just dirty by the green juice in the vines. A few minutes later, the ground was covered with torn branches. However, Anti-Bone Boy did not kill the opponent, but just stood there stupidly, waving his 2 tentacles indiscriminately. Bai Yi could see the number of vines, there were only a few left, and there were even signs of wanting to run away. This moment, Fan Guzi seems to have been opened up to Ren and Du's 2 veins. He rushed up and bit one of them, a vine, and then started the tug of war. Soon, Bai Yi vaguely heard a sound of breaking the ground, and a huge root was pulled out from a nearby bush by Anti-Bone Boy. On the huge roots, it seemed that there was a hidden face, but after seeing the Anti-Bone Boy, he immediately started to play dead. As for the few remaining vines, the assassin also stopped dancing. This time, the Anti-Bone Boy was stunned again. But, after learning the lesson of the Desert Earth Dragon boss, Anti-Bone Boy tore everything he could see this time, including the roots that were pulled up. Reminder: successfully kill the LV20 silver level vine tree ant and gain experience. Breakdown. Hint: obtained by decomposing silver ranked vine essence. From the perspective of monster killing efficiency, this ordinary wild monster is even more difficult to deal with than the boss on the previous floor. But the damage is not high, just pure blood thickness. For the sake of efficiency, Bai Yi taught Anti-Bone Boy for the first time. Pointing to the torn roots on the ground, Bai Yi said, "This is the opponent's weakness, understand?" Bai Yi clicked to the end. On the other hand, Anti-Bone Boy looked at the direction Bai Yi was pointing at, and continued to bite the debris on the ground knowingly. Then, he shook his head again, waiting for praise, obviously not fully understanding Bai Yi's words. Turn out to be, pulling the opponent out of the ground just now is purely the habit of Anti-Bone Boy who doesn't want the opponent to escape. This is the nature that it develops from the bone. Bai Yi, who had figured it all out, covered his face, because he thought that the Anti-Bone Boy had grown so fast. Fortunately, after killing 2 more vine dryads, Anti-Bone Boy finally found the trick. Man faced the overwhelming vines, biting and pulling directly, relying on the strength far surpassing the opponent, pulling the opponent out of the soil and killing him. The efficiency of killing monsters on Bai Yi's side was getting higher and higher, but on Sha Qingshui's side, she was a little flustered. Sha Qingshui's professional characteristic is that she is more afraid of this kind of control-type skills. Facing so many vines, she can only fight and retreat. However, Sha Qingshui's expression did not show a trace of panic. And it seems to gradually understand why the family regards this place as a test for themselves. The worst is the remaining group of 5. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 31. They were the most embarrassed at the beginning, facing the sky full of vines, they could only resist. After a fight, it even takes tens of minutes. After the fight, it will take a long time to reply in situ. Boss, why don't we withdraw? In fact, the boss wanted to withdraw a long time ago. After all, he and Da Zhuang are the only ones in the front row. Da Zhuang's defense is higher than his, so it's not that uncomfortable. The vines are full of thorns, almost forming a hornet's nest for themselves. But now I am riding a tiger. Because originally I just planned to attack the boss on the first floor, so I didn't prepare the city return scroll. Anyway, you just need to go back the same way and save money. Besides, all the money was spent to buy a gold-ranked staff for Shaoli. But now on the second floor, without the city return scroll, it is really impossible to go back. Although the boss is scolding his mother in his heart, he can't lose face in front of the new younger brother. With Da Zhuang and I carrying it in the front row, it's not very dangerous. On the contrary, it is very suitable for us to run in with each other, so I decided that everyone will work hard in the past few days and strive for a higher level of strength. Finished speaking, not forgetting to pinch the younger brother hard, stuttering the younger brother's shoulder, "Don't let me off the hook," set an example for the newcomer younger brother. Then he took the lead and started looking for the second vine dryad. But, for the next 3 days, the boss's complexion is getting worse and worse, but he still has to pretend to be full of fighting spirit and keep motivating his players, which can be described as physically and mentally exhausting. At this moment, he wished he could give himself a big competition on the spot. I was wrong, and I will never pretend again. The boss who went in before, can you clear the customs quickly, I beg you? My remaining savings are almost exhausted, and the durability of my equipment is almost running out. Woo, if I don't clear the level again, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. Also at this time, hiss, a piercing sound resounding throughout the maze. Let the boss, who was originally ashamed, rekindle his desire for life. Picking up the weapon in his hand, the boss looked excited. Let's go, Da Zhuang will lead the way with me, everyone, don't love to fight, let's go kill the boss. After a few corners, old boss, the direction is wrong. At this time, the boss wanted to shoot this little brother to death. Nonsense, I am not deaf. But when you are this boss, are you doing nothing for nothing, so you can just swipe if you say so? Besides, I really don't have a drop left, what can I use to fight the boss? Really, is the direction wrong? Let me see. Old boss, it should be in this direction. The boss who was walking in the front rolled his eyes with a ferocious look on his face. You are the only one who talks too much. When the boss circled around on purpose, when the group of 5 arrived, the boss was already dead as the boss wished. And the 5 of them happened to see Bai Yi stepping into the last floor. Old boss, it's him. Snap. The boss flapped harder than ever, and directly stuttered the younger brother, I'm not blind. Seeing the back of Bai Yi going in, the young boy Shinshu looked puzzled. Boss, do you know that person? Should we follow up? Don't get robbed of the last boss. Anyone who has read the strategy will know that there is only one boss on the last floor of this dungeon. These 3 days can be said to be devil-like leveling. This novice boy feels that he recognizes the boss very well. The first 2 bosses have been robbed, this last boss must belong to his own boss. Seeing the eagerness on the face of the new recruit. This is the end of the matter, the boss doesn't pretend anymore. No, I really can't pretend anymore, so I can only say helplessly, that person is a pervert, let him be the final boss. Seeing that the younger brother did not understand, the boss had no choice but to explain, we met that person the day before entering this dungeon. He just brushed LV-15's Savage Desert at that time, and then he dared to come to this instance the next day. Quote. And that's not the most important thing, the most important thing is, I feel he should be a rookie. We can't afford to offend such arrogance. And to tell you the truth, this last boss is at the gold level, and it's impossible for us to beat it. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. After hearing the boss's explanation, the newly recruited younger brother seemed to be greatly shocked in his heart. Just because he is also a rookie in this class. Moreover, he is the only second S-level talented professional in this year's number 2 middle school. Originally, before entering this dungeon, I just wanted to come here to learn more, and take a look at this so-called strongest dungeon below one turn. As a result, I happened to meet this boss, and in the past few days, I have indeed improved a lot. From the beginning of LV5, it has been upgraded to the current LV12, and it has also been allocated 2 good silver level equipment. If you upgrade yourself, you will definitely not be as efficient as you are now. As a result now, the boss told me, the one just now is also a newcomer. Before, he still thought that he was lucky. He met the boss, and he kept urging himself and his teammates these days. The speed of upgrading is already exaggerated. This time, the resources are said to have been changed to an individual system. With such a high-intensity battle these days, wouldn't it be easy for me to take the top few? Originally, he was still full of confidence, maybe he could still compete for the first place. But now, they are also newcomers to this dungeon, and I still need to form a team to mix experience. Compared with Bai who is alone, wouldn't I be blown away? Needless to say, there are people who can single-handedly kill various bosses. This moment, only then did he realize the real gap between himself and a genius. Seeing him stunned, the boss tried to persuade him, you have to know that the gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. Your boss and I have been around for so long, what we know best is to assess the situation. Trust me, don't provoke him. Where is the novice brother not clear about the gap now? He could only poke his mouth bitterly, well, the boss is right. Don't want at this time. Sha Qingshui's cold voice sounded from behind the group of 5, you just said that the one who killed the boss was a rookie. Until Sha Qingshui's voice appeared. Only then did the group of 5 realize that at some point, Sha Qingshui quietly appeared behind them. The group of 5 did not show any hostility towards Sha Qingshui. He didn't dare to show hostility. Because it looks like it can be seen. They have suffered a lot in the past 3 days, and they just broke through all the way. All of them were injured, their bodies were all stained by the sap of vines, and they looked in a state of distress. As for Sha Qingshui, except for panting slightly, she still maintained her cleanliness, which was in stark contrast to them. Adding on Sha Qingshui's appearance, and comparing them with them, it seemed that they had escaped. How dare she show hostility towards Sha Qingshui? Regarding Sha Qingshui's question, the boss hurriedly explained, it should be a newcomer, because I think he travels by professional bus. And he looks too young. When he met us outside the city for the first time, he didn't look defensive. He was a complete rookie. And the 2 dungeons we encountered, we come here often, it's impossible that we haven't encountered them once before. Listen to the boss's explanation. As the top family in the Dragon Kingdom, Sha Qingshui of the Sha family suddenly became interested in this newcomer. What kind of rookie would have such a strong strength? Although I didn't borrow too much power from my family before, the growth weapon in my hand is no longer something that ordinary aristocratic families can afford. Coupled with his SS level talent. Under such circumstances, there is actually a rookie whose combat power is higher than his own. And it seems that it is not even a little bit higher. It probably took less than 10 minutes from the moment the boss appeared to rushing over. In this little time, I can deal with a vine dryad by myself. But this rookie has dealt with all the bosses. Although the position where the boss appears will be close to the person who kills the most wild monsters on this floor. But it also needs to run to the front of the boss. In this way, the strength of this rookie can be said to be far ahead of him. Thinking of this, Sha Qingshui strode directly to the portal leading to the next floor. Seeing Sha Qingshui's behavior, Shinshu's younger brother still kindly opened his mouth to remind him, be careful, the boss below is a gold-ranked boss. Result, Sha Qingshui ignored him at all, but continued to walk towards the portal. Who knows at this moment? Rumbling, the entire maze suddenly started to vibrate, and the maze made of bushes around everyone also started to move by itself. It turns out that this is how the structure of the maze changes every time the strategy is completed. As for the portal in front of everyone, there was another bright golden portal not far away. Obviously this is the portal that can be left directly after clearing this copy. Boss, Pass the level. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. When the group of 5 saw this situation, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How can it be? It's only been a few minutes and you've cleared the level. Is the gold level boss so weak? Wrong. After thinking of the boss characteristic below, it is definitely not that the gold level boss is weak, but that the boy's strength is too terrifying. But seeing this golden portal, the boss almost cried with joy, and it was finally over. Finally, I don't have to pretend anymore. It's really too difficult to pretend to be okay and supervise the younger brothers while enduring the pain. So he decisively waved his hand. Let's go, let's leave the dungeon, deal with the harvest, and build a team tonight. And Sha Qingshe, after feeling the vibration of the dungeon, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately rushed into the very first portal that was closest to him. She wants to see, who is it that can complete the novice trial arranged by the patriarch. This was originally just the ultimate trial that she was required to complete before the entrance exam. How long has it been since the job change, and it was completed by someone? Stepping into the portal, the scene changes. It was originally a copy of the bushes, but the surroundings turned back to the original rock walls. It's just that the place here is very empty. And in the middle of the field, stands a huge, broken mirror. This is the gold level boss of this floor. Sha Qingshe looked towards the leaving portal, because of the distance. I only saw a familiar figure, put away a small black dot, and then left the copy. Because she could only see her back, Sha Qingshe immediately ran towards the portal. In order to catch up with Bai Yi, Sha Qingshe even used her skills directly. Sha Qingshe, who had merged into the shadow, turned into a black shadow at this moment and rushed towards the exit. Pity, Sha Qingshe was still a step late. The moment she left this relatively dim dungeon, Sha Qingshe rubbed her eyes involuntarily because of the external light. I only saw a bus passing by in front of me. Bus. Thinking of what the leader of the 5-member group said before, that boy traveled by bus, and Sha Qingshe knew that the other party had already left. Drop. The phone rang. Sha Qingshe saw the message on the phone. Congratulations on completing the ultimate mission of this trial. The mission rewards are being distributed and will be delivered to your residence by express delivery. Please pay attention to sign for receipt. After the trial is completed, you can contact the family at any time. After the entrance examination, you can return to the family. Looking at the message, Sha Qingshe knew that she had been misunderstood. The family must have thought it was him and successfully conquered this dungeon. So Sha Qingshe replied directly, "This dungeon is not mine, but another newcomer." After a brief silence, Sha Qingshe received a reply, "This reward is issued normally, but a new trial task will be issued to you later." Seeing the leaving bus drifting away and disappearing around the corner, Sha Qingshe murmured, "Does this mean that I owe you a favor?" Thinking of the familiar back that I saw just now, plus the rewards that were still issued. This is tantamount to getting the reward in advance, not to mention, after the trial, I can get another reward. For myself in the rookie period, this improvement is not a little bit. It is an exaggeration to say that such an influence may even affect one's life. It is not too much to say that I owe a favor. Sha Qingshe felt that she was more interested in this powerful rookie. Who could it be? But thinking of her family, Sha Qingshui's eyes quickly calmed down. The interest that was mentioned just now immediately turned into, "I will pay you back this favor, and we will not owe each other at that time." The perspective returns to Bai Yi's side. After 3 days of slaughter, Anti-Bone Boy has mastered the technique. Can directly find the other party's hiding place based on the vines that appear. The same is true for the final boss, and the Anti-Bone Boy rushed directly to the hiding place of the boss. In minutes, he dug out the opponent's roots and tore them to pieces. Hint. Kill successfully. Hint. Obtain the skill book, Vine Entanglement Green. Hint. Obtain equipment. Breakdown. Hint. Obtain the material, Silver Ranked Ancient Tree Essence of Vines. Bai Yi put it away directly, and there was no ink stain here. And the final gold level boss is even simpler for Anti-Bone Boy. LV20 gold level Catacomb Mirror Boss. The last feature of the boss is that it can be copied. The professionals who entered the instance this time have 80% of the attributes of the professionals, but they have no skills. Let the copied professionals deal with the professionals. During this period, every minute, the catacomb mirror will create a new mirror. This mirror will continue to reproduce a group of professionals. At this time, there are 2 mirrors, and if it continues, it will be 4 or 8 mirrors. If the output is not enough, catacomb mirror will be copied endlessly. Moreover, it is not enough to kill all the copied professionals, the body of the catacomb mirror must be destroyed. This is also the origin of the name of the dungeon, Myriad Land's Misty Cave. Being able to become the strongest dungeon below 1 revolution is not groundless. However, after Bai Yi entered the last layer of dungeon, immediately cast the sand vortex, allowing it to control the copied self and the bone boy. The sand and rocks that suddenly appeared on the ground formed a huge vortex with a range of tens of meters. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, let anti-bone boy attack the body of this boss with all his strength. In front of the anti-bone boy, with double jaws with penetrating and armor-piercing characteristics. In less than a minute, the catacomb mirror shattered, and its blood volume was actually not as good as that of the boss on the 2nd floor. Reminder: successfully kill the LV20 gold level catacomb mirror boss to gain experience points. Hint: obtain a one-time item, Realm of Duplication gold level. Reminder: obtain the equipment, gold level copy pendant. If there is no ink stain, just take away all the loot. For the past few days, I have been staying in the dungeon, and I have been facing almost the same environment, which is personally unbearable. Bai Yi has long wanted to breathe the fresh air outside. Leaving the depressing scene inside, Bai Yi took a deep breath. Then, "Hey, master, wait for me, wait for me." On the bus, Bai Yi began to count the spoils of the past few days. In a total of more than 4 days, hundreds of wild monsters and 3 bosses were killed. This made Bai Yi not only successfully promoted to LV19, but also harvested 26 pieces of silver level equipment. Because it is said to be the equipment produced by the strongest dungeon before 1 turn, the attributes are very good. So Bai Yi picked it up and changed all the equipment on his body. Silver level equipment, apart from attributes, has nothing special about it. Because the current mental attribute, minus the bonus of equipment, has reached an extremely terrifying 1339 points, which is still not counting the doubling of talent and the blessing of equipment. Bai Yi's own output is actually quite terrifying. In order to prevent his choice phobia from reoccurring, Bai Yi simply chose the one with the most physical fitness for each part of the equipment. Bai Yi: again, I am not afraid of death. Among these pieces of equipment, the only special thing is the pendant that the last boss gave out. Gold level copy pendant. Spirit plus 380, can store a skill, can be grabbed randomly, or can be designated to copy. Starting from gold level equipment, equipment will have different characteristics, including additional skills. But this piece of equipment can store a skill. Seeing Bai Yi with this characteristic, he was also taken aback. Because the storage here is obviously to store a skill that Bai Yi cannot learn in this profession. Otherwise, there is no need to store it. Wouldn't it be more convenient to learn it directly? This is a very good ability. Moreover, Bai Yi can be replaced at any time, which is a panacea ability that allows Bai Yi to have unlimited possibilities. For example, Bai Yi can copy the rogue's stealth, or the mage's wide area AoE, and the priest's healing, and so on. Random fetch. Maybe you can use this piece of equipment to test the abilities of others. Thinking of this, Bai Yi thought of a person, maybe he could use this equipment to test him out. This piece of equipment is really good, used well, it may be more powerful than some diamond level equipment. Anyway, Bai Yi will definitely not sell it, and equip it directly. Used well, it will definitely work wonders. After changing the equipment, Bai Yi's panel is as follows. Professor Bai Yi. Occupation: Beast Master. Talent: S-level Beastmaster Heart, SSS level Unlimited Alienation, SSS level Beast Realm Unlimited. Level: LV 19 inches. Strength: 16 plus 16, 46. Physique: 19 plus 19, plus 560. Agility: 16 plus 16, plus 30. Spirit: 1339 plus 1339, plus 380. Skills: Beast Master Space, Taming, Sand Vortex Green, Vines Entangling Green. Summoned Beast: Silver Ranked Gold Eater Ant, Bronze Ranked Desert Giant Ant Queen. Equipment: Gold rank duplicate pendant. Comprehensive combat power. 215 stars. Even without counting summoned beasts, Bai Yi's own combat power has reached 83 stars, even surpassing Bone Boy in one fell swoop. Didn't expect that the first thug is actually myself. After finishing the equipment, Bai Yi continued to look at the props he had just obtained. This is a good thing. Replication realm, gold level, 1 time, you can copy a professional, owning 80% of the opponent's attributes, time limit is 5 minutes, limit less than 3 rotations. Below 3 turns. That is the highest duplication to LV60. This prop is also ridiculously strong, but it is a pity that it is a one-time use. But thinking about it, if it wasn't a one-off, it would probably be a Baijin level prop. Bai Yi said that he is very content. This prop has now become one of Bai Yi's whole cards, and the pendant just now is also one of his whole cards. Then there is only one skill book left. Vine Entangling, green, summons vines to entangle the enemy. The number of summoned vines depends on the mental value. Although it is a green skill, Bai Yi likes it as long as it depends on mental strength. Unexpectedly, the previous skill, Sandstone Vortex, is similar to Sand Waterfall Funeral. And now this one is similar to Birth of the Tree World. The green level, for the time being, doesn't look that strong, but Bai Yi's spiritual attributes are not covered. And Bai Yi knows that there are many props that can upgrade the skill level. Maybe one day, these 2 skills will really have the possibility of transformation. Learn directly. Next, sell all the equipment first, and buy some more if you have suitable materials. Get off at the familiar Darunhua directly. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Yi met the previous shopping guide. Seeing that the shopping guide led Bai Yi to the reception room, the manager of Darunhua said to the secretary next to him, Lao Lu has a good enthusiasm for work recently and he deserves praise. Turn out to be. After bidding farewell to Bai Yi last time, shopping guide Lao Lu has maintained extremely high work efficiency. I was afraid that if I was lazy, I would miss Bai Yi. In the past few days, he had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and today he finally looked forward to Bai Yi. And the manager of Darunhua also discovered that the recent old Lu really worked hard enough. He even joked, "What's the matter, Lao Lu, have a second child recently? Work so hard." The shopping guide old Lu thought of Bai Yi, and smiled mysteriously, "Don't tell me, I'm thinking about asking for more. Have a few more, anyway, as long as there is one for Bai Yi, or other professionals to fancy. Then he won't have to work so hard in the future." Bringing Bai Yi to the reception room, the shopping guide prepared very good tea at his own expense this time. After brewing, the tea smells overflowing. "Are you going to buy something or sell something this time?" Bai Yi didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out all the unnecessary equipment. As for the guardian suit that the principal of No. 3 middle school prepared for himself at the beginning, Bai Yi had no choice but to sell it. This set can be given to other juniors in the future. Seeing a total of 20 pieces of equipment on the table, the shopping guide's eyes lit up first, and after handing the tablet to Bai Yi, he quickly took out the identification equipment and started working. "Wait a moment, you can also have a sip of tea here, or see what you need." Bai Yi had just had a few sips of tea when the shopping guide had already calculated the price. Because each piece is a small best in silver level equipment, and its attributes are close to the full value of silver level equipment, the total price came directly to 2.4 million. Even the shopping guide who had calculated the price was trembling unconsciously. This is the biggest order he has taken so far. Even ordinary managers rarely receive such orders. But he didn't know that this was the reason why Bai Yi didn't plan to sell the materials he harvested this time. Bai Yi was also slightly taken aback when he heard the recovery price. "It's only been a few days since I changed jobs, I didn't expect that 1 million is not a big number in my opinion. If the materials received this time are sold together, the value is estimated to exceed 8 million. If you count the props and skill books, Bai Yi's harvest in the past few days has easily broken through tens of millions of levels." Sliding the tablet, Bai Yi is looking to see if there is any material suitable for Anti-Bone Boy or Queen Ant. "The main thing is that I still have a lot of stock, and the materials for this dungeon are quite suitable for them." Feeling that there is nothing suitable for the time being, Bai Yi is about to turn to the equipment column. As a result, at this moment, Bai Yi saw a gold-level material, Blade of the Great Sword Mantis. The moment Bai Yi saw this material, Bai Yi's first reaction was this thing, which seems to be quite suitable for the anti-bone boy. But it took Bai Yi the next second to react, and immediately pointed to the top and asked, "Big sword praying mantis. Do you sell this thing here?" Quote. This sentence made the shopping guide confused. Are you talking about this material? No, I'm asking this summoned beast, do you have the egg of the big sword mantis, summoned beast? Quote. In the past few days, in order to provide better service to Bai Yi, the shopping guide also supplemented information about various materials and equipment. However, the shopping guide has obviously never seen this blade of the big sword and praying mantis, so it must have just arrived in the morning. And the information has just been entered not long ago. The number of Blue Star's dungeon secret realms is increasing every moment, and different types of wild monsters appear every day. Not daring to deceive Bai Yi, the shopping guide told the truth. This should be the material that just arrived in the morning, and I have never heard of this wild monster before. I have never heard of this type of summoned beast. Seeing the slight disappointment on Bai Yi's face, the shopping guide immediately said, I can use the company's channels to help you find out the source of this material. Originally, Bai Yi planned to investigate slowly later. After all, Bai Yi also checked the news about Zerg wild monsters before. However, through normal channels, there is really not much information, and some of them seem unreliable. Didn't expect the shopping guide in front of me to come up with something like this. Inquiring through Darunhua's channel is obviously more reliable than inquiring about it myself. I didn't expect this shopping guide to be quite reliable. Bai Yi decided that when he came to Darunhua in the future, he would look for him. The money was not spent. Bai Yi directly turned to the column of gold-level equipment. Now, you can also prepare yourself a magic staff, and it's not a problem to always hold a crutch. After the level is limited, there are still a lot of gold-level staffs. At the gold level, equipment already possesses various magical properties. After flipping through it for a while, a staff appeared in Bai Yi's field of vision. Gold-grade Mithril Staff of Misfortune. Spirit plus 420. Continuous skills reduce mana consumption by 30%, equipment requires LV15. Now Bai Yi's two skills are used to control. This continuous skill, which reduces mana consumption, is very suitable for Bai Yi. The price of 1.1 million is completely acceptable and I bought it directly. Bai Yi felt that this piece of equipment should be able to accompany him for a long time in the future. By the way, I also bought the 300,000 worth of materials I just saw, gold-ranked sword mantis blade. At last, after seeing off the shopping guide with a smile brighter than flowers, Bai Yi left Darunhua with 1 million in his pocket. After Bai Yi left, the shopping guide immediately left the station he had been holding on for the past few days, and began to search for information about big sword praying mantis. Obviously this is a new dungeon, but Qingcheng doesn't seem to have a new dungeon recently, otherwise it will be notified. With the authority of the current shopping guide, it is impossible to find any relevant information. Just when he was at a loss, the manager of Darunhua found him. Obviously just now I was still praising Lao Lu for being diligent these few days. Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Old Lu, why are you so sad? Because everyone is not a professional. The manager knew that it was not easy for Lao Lu, so he didn't blame him at the first time. Seeing the manager, Lao Lu immediately thought of a way. My own authority is not enough, but the manager's is always okay, right? So I explained what just happened a little bit. However, in these words, Bai Yi's specific situation was deliberately not explained. After all, it was his shitty luck to meet Bai Yi. If Bai Yi, a client, was robbed by his boss, there would be no room for the shopping guide to cry. But Zhang is still old and hot, and the manager has already guessed a lot through just a few words of Lao Lu, so he looked at him strangely. You mean the boy just now, right? Seeing Lao Lu dumbfounded, the manager held the record of the large order he had just completed, and said with a serious face, the boy just changed his job a few days ago, and he has reached this level, and even bought LV15 equipment. This means that he will definitely become a big shot in Qingcheng in the future. Brother, let me solemnly remind you now, you must remember that this world is the world of professionals, so you must not neglect him or make him unhappy. Ah, The shopping guide originally thought that his client would be robbed by the manager, but he didn't expect the other party to say that. Seeing that the shopping guide is still in a daze, the manager said to the secretary at the side, "From now on, Lao Lu will be the lobby manager here, and his position is one level lower than mine. But increase his authority, just like me, so that those newcomers will learn from old Lu in the future." With the shopping guide looking confused, how could he be promoted like this? If the manager really wanted to steal his clients, he wouldn't even dare to fart. But unexpectedly, from the possibility of customers being robbed, to the current direct promotion and salary increase, and increased authority. Now, tears welled up on the shopping guide's face. In his life, the most correct decision he made was when he saw Bai Yi's potential. In fact, from the beginning to now, Bai Yi and himself have only had a very ordinary reception relationship. But Bai Yi has really affected the trajectory of his life. Wait, what are you thinking? The key is to help Bai Yi find out the origin of that big sword-praying mantis. This is a good opportunity to repay Bai Yi. Because the permission problem was solved, the shopping guide quickly found information about big sword-praying mantis. It's a pity that there is not much information on it, only the phone number of the professional when this material was recovered. The rest of the information is nothing. Then, in order to get the information Bai Yi wanted, the shopping guide mustered up the courage to call the other party. Actually, if it weren't for the manager's words, Bai Yi would definitely become a big shot in Qingcheng in the future. With the cautious character of the shopping guide, he would definitely not call the professional who sells materials. Because professionals who can sell materials of this level are not something he can provoke at all. Unfortunately, the other party did not answer the phone immediately. As for Bai Yi, seeing that the bearded master's phone rang, but he didn't seem to plan to answer it, he couldn't help but said, "Why don't you answer the phone?" Turn out to be, after Bai Yi left Darunhua, he happened to meet the bearded master again. But this time, it was the bearded master who took the initiative to stop in front of Bai Yi, ready to give Bai Yi a ride. The bearded master went on a long trip a few days ago, and he just came back today. After being busy, the bearded master likes to be a driver, listen to other people's complaints on the road, or spray other vehicles on the road by the way to relax. If you encounter a situation where the other party is dissatisfied, you can just stop the other party and have a physical argument with the other party. It can be regarded as one of his little bad tastes. But today, I happened to be at the entrance of Darunhua, and I saw Bai Yi at a glance, and was sent out by the shopping guide with a flattering face. This got him interested right away, because it reminded him of the matter of sending Bai Yi out of the city, and then carpooling back with Bai Yi and Sha Qingshe. In his opinion, Bai Yi is nothing special, but Sha Qingshe is a rare good seedling. Whether it was her temperament or her daring to go out of the city to kill monsters on the first day, one could tell that Sha Qingshe was extraordinary. And Bai Yi saw Sha Qingshe get in the car, and Bai Yi's performance when she got off the car. The bearded master who saw clearly from the rearview mirror concluded that Bai Yi must know each other. He just happened to be able to ask Bai Yi about Sha Qingshui's situation. If I can help Qingcheng University recruit a good seedling, I don't have to be arranged by Qingcheng University to go out to capture a new dungeon. Then, the bearded master stopped directly in front of Bai Yi. "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." Result, after Bai Yi saw him, he decided to take a taxi and pretended not to see him. Beard master. The bearded master didn't give Bai Yi a chance this time, and said directly, "Come on, this time it's free." Result, Bai Yi still ignored him, and opened the taxi platform on his own. The beard master met someone like Bai Yi for the first time. Didn't he just want to cheat Bai Yi for $1? As for it, unexpectedly, it was the first time in my life that I was rejected. It's fine if I'm a newcomer, but why are you a man? The bearded master really got into a fight with Bai Yi this time. "Hey, boy, didn't I just cheat you? If you meet me in the future, I will give you free." Finished speaking, it was only then that the bearded master remembered, "No, I didn't get caught in that one." Boom. As Bai Yi closed the car door, "I said earlier that it will be free in the future. Let's go to the old street in the city." Mustache master. Think of me as an ace mentor of Qingcheng University. There are not many people in Qingcheng who are my opponents, and today I fell into the hands of a newcomer. Forget it, I don't have the same knowledge as you, Anyway, driving a private car is my hobby. The big deal is that I don't go to the old street in the city to follow Darunhua in the future, wouldn't it be fine? As the car starts slowly, the bearded master finally couldn't help asking, "Boy, I'd like to ask you something. You should know the little girl who carpooled with you last time, right?" "Do not know. Bonnie. Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. Pull over." After a short silence, the bearded master's phone rang. Bai Yi subconsciously asked, "Why don't you answer the phone?" And the bearded master subconsciously replied, "Who knows if you will complain." Just finished speaking. The bearded master thought of it. No, this is not taking orders on the platform either. Scratching his head, the bearded master wondered what happened to him today. Could it be that he was exhausted from the strategy dungeon a few days ago, so he is so angry today? With my own identity, how could I get angry with a newcomer here? If you think about it carefully, it's really a bit unreasonable to ask a little girl's information like this. So the bearded master confessed, "Okay, let me tell you the truth, I am actually the tutor of Qingcheng University. The little girl from last time, I think she is a good candidate, so I want to recruit her to our Qingcheng University." Fearing that Bai Yi would not believe it, the bearded master took out his ID and handed it to Bai Yi. "Teacher of Qingcheng University, Tu Wuji. If you don't do well in the entrance examination, report my name when the time comes. For the sake of being a fellow from Qingcheng, I will open a back door for you." Bai Yi looked at the certificate. It has the unique enchanting pattern of Qingcheng University, it doesn't look like it can be faked. Seeing that Bai Yi had stopped talking, the bearded master finally showed a complacent expression on his face. Really, when a newcomer sees himself, the ace mentor of Qingcheng University, wouldn't he kneel down and surrender every minute? Thinking of me as a third-rank professional, I still can't handle you, a newcomer. Result. Bai Yi directly threw the ID back to the bearded master. "Teacher from Qingcheng University, come out to drive a private car. You can't do anything like that." Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. This remark, I directly told the bearded master to withstand it. What a coincidence. Kai. The car in front suddenly slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the bearded master had a quick reaction and immediately stepped on the brakes. The two cars almost had an intimate encounter. Originally speechless by Bai Yi's words, he had nowhere to vent. The bearded master directly opened the car window, poked his head and half of his body out, and a loud voice sounded, "Can you know how to drive? Did you learn your driver's license from a bumper car master? I don't know if this is the 7th car I changed this year." I don't know if it's because the bearded master's voice is too loud, or because his upper body is too strong. The other party walked away in a desperate manner, not daring to turn around and scold at all. After scolding, the bearded master also scolded Shu Tan. Turning around and explaining to Bai Yi, "You don't know, after staying in a dungeon for a long time, after you come out, you will suddenly be unable to distinguish reality from the dungeon. Take me driving a private car as an example. This is actually just a way for me to vent the negative emotions brought out from the copy. There are still many professionals who will also choose a side job to distinguish between upgrading and life. The biggest difference between professionals and ordinary people is nothing more than fighting, and fighting means killing. Prolonged killing will affect the mentality of a professional. Boy, you will know after you download a few more dungeons in the future. This is a lesson I gave you for free, no thanks." After hearing the beard master's words, Bai Yi also felt that it really made sense. I have stayed in the dungeon these days, although I have not participated in many battles. But at the moment when the dungeon came out, I still felt a little confused between the dungeon and reality, so I didn't care about anything at that time, and left the dungeon first. Compared with the busy traffic in the city, upgrading and fighting monsters is indeed too magical. But my job is still cool, I don't need to do it myself, just let the anti-bone boy bite the opponent. Thinking of this, Bai Yi said, "Her name is Sha Qingshe, she's from number 3 middle school, I'll tell you, just treat it as if you owe me a favor." Bai Yi didn't say too much. After all, if the bearded master really wanted to find him, in his capacity, it would only be a matter of time before he found Sha Qingshe. And the bearded master was speechless again. Why is this kid such a ghost? Is this also a debt of gratitude? Forget it, it is estimated that this kid will use favors to beg himself to help him enter Qingcheng University. When you enter Qingcheng University and come to my territory, let's see how I deal with you. But when it came to number 3 middle school, he remembered something. By the way, I heard that your resources have been changed to individual ones this year. It should be the day after tomorrow, and the ranking of all newcomers will be carried out, right? Where do you think Sha Qingshe you just mentioned can be ranked, and how much can you rank? What ranking? Why don't I know? Beard Master. Sure enough, this kid is not very talented, I'm sorry to say, so I pretend not to know here. Because that night, the principal of number 3 middle school and the grandma of the principal who appeared suddenly just greeted him and left directly. Plus Bai Yi didn't read the news in the group. As for Bai Yi's mentor, you can usually see Bai Yi sending messages in the group, so I only notified Sha Qingshe who doesn't like to read messages. Bai Yi entered the dungeon the next day and stayed there for more than 4 days. So Bai Yi really doesn't know what kind of individual distribution. After Bai Yi took out his mobile phone and looked at the announcements in the group, he realized what personal system is. But in the eyes of the bearded master, Bai Yi has a guilty conscience. But this is also normal. After all, it is not shameful to be embarrassed to reveal your achievements in front of yourself, the ace tutor of Qingcheng University. Compared to Bai Yi's grades, it was obvious that the bearded master still cared more about Sha Qingshui's grades. So he asked again, how is it? Do you know now? Then what number do you think Sha Qingshe can get? Top 3. Bai Yi still believed in Sha Qingshui's ability. Being able to enter this dungeon with me, I also witnessed the process of Sha Qingshe killing the bloody giant sword. In addition, Sha Qingshe is an SS level talent. Anyway, the first place must be his own, so Bai Yi said it to the point. And the bearded master didn't know the specific situation of Sha Qingshe, but after hearing Bai Yi's words, he must be the top 3. Obviously Sha Qingshui's talent is extraordinary. He also immediately affirmed himself, haha, I knew it, my vision can't be wrong. If I can really recruit Sha Qingshe, Qingcheng University will never question my teaching again. Turn out to be the word ace in Qingcheng University's ace tutor is what the bearded master prides himself on. Just because his teaching is too cruel. Every year, I managed to fool a few students to follow me, but in the end I scared them away. This also led to his unqualified performance every year. It was only in the past few days that I was arranged to go out to clean up the newly appeared dungeons. All the other instructors have to guide the students, only they have nothing to do. If you don't send yourself, who will you send? And the moment he saw Sha Qingshe for the first time, the bearded master felt. Sha Qingshe, who dared to go out to kill wild monsters as soon as she changed jobs, such a bloody student is the most suitable student for her. If I have students, I don't need to be sent abroad, I am very happy. Thinking of this, the bearded master's mood instantly brightened. Boy, if you fail your entrance exam, I will also open a back door for you and accept you into Qingcheng University. But when the time comes, if you can't keep up with my tutorials, then I might still fire you. Hey, if you are obedient enough, I will definitely not hide my secrets. After finishing speaking, the bearded master felt that he was really a genius. Even if Sha Qingshe rejected her, isn't there still a shield in front of her? There is this kid in front of me anyway, help me out. You will never have to be dispatched again. Pull over, I'm here. Boy, if you don't pass the entrance exam, remember to come to me. In Qingcheng University, I can still talk. By the way, what's your name? Bai Yi, remember you owe me a favor. Okay, I remember. Bearded Master, this favor is so easy to repay. When it is in my hands, I will let you know what cruelty is. Back at the residence, the principal of number 3 middle school still didn't come back. Bai Yi flipped through the chat history on the phone, scrolling all the way up. Oh, didn't expect Wei Zifeng to speak for himself. In the end, he was so angry that he even quit the group directly. Thinking of Wei Zifeng, Bai Yi called directly. Yo-yo, isn't this Bai Yi, young Master Bai? Why did you think of me? I'm rough, don't talk about martial arts, engage in sneak attacks. Die with me. Wait for me first, don't hang up, I'll kill it first, and it will be fine soon. Hearing the voice from the opposite side, Bai Yi's face twitched. Wei Zifeng, During the battle, didn't you forget to take the time to answer the phone? This guy has such a big heart. The angle of view came to Wei Zifeng. Wei Zifeng, who was just pouring potion with one hand and hacking at a giant bear with arms thicker than his waist with the other, was chopping vigorously. Suddenly, I heard an exclusive ringtone from the phone. Brother, give me a hug and tell me what's on your mind. Talk about your grievances and vicissitudes over the years. Brother, give me a hug, and shed tears if you have any tears. Flow into what has been buried deep in these years, sad and bitter. As soon as he heard it, Wei Zifeng knew it was Bai Yi calling. This ringtone, but he specially chose it for Bai Yi, saying that it can witness his friendship with Bai Yi. After Bai Yi knew about it, Bai Yi often disliked him. Wei Zifeng might not answer any other calls. But Bai Yi, my only friend, must answer this call. After pouring the little potion in one gulp, Wei Zifeng took out his mobile phone with his free hand. That's how we had the conversation just now. On Bai Yi's side, Wei Zifeng cursed convulsively, and at the same time he heard the sound of blood flying. Soon, Wei Zifeng panted heavily, "Hello. Dad's done it. Tell me what's going on, I'll ask someone to help you settle it in minutes." From Wei Zifeng's point of view, Bai Yi would not easily contact him. When you find yourself at this time, it is very likely that you need to ask yourself for help. At this time, Wei Zifeng was even trying to make up his mind, after helping Bai Yi settle the matter with Bai Yi every minute. Maybe the next time we meet, Bai Yi will hug his leg and thank him. Thinking of this, Wei Zifeng almost laughed out loud. However, Bai Yi just said very flatly, "It's nothing, I have a skill book here, which seems to be very suitable for you, may I ask if you want it?" Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Wei Zifeng. This plot is wrong. When Bai Yi sent the data of the passive skill, Bloodwater Drain Green, to Wei Zifeng, Wei Zifeng immediately patted his head. Yes, why didn't I think of it, still drinking potions here. In the past few days, Wei Zifeng drank hundreds of bottles of potion alone. My mouth is almost so full that I don't feel it, and now I don't feel like eating anything. Or Bai Yi understands himself and treats himself sincerely. With this passive skill, I no longer need to drink these potions. Thinking of this, Wei Zifeng wished he could go to Bai Yi now and get this skill. But thinking that I am a little far away from Qingcheng now, it will waste a lot of time going back and forth. Wei Zifeng simply asked, "Why don't I send you the location, and you help me bring the skills here? With this skill, I will take you flying directly. This time, the first and second rankings are definitely between the two of us." However, Bai Yi shook his head on the phone. "No need, I'm going to take a 2-day break to find some information." What Bai Yi said was from the bottom of his heart, but in Wei Zifeng's view, the taste of these words was not right. "Brother, you can't give up on yourself, have you forgotten our bet?" Now, in Wei Zifeng's view, the personal ranking is not as important as his bet with Bai Yi. Even if there are rewards for the individual competition this year, the bet with Bai Yi is not even a bet. You have to persevere, even if you lose to me in the end, it's not ashamed, and I don't want anything from you. You gave up so early, I am invincible. Could it be that your summoned beast died? You wait, I'll ask my housekeeper to send you a new summoned beast right away. How about a gold level 1? Use it first, and I'll change it for you later. Brother, you have to cheer up, it's okay to lose to me once. Listening to Wei Zifeng's words, Bai Yi's head was full of question marks. What is it all about? Thinking of this guy's brain circuit, it has always been so outrageous. He simply said, "You can find the time to get the skill book yourself, I don't have time to argue with you." After hanging up the phone, he sent him a screenshot of his level directly. Really? Wei Zifeng was silent for a moment, and then sent a sentence, "Well, I'd better ask the housekeeper to get it from you, and see you in 2 days." Yes, Wei Zifeng was silent. LV19. Unfortunately, I thought you gave up because you felt that you couldn't surpass me. It's only been a few days since I changed jobs. I have worked so hard, because I am too lazy to repair the silver level weapons, I have chopped up and scrapped 2 handles, and now it is only LV13. From LV13 to LV19, it is estimated that if I give myself another week, I will be able to reach it with great effort. Unfortunately, I thought you were a summoned beast and died accidentally. Co-authoring everything is my own passion. Thinking of this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Wei Zifeng's face. But soon, the housekeeper brought the skill book over. Now, Wei Zifeng immediately recovered from the embarrassment just now. Clap your hands together and learn the skills. Then find a giant wild monster that was difficult to deal with after drinking 2 bottles of potions. This time, Wei Zifeng didn't even need a bottle of potion, so he chopped the opponent into pieces. Even Wei Zifeng felt refreshed as he cut more and more vigorously. Stepping on the giant bear's corpse, Wei Zifeng felt that he made the right friend. This passive skill is simply tailor-made for himself. Compared with drinking potions with one hand, now that this hand is freed, there is no need to be distracted to find opportunities to drink potions. The speed of killing monsters has more than doubled. Blood-sucking matches one's talent. The lower the blood volume, the higher the damage and the faster the attack speed. It is simply a perpetual motion machine. Uncle Housekeeper, do you think I should give Bai Yi something? Then do you think there is any suitable gift for Bai Yi? Ah, I can't think of it for now, let's wait until I think of it. If you can't figure it out, you can still give him money. That won't work. Can giving gifts be the same as giving money? This skill is so suitable for me, so I have to find something suitable for Bai Yi. Wei Zifeng has never been short of money since he was a child, so in his opinion, money is the most vulgar thing. Sending Bai Yi money, isn't that equivalent to spending money to buy the skills that Bai Yi gave to oneself? How could my friendship with Bai Yi be tarnished with such vulgar things? But what good thing can be worthy of Bai Yi? Thinking of good things, Wei Zifeng thought of the treasure house of his father, the Lord of Qingcheng. Uncle Housekeeper, I'll go to Dad's treasure house in 2 days, can't you keep it secret for me? No, your father said that you are not allowed to learn the skills of Bao Kuri before the entrance examination. It is said to be a treasure house, but in fact the skill book is the most stored in it. I have to mention here, it's obviously just a green skill book, worth several million, but why does it make Wei Zifeng so grateful to Bai Yi? Wei Zifeng can also buy it himself. The main reason is that skill books are far more precious than equipment, and there are very few skill books on the market. This is also related to the unlimited learning skills of every professional. Equipment is not consumable, it can be repaired and replaced. Skill books are one-time items. In addition, the drop rate of the skill book is relatively low, which is why the green skill book can be sold at a price much higher than that of gold level equipment. Some people may ask, according to this, how can we learn good skills? Isn't it all monopolized by the big forces? Of course not, there is still a university here. Going to college is the easiest way for you to break the gap with the big forces and break the barriers of class. The upper limit of the university determines the upper limit of your learning skills. This is why everyone squeezes their heads and wants to go to a good university. In fact, the period before the entrance examination is for everyone to have a deeper understanding of their professional characteristics. Premature reliance on skills is not good. If the butler hadn't known in advance, the skill book Bai Yi sent was a passive skill. Otherwise, they would not agree to let Wei Zifeng study. It's okay, I promise I won't learn it, I just plan to pick one for Bai Yi. The harvest of the dungeon has been counted. The next step is to continue to strengthen the anti-bone boy and the queen ant. Regardless of the materials produced by the boss, there are a total of 101 copies of Silver Rank Scarlet Sword Heart. The wild monster, blood-colored great sword, at that time had a strong and tough sword body as a whole. It is very suitable, used to alienate the anti-bone boy. Although Anti-Bone Boy has already tried gold-level materials, but these 101 copies of the same silver-level materials should also be a good choice. And this is the first time that Bai Yi has invested more than 100 parts of the material. Compared with about 10 copies, gold-level materials with different attributes. Bai Yi must have chosen to use this enhancement. Unlock talent, unlimited alienation. Put the Anti-Bone Boy on the left, and then put the 101 materials into the material column on the right. Hint: do you want to perform infinite alienation? Wait, since he chose materials with the same attributes, Bai Yi thought for a while, and put in the material, Silver Rank Blood King Sword Heart, produced by this boss. Choose yes. Reminder: in the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Evolved into a mountain-moving ant, greatly strengthening the overall strength. B. Evolve into a space-eating ant, which greatly enhances the ability to devour. C. Evolve into an ant that greatly increases its destructive power. Oh, unexpectedly, this time of alienation, a new option appeared again. This time, it turned out to be necessary to choose the type after evolution. This made Bai Yi react immediately. It seems that after this strengthening, the anti-bone boy will enter the gold level. It's just that for this option, it only gave Bai Yi the name, and did not explain the specific attributes and characteristics after the enhancement. It is difficult to judge by the name alone. Fortunately, I gave Bai Yi popular science about the main added abilities. The first one is to strengthen the overall strength, and the name is the mountain-moving ant. Bai Yi guessed that it is definitely impossible to move mountains with real strength. Could it also strengthen the endurance? It seems to be very in line with the evolutionary route Bai Yi planned for Anti-Bone Boy at the beginning, adding points for the main force. And the second is to strengthen the devouring ability of Anti-Bone Boy. This Bai Yi is more confused. What is the use of devouring? Could it be said that devouring things can strengthen oneself? Otherwise, it's just a matter of eating, or returning blood, and it's not worthy of the word, biting empty. Simple understanding. Even space can be devoured. Certainly not reasonable. Or, no matter how hard something is, Anti-Bone Boy can eat it and digest it slowly. No matter how Bai Yi looked at it, he didn't seem to be able to figure out what this space-eating ant meant. The third option, Exterminator, greatly increases destructive power. Destructive power. To be honest, Bai Yi has always felt that Anti-Bone Boy only relies on his ability to bite. In terms of lethality, it is really average, that is, the offensive method is quite single. No matter how big the jaws look, they are compared with other insects. In reality, they are only the size of a pair of scissors. For example, when Anti-Bone Boy swung the Bloody King's sword in his mouth and slashed at other bloody giant swords. The obvious lethality, the range of damage and so on, are much stronger than its own bite. Bai Yi even wondered for a while, wouldn't Anti-Bone Boys also wear equipment in the future? Should it be equipped with a long sword? How do you think about this picture? How weird. As I said before, this world is not a turn-based game. You level A, I level A. You put a skill, I put a skill, and finally judge the outcome based on the blood consumption. Anti-Bone Boy obviously has the power to crush the opponent, but the lethality can only rely on its two jaws, which is obviously not enough. It can also be understood here that the Anti-Bone Boy is too small. Obviously Anti-Bone Boy has the strength to bite off the opponent's head with one bite, but he can only bite off the opponent's leg. A leg in this world can be cured with a little extra cost, and it is not fatal at all. The mountain-moving ants should be more focused on the strength of the whole, and the space-eating ants should be more focused on the ability to devour. So, Bai Yi directly chose option Circa. It seems that at the beginning, Bai Yi's thinking was one-sided, thinking that it would be enough to simply increase the attribute of strength. Obviously, the power attribute cannot represent everything. Come on, let me see what the destroyer ant is. Hint, the selection is successful, and alienation is in progress. The alienation time this time is longer than before. After a few minutes, hint, the alienation is successful. Silver ranked gold eating ant, gold ranked destroyer ant. Hint, alienation is successful. Strength plus 2600, constitution plus 800, agility plus 80, spirit plus 30, penetration plus 120, armor penetration plus 80. Hint, obtain skills, destruction purple and breaking army purple. Quote, destruction purple passive skill, the damage caused, with 30% real damage, cannot be recovered through treatment after being disabled. Broken army purple active skill, after activation, body size increases by 100,000%, no consumption and no cooldown. The detailed properties are as follows. Summoned beast, gold rank destroyer ant. Level, mature stage, remaining lifespan is 12 years. Power, 3723 plus 3723. Physique, 1146 plus 1146. Agility, 186 plus 186. Spirit, 90 plus 90. Special attributes, Penetration plus 200, Armor Penetration plus 100. Skills. Giant Power green, Smashing and Bite green, Devouring blue, Destruction purple, Army Breaker purple. Comprehensive Combat Power. 308 stars. I go. Bai Yi didn't expect that Anti-Bone Boy's combat power would directly increase to 308 stars. Becoming a gold-level destroyer ant, apart from the change in attributes, the most important thing for Anti-Bone Boy is to acquire 2 skills. And it's all purple. Bai Yi has never seen purple skills until now. Among them, one is a passive skill and the other is an active skill. The passive, Shattering, can cause real damage, but this is not the key. After being disabled, it is impossible to recover through medical treatment. This is a bit scary. When Bai Yi's opponent, according to the inertial thinking, thought that it was no big deal to lose his limbs. As a result, I went back for treatment and found that it was useless, and my hands and feet could not recover. Wasn't that dumbfounded on the spot? This ability will definitely leave an indelible psychological shadow on Bai Yi's opponents in the future. The other is to actively break the army, and the body size is enlarged by 1,000 times. Can it be understood that the length, width and height are magnified by 10 times? Bai Yi couldn't imagine how intimidating his knee-high boy would be after being magnified so many times. The most important thing is that it can be zoomed in and out at any time, because there is no consumption or skill cooling at all. Bai Yi could probably guess that the mountain-moving ants must have been this big all along. This is also linked to the staying power of Bai Yi's guess. But it has been kept so big, obviously not suddenly transformed into such a big, and it has an effect. Fortunately, Bai Yi didn't choose A. The Anti-Bone Boy who has completed the advanced level again has a faint layer of purple all over his body. The inner side of the 2 jaws has changed from the original arc shape to a wrinkle, which resembles a lightning bolt. If you look closely, you can see that it is covered with sharp sawtooth. Originally, the Anti-Bone Boy looked quite simple and honest, but now he has a hint of ferocity. It seems that the style of painting has changed from Saitama to Jotaro Kujo. For this result, Bai Yi expressed his satisfaction. Continue to strike while the iron is hot. Put the queen ant in the left side. On the right side, put 328 copies of Silver Rank Vine Essence, and the boss's Silver Rank Vine Ancient Tree Essence. Needless to say, this kind of wild monster has a strong vitality. Just right for a queen ant. Reminder: in the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Evolve into a wasteland ant queen, mainly to strengthen basic skills and enhance the combat power of offspring. B. Evolve into an army ant queen, mainly to strengthen attributes and increase reproduction speed. This time, there are only 2 options. And Bai Yi will also face the problem of the century. Because the queen ant already has the skill, gathering sand into a tower green, the more offspring there are, the higher the fighting power will be. Option B. The faster the reproduction speed, logically speaking, it is more suitable for this skill. But A's reproduction speed is not good, but it can increase the combat power of its offspring. In the end, is it more expensive to use soldiers than elites, or is it quantity? In the end, Bai Yi chose A. It's just because Bai Yi has seen in the past few days that the desert giant ants that were bred normally by the queen's ants are too powerful, only 6 stars. Even in the future, if the number is large, it will theoretically have extremely strong destructive power. But itself is too fragile. It can be said that there has been a gap like cloud and mud between him and Fan Gutsi. Relying on quantity seems to be irreparable. Thinking about it, if this bug is so easy to be blocked by Bai Yi, then the game is too simple. Lie down at home and let it grow, it will be fine. Therefore, Bai Yi chose option A this time. Fortunately, option A can also strengthen the basic skills, and the skill of reproduction has also been improved. Next, for the alienation of the queen, Bai Yi will give priority to strengthening the option of the queen's offspring. With this strengthening, the ant queen has also directly reached the gold level. Hint: the alienation is successful. Bronze ranked desert giant ant queen, gold ranked wasteland ant queen. Hint: alienation is successful. Strength plus 160, constitution plus 2800, agility plus 60, spirit plus 60. Hint: bite and smash green, reproduce green, cultivate blue, acquire skills, dedicate purple. Nurture blue 9 wasteland ant eggs can be produced every day. Consecration purple abandon part of the combat power and fully strengthen the offspring. The offspring will have 30% of the attributes of the queen. Summoned beast. Gold rank wasteland ant queen. Level. Mature stage. Remaining lifespan is 28 years. Strength. 358 plus 358. Physique. 3212 plus 3212. Agility. 96 plus 96. Spirit. 86 plus 86. Skills. Crush green, cultivate blue, gather sand into a tower green, consecrate purple. Comprehensive combat power. 180 stars. From this moment on, although the Queen Ant's combat power was at the same gold level as Anti-Bone Boy, it was obviously much lower than Anti-Bone Boy. But with the skill, Consecration purple. Now every day, Bai Yi will harvest 9 wasteland ants with 60-star combat power. From 6 stars before strengthening to 60 stars after strengthening, this combat power has been turned upside down. This combat power is definitely enough for ordinary students to look up to. It is estimated that just one wasteland ant can easily allow Bai Yi to be admitted to the top 10 universities in Longguo. Bai Yi is also very satisfied with this alienation of the Queen Ant. In the next 2 days, Bai Yi didn't download any more dungeons, but instead searched for information about other Zerg wild monsters. However, it has been confirmed by many sources that the sources of the news are not reliable. Until this day, the shopping guide of RT Runhua called. It is said that they have found the source of Blade of the Great Sword Mantis. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe. Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, All People, Beast Master, Unlimited Dissimilation Zerg Scourge. Chapter 41. Bai Yi was quite surprised when he heard the shopping guide's words. I searched the internet for a long time, but I couldn't find anything reliable. Didn't expect that a shopping guide from Darunhua could help me. Unexpectedly, even the summoned egg of Big Sword Mantis was obtained. Turn out to be, the previous material was sold by the Bearded Master. And the shopping guide that day, after calling the Bearded Master for the first time but not answering. In order not to leave a bad impression on the other party. The next day, I called the Bearded Master again. This time the shopping guide also immediately declared the situation. Hello, I am the lobby manager of Darunhua. You can call me Xiao Lu. I'm calling you this time to ask you where you got the material, Blade of the Big Sword Mantis, that you sell. Quote. For this information, you can make a price. For this kind of situation, the Bearded Master has also encountered it before. Generally, information about various dungeons needs to be purchased with money. This is also the most commonly traded thing among professionals. It is definitely impossible to go whoring for nothing online. Just like the group of 4 at the beginning, they knew that the boss of the LV-15 dungeon could issue a skill book, but they didn't tell anyone else. This is why Bai Yi has been prostitution online, but has never found any useful information. Okay, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow, when I pass by. In this regard, the shopping guide also agreed with joy. For this kind of information, the Bearded Master doesn't make money for nothing. Besides, he happened to have a summoned beast egg in his hand, which was originally intended to be roasted and eaten, but he forgot about it later. Now think about the appearance of that wild monster. Well, let's sell it by the way. It just so happens that I have changed a lot of cars this year, and I don't have enough money. Time soon came to the next day. After seeing the shopping guide, the Bearded Master felt that this person looked so familiar. But I just thought it was because I came more times, maybe I had an impression, so I didn't think much about it. Therefore, the Bearded Master directly said boldly, information, a copy of LV-40, the market price is about 200,000, accept it and trade. And I just happen to have a summoned beast's egg here. It doesn't look very tasty, so I'll sell it to you. After speaking, he threw the summoned beast on the table. The egg was summoned and rolled on the table several times. The shopping guide was so scared that he hurriedly held it down. Hearing the words of the Bearded Master, the shopping guide's face was already full of smiles, but the corners of his mouth almost went to the back of his head. Originally, he just wanted to help Bai Yi find out the news, but he didn't expect that the other party just happened to have the summoned beast egg that Bai Yi wanted. It's just that the Bearded Master's random movements almost scared him to pee. If it breaks, how can I explain it to Bai Yi? Okay, I'll help you identify it right away. Now it is confirmed that it is indeed the summoned egg of the big sword mantis that Bai Yi said at the time. The shopping guide couldn't wait to call Bai Yi immediately. But thinking that he had to protect the customer's information, he forcibly resisted the urge. We can give you 2.2 million for this summoned egg of yours, do you think it is acceptable? The shopping guide said it carefully, for fear that the bearded master would not sell it. Okay, then the total is 2.4 million, just transfer it to my account. Seeing the money in the account, the bearded master nodded in satisfaction. That's right, now I have the money to buy a car in the second half of the year. After the bearded master left, the shopping guide called Bai Yi. When Bai Yi got here, he realized that all this information was bought with money. No wonder I searched the internet for so long and found nothing. But now there is only 1 million in my account. These two things need 2.2 million, what should I do? Here, the shopping guide deliberately did not earn Bai Yi's money, and even did not receive Bai Yi's information money. But they won't lose money in Darunhua, after all, information can still be sold. Perhaps seeing Bai Yi's hesitation, the shopping guide immediately guessed that Bai Yi might not have enough money. After all, after receiving Bai Yi last time, Bai Yi never came again. Apparently, Bai Yi didn't download another copy during this time. So what should I do now? How can we not let Bai Yi lose face, but also give Bai Yi a good impression, and get this done? At this moment, the brain of the shopping guide ushered in the first brainstorm. Bai Yi looked at his backpack. There is also the cane that I have been reluctant to sell, and the guardian suit given by the principal of the 3rd middle school. There is also a giant sword, which I forgot to sell. Bai Yi also took out the silver rank Bloody King's great sword. This giant sword is also a small best, do you see how much this is worth? The shopping guide immediately appraised, we can sell this item to 200,000 yuan. So much worse. Until then, Bai Yi never thought about using the money from the principal of number 3 middle school. After all, I am considered independent now, so how could I spend money from my elders? Besides, in Bai Yi's impression, the account of the principal of the 3rd middle school is not enough. Ask Wei Zifang for a loan. Forget it, if Wei Zifang is given this chance, he might be pestering him for a long time. Thinking about it, Bai Yi suddenly realized that the bearded master seemed to owe him a favor. But I won't go to Qingcheng University at all, and I probably won't meet him in the future. After finding the number that he had taken a taxi from before, Bai Yi dialed it directly. Hello, I'm at your location, I didn't see you. I'm Bai Yi. Bai Yi, oh, it's you, why did you remember to call me? Want to enter Qingcheng University? Let me ask, how much is the favor you owe me worth? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. This question was directly confused by the bearded master. How much is your favor worth? As myself, the ace tutor of Qingcheng University, wouldn't it be worth a minimum of 18 million? But the words came to his lips, what are you going to do? Weixin transferred 3 million yuan, and the two will be settled in the future. Mustache master. The bearded master who finished the transfer always felt that something was wrong. The favor I owed was settled with only 3 million yuan, why is it inexplicably a little unhappy? This Bai Yi, don't you mean looking down on yourself? Afraid of breaking your word? Hiss, it doesn't seem right. The bearded master couldn't figure out what was going on with Bai Yi for a while, and he even forgot about the customer. This Santee, it's fine to cancel the order, and you dare to give me a bad review. Bai Yi's sighed. The shopping guide listened to Bai Yi's voice on the other end of the phone. Why did he seem to have known each other? Fortunately, Bai Yi finally got the money. But it also made Bai Yi use a favor. Although one word, let the other party spend 3 million for Bai Yi. But after all, it was me who didn't agree on the price in advance, which made Bai Yi take such an extra step. So the shopping guide said guiltily, it's all my fault. I didn't negotiate the price with you in advance. For this transaction, I will help you apply for a 20% discount. I hope you don't take it to heart. At last, Bai Yi only spent 1.76 million to buy this gold-level summoned egg. Seeing Bai Yi leaving satisfied, the shopping guide let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is this the difference between professionals and normal people? A random favor is worth 3 million. At this time, the manager of Darunhua saw this scene again. What's the matter, old Lu, the sweat on this side? After telling what happened just now, the manager didn't blame Lao Lu at all, and even said, you did a good job, just remember to be more careful next time. For this discount, you just need to report it normally, and I'll tell the accountant. Shopping guide. Originally, I planned to fill the hole with my own money. The big deal is that this year's salary is posted in it. Anyway, compared with my own promotion and salary increase, the few 100,000 less is still acceptable. But unexpectedly, a word from the manager helped him solve this problem. It seems that I still underestimated the determination of the upper echelons of Darunhua to befriend a talented professional. Fortunately, Bai Yi's temper is better than he imagined. That's all. Bai Yi happily returned to his residence, and took out the newly obtained summoned beast egg. The method of taming summoned beast eggs will be a little different. Following Bai Yi's taming, a mysterious formation wrapped the summoned beast egg in front of him. Then Bai Yi cut his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on the summoned beast egg. Kacha. With the sound of eggshells breaking, a praying mantis the size of an adult teddy appeared in front of Bai Yi. The color of khaki, coupled with two forelimbs that look like sickles, is like an enlarged version of the dead leaf praying mantis. This guy is only in his infancy, and he's even older than Anti-Bone Boy without his transformation. In short, it's not easy to mess with at first glance. But Bai Yi is too lazy to check the attributes now. Directly activated the talent. The cub of the big sword mantis was placed on the left, and the gold-grade magic mirror fragment was placed on the right, which has not been used. At that time, he was in a hurry to leave the dungeon, and after hastily disassembling it, Bai Yi didn't even have time to check it. However, Bai Yi feels that this material is definitely not suitable for Anti-Bone Boy and Queen Ant. So keep it. Correct. And the open corner bracket gold class mantis blade close corner bracket that I bought later, let's put it in 2. Reminder. In the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Strengthen the forelimbs and acquire the skill, split blue. Quote. B. Strengthen the hidden ability and acquire the skill, mirror flower and water moon, blue. Quote. C. Gain water attributes and strengthen all basic skills. Because there is no promotion, the way of alienation is similar to the initial situation. Option A is obviously the enhancement brought by the blade of the big sword mantis. Option B is the characteristic of magic mirror fragments. As for the last item, attributes are given, but unfortunately the water attribute is obviously a bit incompatible with the Zerg. For this summoned beast, Bai Yi already had his own ideas. The praying mantis is the top predator of insects. What he is best at is patience and the ability to kill with one hit. Contained by its double pincers, few prey can escape. Even Bai Yi has seen a video of a praying mantis preying on birds. If it is said that Anti-Bone Boy is a powerful melee class, the praying mantis in front of him, Bai Yi intends to train it to be a top hunter, that is, an assassin. Option A, strengthening its forelimbs, brings the skill, split, which seems to be more inclined to face the battle. It is also more suitable for the word, Dao, in the name. But Bai Yi didn't want to get another summoned beast with a hard front. Flowers in the mirror and moon in the water, in option B reminded Bai Yi of the special ability of the gold level boss at that time. It is estimated that the high probability is still related to replication. Moreover, the stealth ability has been strengthened, which is more in line with Bai Yi's vision of an assassin. See, just rule it out. No matter how you look at the water attribute, it doesn't matter much. In the end, Bai Yi chose option B. Hint: alienation is successful. Strength plus 120, Constitution plus 80, Agility plus 1600, Spirit plus 60, Skill Stealth green and Stealth blue. Get the skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon blue. Quote. Concealment blue. It can be integrated into the environment, greatly reducing the sense of presence, and maximizing ability when stationary. Mirror Flower Water Moon blue. Create a clone with 80% of its own attributes for 30 seconds. Reminder: the big knife praying mantis has entered the growth stage and unlocked the skill, Clamp blue. Quote. Pinch blue. After the double pincers capture the prey, the strength does not exceed 50% of its own, and it cannot break free. It turns out that stealth is a skill. It seems that Bai Yi misunderstood it. Although the effect may not be as good as stealth, but this is a non-consumable skill, and the upper limit in the future will definitely be higher than stealth. Good. This has entered the growth period. At least the bug that the Zerg grows fast is still stuck by Bai Yi. Entering the growth stage, a skill, Clamp Blue, is also unlocked. That's Mantis. View properties. Summoned Beast. Gold ranked Sword Mantis. Level. Growth stage. Remaining lifespan is 12 years. Power. 620 plus 620. Physique. 550 plus 550. Agility. 1930 plus 1930. Spirit. 140 plus 140. Skills. Gnawing Green, Stealth Blue, Clamping Blue, Mirroring the Moon Blue. Comprehensive Combat Power. 154 stars. This is still the growth period. Before reaching maturity, the combat power is already close to that of the Queen Ant. Pretty good, kind of like a futuristic apex predator. Put it into the Beast Master space to cultivate and accelerate its growth. The next day, in the twinkling of an eye, it was time to announce the individual results. The personal ranking this time. It was originally Lao Wang's method to get close to Sha Qingshe. So it is definitely necessary to pay attention to the face of the card, and to highlight one's intentions as much as possible. Originally, the principals of the major middle schools planned to report uniform data in their respective colleges. Through live broadcast, fairness and justice are guaranteed. But in this case, how could Lao Wang get close to Sha Qingshe on the spot? Lao Wang can't always say, I like the third middle school, so I will go to the third middle school to supervise, right? Besides, if people are not here, what if someone makes a fake? Isn't my busy work in vain? If you are present, you can directly expose those fakers on the spot and put an end to this situation. So, this time, the ranking directly arranged all the newcomers in Qingcheng to the largest square in Qingcheng. At the same time, Lao Wang also tried his best, and even invited one of Qingcheng's security guards. And the rhetoric is for the safety of all the students. Coupled with the live broadcast in Qingcheng, as well as the sponsorship of various big chambers of commerce, there happened to be a banner of Durunhua. Anyway, Pharaoh has done his best to make the whole formation even bigger. On the square, Lao Wang, who was sitting in the middle of the stage, cleared his throat, fearing that Sha Qingshe would not remember him, so he deliberately introduced himself again. Then, he took all the credit for himself. Presumably everyone should know me, as the person in charge of Qingcheng Transfer Temple. This brand new individual ranking is what I fight for everyone. The purpose is to allow everyone to allocate resources more reasonably. Speaking of this, in fact, the students below who are already less talented are dissatisfied. It turned out that it was this fool who did it. I'm really convinced. Yeah, what should I change properly? It has been delayed for so many days, isn't this a waste of our time? With Lao Wang's strength, he could hear these words clearly. But he didn't care about the cursing of these newbies. In order to establish a relationship with Sha Qingshe, he spent so much energy and financial resources. Where will it be changed because of some remarks made by the garbage among these professionals? For the sake of the fairness and transparency of this ranking, we have temporarily rented this venue from the job-changing temple. And I personally also sponsored an additional piece of dark gold level material for the first-ranked student as a reward. It's just a meeting with a few principals. How can it be effective to say your sponsorship in front of all the newcomers? All the old Wangs at that time deliberately kept this matter quiet in advance, and left it to speak out by themselves now. Not to mention giving Sha Qingshe a heavier impression, it can also reduce some unnecessary unexpected factors. After all, if there are any students with backgrounds, they must take the first place. In order to obtain dark gold level materials, it is not impossible to pay a little more. And the result was as he wished. At the beginning, I only told us that there were extra rewards, but I didn't expect the level to be so high. I'll go, if I didn't say it was a dark gold level, then I will work harder these few days. Dark gold level. The job-changing temple is so grand this time. Haha, dark gold grade material. Then I will accept it. Feeling that because of my own words, the atmosphere immediately heated up. Lao Wang didn't ink, and couldn't let the enthusiasm fade away. Okay, let's start counting. In order to be more fair, this ranking calculates the sum of talent, level, combat power, and the 3 data. Talent is calculated according to the attribute points added by the upgrade, SS level 20 points, S level 10 points, and so on. Then add it directly to the value of level and combat power, and use it as the final result to rank. From number 1 middle school, everyone's grades were collected by the tutor and read aloud on the spot. In order to give Sha Qingshe an absolutely unforgettable impression, Lao Wang wanted to. This is a set of methods. First, maximize the effect of Sha Qingshui's SS talent. In this way, there are only 1 or 2 who can threaten Sha Qingshe. Speaking of the results on the spot, no one would dare to commit crimes against the wind. In addition, the results are announced on the spot, compared with other people's results, and everyone's admiration is enjoyed. After this set of tricks, it is absolutely impossible for Sha Qingshe to forget. Everyone be quiet, start now. With the blessing of strength, the instructors can make everyone hear clearly. Number 1 middle school, Zhang Da, B-level talent, LV8, 9-star combat power, with a total of 21 points, temporarily ranked first. No. 1 middle school, Wang Peng, A-level talent, LV9, 13-star combat power, with a total of 27 points, temporarily ranking first. Under Lao Wang's deliberate arrangement, they specially asked them to emphasize who is the current number 1. The efficiency of the instructor is very fast, and it will be the turn of the outstanding one in a while. Number 1 middle school, Xu Shan, SS level talent, LV13, 49 stars in combat power, with a total of 82 points, temporarily ranking first. Speaking of this, the tutor at number 1 middle school also deliberately raised his tone. It seems to tell everyone that this is a student I have trained, with a proud face. This time, it pushed everyone's atmosphere up another level. All go, a total of 82 points. Isn't this too scary? 49-star combat power. Didn't you just go to this university? It's too exaggerated. I only have 20 points, not even a quarter of others. And it's not over yet. The teacher's voice raised again. No. 1 middle school, Zhang Lu, SS level talent, LV14, combat power 52 stars, a total of 86 stars, temporarily ranked first. I'm rough, there's even a higher one. With a combat power of 52 stars, I feel that if I give me a year, I won't be able to keep up. Is this someone out there? I'm numb. Xu Shan, who was at the SS level, looked at the proud Zhang Lu at this time, and shook her head helplessly. I didn't expect to lose, but it's okay, at least the first place this time will stay in number 1 middle school. At this time, apart from Zhang Lu, I am most proud of this mentor. As a mentor, he alone has cultivated 2 top talents. What could be more proud of him? The instructors of other classes on the side also showed envious expressions. The other mentors who were close even stepped forward to congratulate this mentor. Old Li, your class is famous this time, congratulations. Your class next year, I'm afraid you will have to squeeze your head to get in. Seeing their appearance, it seems that the first place has been determined. At this time, from the direction of Sanjiang, Wei Zifeng's voice rang in everyone's ears. Hey, number 1 middle school, speed up, what about ink marks? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. As I said before, Wei Zifeng was persuaded to quit by the number 1 high school before being taken over by the number 3 high school. This also caused Wei Zifeng to dislike the people in number 1 middle school. Wei Zifeng's voice directly confused the people in number 1 middle school. Especially the one who was smiling just now. The mentor who accepted everyone's compliments, happened to be the one who brought Wei Zifeng back. Now, the whole face is like eating a matcha Oreo and ended up eating a mouthful of wasabi. He dared not attack Wei Zifeng directly. He had no choice but to look at Lao Wang on the stage, wanting to find a backer. Wang Priest, a student who interferes with order like this and has no respect for his elders, should we cancel his grades? Wei Zifeng didn't want to give up. I just want you to hurry up. Don't ink, what's wrong with me? There are so many people waiting behind, to see you acting here. TCH, make it sound like I care about your genichi. Anyway, in Wei Zifeng's heart, who can compare with Bai Yi? 2 days ago, Bai Yi was LV19, and before that, he showed himself a screenshot of the 78-star comprehensive combat power. With this and the S-level talent, surpassing the first place is the same as playing. First of all, it's not my turn anyway. Seeing that Lao Wang ignored him, the instructor could only look at the sitting principals. Look, principal, this kind of students should be kicked out. The other students all looked like they were watching a show. After all, they couldn't afford to offend Wei Zifeng. Unexpectedly, before my principal spoke, Lao Wang on the side spoke directly. Hurry up and continue, don't waste time. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Everyone didn't expect that the old Wang on the stage was so fair and strict. Not showing favoritism to each other. You know, according to common sense, in the minds of most people, this number 1 middle school Zhonglu has a high probability of being the number 1 in this year. As a result, the person in charge of the transfer temple on the stage was so upright. The instructors in the audience were naturally dumbfounded on the spot. Only the principal of number 1 middle school is more sensible. In his opinion, old Wang will definitely not cheat himself or number 1 middle school. So, this old Li, still think this is the site of number 1 middle school. Don't know if this is live. It's not easy for me to get close to Lao Wang, so you're still pulling it up here. Can't you celebrate after the final statistics are over? That's all. In the eyes of the principal of number 1 middle school, this tutor's career is almost like this. I was still dumbfounded seeing this mentor, and even more annoyed. Hurry up and continue, didn't you hear? Oh, okay. Yizhong. Soon, all the results of number 1 middle school were reported. Next is number 2 middle school, and in no 2 middle school, there was one that squeezed out Xu Shan's second place. With 84 points, he beat Xu Shan. You must know that he is still an S-level talent. In fact, his 59-star combat power and LV-15 level are both higher than the current number 1, but in terms of talent, there is a full 10 points difference. If the boss of the foursome was here, he would recognize it. Isn't this my new recruit? And such results. Although he didn't win the first place, the whole number 2 middle school still applauded for him. But he just stood quietly, without a trace of pride on his face. Because he knew that among the new recruits, there were 2 perverts. One is Xia Qingshe, who found her information by herself, and was able to break into the existence of that copy by herself. And the other one is equivalent to one-on-one singled out the strongest dungeon under one turn. Although he didn't know the person's name, he knew that he would be able to recognize him after a while when the person's grades appeared. Seeing him neither humble nor overbearing, old Wang on the stage did not forget to praise the principal of number 2 middle school. This little boy is a good seed. He said so, but in fact, Lao Wang was scared to death in his heart. Fortunately, this kid is not an SS-level talent, otherwise he might really threaten Xia Qingshe. But now it seems that Xia Qingshui's first priority should be stability. Comparing this with the one in number 2 middle school, it can be seen that the 2 in number 1 middle school are not considered talents at all. It shouldn't be able to threaten Xia Qingshe. Thinking of this, plus the fact that the 3rd middle school is next, the answer will be revealed soon. The corners of Lao Wang's mouth began to rise unconsciously. Even for a while, he had already thought about how he should get close to Xia Qingshe. Anyway, I had to show it, and I didn't know Xia Qingshui's identity at all. Then he pretended to cherish his talents and wanted to help Xia Qingshe, and left the other party's contact information to make a good impression on Xia Qingshe. This process has been rehearsed in his mind many times. 3. The 3rd middle school also began to proceed in an orderly manner. However, since Zhonglu in number 1 middle school, the words, temporary number 1, have never appeared again. Bai Yi suddenly noticed at this moment, why did Wei Zifeng suddenly run forward? Logically speaking, this is sorted by student number. Wei Zifeng's student number should be behind Bai Yi and Xia Qingshe. But Wei Zifeng had long guessed that all the students here must be inferior to Bai Yi, including himself. After Bai Yi's results appear, who will remember himself? I definitely can't miss the slap in the face of number 1 middle school. Anyway, this first place, I have already won it, and there is not much difference with Bai Yi, haha. The reason why Wei Zifeng is so sure is because he spent his life trying to upgrade in the past 2 days, but in the end it was only LV17. There is still a gap from Baiyi's LV19 2 days ago, which is not considered combat power. So Wei Zifeng changed places with the students in front of him early on. The student whose seats were exchanged was not angry at all when he saw that Wei Zifeng wanted to exchange seats with him. And when the instructor suddenly saw Wei Zifeng, he was also used to his playfulness. Shaking his head, he reported his grades helplessly. Number 3 Middle School, Wei Zifeng, S-level talent, LV17, 70 star power, a total of 97 points. After Wei Zifeng tugged on his sleeve, the instructor was stunned, temporarily ranked first. For a moment, the audience was silent. Hey, number 1 middle school students, why don't you bark? Didn't you have fun just now? Keep playing music and dance. The whole scene, after a brief silence, finally broke out the loudest discussion so far. Is there something wrong with my ears? What's the score? 97. LV17, plus 70 star power. Is this something newcomers can achieve? Cheating, definitely cheating. He must have bought a whole body of gold level equipment. How can this be called cheating? At least people can afford it. Besides, if you want to equip it, you must have a minimum of LV15. I love you, love me, is this the importance of having a good father? I asked Wei Zifeng why he was so crazy just now. So he was waiting to be slapped in the face here. The fire in this house is too bad, full of bad water. Now, the one with the ugliest face was, of course, the tutor from number 1 middle school. No matter when, only the first will be remembered. Unexpectedly, the mentor of the number 1 middle school who was still receiving congratulations from everyone just now fell down from the altar of the mentor. The one from number 2 middle school took the second place from his students, and he was already a little embarrassed by his low-level talent. And now, even the first place has been robbed. The most important thing is that Wei Zifeng was in number 1 middle school at the beginning, and he was the one who took care of him. Originally, my class actually produced 3 top talents in Qingcheng. But now, he was being ridiculed by the students he no longer wanted. This feeling, it's like seeing the beggar girlfriend that I abandoned at the beginning, and in a blink of an eye, I got rich, and then I was sitting in a luxury car, showing off in front of myself who was riding a bicycle. I still have nothing to do with her. The instructor has passed out, come here and heal. Sick, what are you throwing your healing skills at me for? Healing instructor. Seeing the panic below, Old Wang said in a low voice, shame. The headmaster of number 1 middle school was shaking with anger, and hurriedly asked someone to carry him out. Actually, after accepting the healing skills and the skills to get rid of negative states, the mentor of number 1 middle school has already woken up. But he felt that his face was lost, so he simply pretended to be in a coma. As for Wei Zifeng, why did he insist on holding on to them? In fact, this is also related to the ethos of one of them. Not only the principal of the number 1 middle school likes to make money, but also the tutor of the number 1 middle school. He didn't dare to imply that Wei Zifeng would pay tribute, but when he was accepting benefits from others, Wei Zifeng happened to bump into him. That's why Wei Zifeng was unhappy with them. Seeing Wei Zifeng slapping number 1 middle school, in fact, only Bai Yi knows why Wei Zifeng is so childish. And this involves Wei Zifeng's family situation. Someone must have wondered a long time ago, how could the son of the Lord of Qingcheng be such a dandy? Most importantly, the Lord of Qingcheng never cared. This is actually caused by the fact that the Lord of Qingcheng divorced Wei Zifeng's mother when Wei Zifeng was very young. Afterwards, the Lord of Qingcheng found Wei Zifeng a stepmother again, and gave Wei Zifeng another younger brother. Although Wei Zifeng was still young, he just didn't like his stepmother and younger brother, so he moved out of the house early. Coupled with the fact that the Lord of Qingcheng is relatively busy, it can be said that Wei Zifeng has been neglected since he was a child. And Wei Zifeng, who has no one to discipline him, likes to read comics since he was a child, and he is still the kind of passionate fan. That's why he carried a bit of jealousy. But from Bai Yi's point of view, this is Zhang Er. At that time, he saw the behavior of the tutor of number one middle school, and immediately reported it to the higher authorities. But the principal of number one middle school is like this himself, so he didn't dare to let Wei Zifeng stay any longer, so he had no choice but to send Wei Zifeng to number 3 middle school. Actually, if Wei Zifeng was the only son of the Lord of Qingcheng, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to invite Wei Zifeng out of the first middle school. Alright, seeing that his goal had been achieved, Wei Zifeng also shook his head bored, thinking that killing monsters was interesting. Signal your instructor to continue. Third middle school, Wang. As the process accelerated, she was getting closer and closer to Sha Qingshe. Lao Wang's heart beat faster. Why didn't I think that Wei Zifeng would come out halfway? But things have come to this, and we can only look forward to Sha Qingshe and the ability of the Sha family behind her. Plop puff. Old Wang felt that his heart was beating to the point of his throat. Finally, number 3 middle school, Sha Qingshe, SS level talent, LV18, combat power 76 stars, a total of 114 points. Temporary, number 1 for the time being. The instructor of the third middle school who said this sentence, for some reason, felt that he was under a lot of pressure. Maybe it's been mediocre for a long time, but this sudden surprise is inexplicably heavy. Because he knew that Wei Zifeng's and Sha Qingshui's grades had little to do with his teaching. This, perhaps, is self-knowledge. The feelings of the tutors of the third middle school and the tutors of the first middle school are completely different. He only suddenly accepted the feeling of a heavy burden. In the next few years, it would be embarrassing if my students did not get good grades. At this moment, there were 3 bursts of voices in succession from the stands. Good. 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 Your number 3 middle school is really lucky this year, and you have 2 good students. With 76-star combat power, last year's Qingcheng number 1 scholar should have achieved this. There is no one who said this except old Wang. Now Lao Wang finally let go of his hanging heart because of Wei Zifeng. As expected of the Sha family, this result is really outrageously strong. At this time, Pharaoh even wanted to take a time out. So that I have time to rehearse in a place where no one is around, how can I get close to Sha Qingshe and get a good impression more easily? But Sha Qingshui's last one was Bai Yi. For this ranking, the principal of number 3 middle school also showed up for the first time after disappearing for a week. Bai Yi saw the principal of number 3 middle school on the stage smiling at him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Bai Yi feels that the principal of number 3 middle school seems a little younger. Bai Yi showed off his panel. However, except for the name, level, S-level talent and overall combat power, the rest of the place has been hidden. This point can be manipulated by a professional. The instructor, who has experienced 2 consecutive heart beatings, seems to have a much higher tolerance this time. Said to himself, third middle school, Bai Yi, S-level talent, LV19, combat power 725 stars, a total of 754 points. Until the end of the reading, seeing everyone looking at me in unison. The instructor of number 3 middle school then rubbed his eyes vigorously, 7,754 points, temporarily ranked first. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Wait, no, why did the overall combat power suddenly increase? Now, the overall combat power is 801. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. How much? More than 700. It has temporarily increased by more than 70, and the combat power is 801. Just now I said that Wei Zifeng cheated. It seems that I underestimated the ability to cheat. It's fine if you say you cheated, how can you temporarily increase the price? Brother, cheating, you have to have a reasonable range, right? Do you have some common sense? Almost all the students were dumbfounded when they heard the words of the instructor of number 3 middle school. Only Wei Zifeng walked over silently and pinched his face hard. Hiss. After confirming that it was true, Wei Zifeng shouted immediately, I'm rough, I'm worthy of being my brother, your fighting power is invincible. Hearing Wei Zifeng's words, several tutors around surrounded him. Want to see how this is done? But every time a mentor passed by, there was one there in a daze. Seeing Bai Yi's surroundings, there are more and more instructors surrounding him, but none of them can prove that Bai Yi's combat power is fake. Don't say it's because the students around are in a hurry. Old Wang on the stage was the most anxious one. He also recognized Bai Yi. Isn't this the student he despised at the time? The combat power of 7 or 800 is higher than myself, how is it possible? Then, under the leadership of Lao Wang, almost all the principals on the stage also surrounded them. Let's see. Except for the principal of number 3 middle school, who still stayed where he was, waiting for news quietly, appearing very calm. Without anyone noticing, the figure of the principal's grandmother suddenly appeared behind the principal of number 3 middle school. How is it? Is my grandson not bad? Well, it's really not bad to be able to control so many summoned beasts. In the eyes of the mysterious headmaster's grandmother, Bai Yi's combat power is certainly achievable. This is where the profession of beast master is abnormal. In her opinion, Bai Yi must have used the account of the principal of number 3 middle school, that is, the 100 million transferred by herself, to buy a lot of powerful summoned beasts. This brought his comprehensive combat power to an unbelievable level. However, not all beast masters can do whatever they want with money. It also depends on the talent of the beast master, whether he can control so many summoned beasts. In her opinion, Bai Yi should have controlled several gold-level summoned beasts, and maybe even a Baijin-level summoned beast. Being able to do this before one turn really proves that Bai Yi's talent is not bad. One more point needs to be explained here. Before the combat power broke through 1,000 stars, if you use the combat power of summoned beasts like Bai Yi to pile up directly, you can indeed pile up. But a stack like Bai Yi's cannot break through 1,000 stars. In fact, Bai Yi still has 9 wasteland ants with 60-star combat power in the Beast Master space. But these will not add to Bai Yi's overall combat strength. Because these 9 wasteland ants have little effect on Bai Yi's current real combat power. It can even be said to be negligible. At least until Anti-Bone Boy's combat power exceeds 1,000, it will be difficult for Bai Yi's comprehensive combat power to break through 1,000. We'll be stuck at 999 stars for a while. Hearing what she said was not bad, the principal of number 3 middle school also showed a smile on his face. This feeling is even happier than when I was praised by the elders. Not to mention, in his impression, his wife didn't boast much. Seeing the grinning face of the principal of number 3 middle school, thinking of the situation in the past few days, the principal's grandmother became furious. No matter how talented he is, if he doesn't have my 100 million, he will be blind for nothing. Besides, you and I both know that combat power doesn't mean everything. If he doesn't get good grades in the entrance exam, I will help him rebuild these summoned beasts, do you believe it? The angle of view returns to old Wang. Lao Wang thought of Bai Yi, and by the way he thought of Bai Yi's profession. Depend on. How could I forget the bug profession of Beast Master? If Bai Yi really gets a few powerful summoned beasts, it's really not impossible, with such combat power. But what should I do? Did they all make a wedding dress for Bai Yi in the end? Squeezing in front of Bai Yi from the crowd, Lao Wang looked at Bai Yi's calm expression, and his old face became even more ugly. And the silent instructors around obviously also thought of the reason why Bai Yi can have such combat power. Correct. Old Wang suddenly asked Bai Yi, don't worry about your combat power, please explain to me why your combat power has temporarily increased. These words awakened the mentors around me. Yes. Even if Bai Yi really only used the characteristics of his profession to possess such terrifying combat power, he didn't cheat. But how can this combat power be temporarily changed? Bai Yi spread his hands. One of my summoned beasts has suddenly entered maturity. This is the truth. It's just such a coincidence that Dadao's eye has just suddenly entered a mature stage. P.S. Bai Yi named Dadao Mantis Dadao's eye. The bug of Zerg growth speed was indeed stuck by Bai Yi. There is no need to use experience points, nutrient solution, etc. to focus on cultivating summoned beasts. Only need to use the acceleration effect of the sacred object, Blue Heart. You can easily cultivate the big sword boy to maturity. Bai Yi's words made everyone suddenly realize. As the summoned beast entered a mature stage, its combat power would increase accordingly, which was very reasonable. However, Lao Wang's face looked like he had eaten Lao Ba. How to do this? Do you temporarily go back on the rules you set? Then today's battle, today's busy day, is it all in vain? Do you really want to slap yourself in the face like this? Looking around, not only is a group of mentors looking at me, waiting for my opinion, but there are also cameras and sponsorship banners not far away. This grand live broadcast that I specially found, now restricts me instead. Make yourself unable to find an excuse to veto Bai Yi's combat power. After taking a deep breath, Lao Wang's face became even more ugly, but he had to admit, the combat power of Bai Yi's students is true, temporarily ranking first. Wait, it was the principal of number 1 middle school who interrupted old Wang. He has been observing Lao Wang's face since just now. Seeing Lao Wang's face so ugly, it is obvious that this result makes Lao Wang very dissatisfied. So he decided that this time he wanted to repay the old Wang for taking care of him before. Wait, I don't think the profession of Beastmaster should be judged like this. Now we are all comparing the comprehensive combat power of a professional. Only the profession of Beastmaster can add the combat power of summoned beasts. This is unfair to other students, and it is also unfair to each subsequent ranking. If there is a precedent like Bai Yi, then as long as it is a Beastmaster, can it take advantage of this loophole? Hearing the words of the principal of number 1 middle school, Lao Wang suddenly burst into laughter. Or the principal of number 1 middle school will come, why didn't I think of it? So Lao Wang pretended to be serious, it's true that I didn't think about it, and I forgot the special nature of the profession of Beastmaster. What does the headmaster of number 1 middle school think is more appropriate? After feeling Lao Wang's affirmation, the principal of number 1 middle school spoke with more confidence. I think it's fair for a Beastmaster-like student Bai Yi to only calculate the combat power of one summoned beast at most. Obviously, the principal of number 1 middle school also believes that Bai Yi must have contracted many summoned beasts at the same time. If only one is counted, Bai Yi's combat power is not much higher. But Lao Wang at the side noticed something was wrong. Just now Bai Yi said that one of his summoned beasts has just reached maturity, so he directly added more than 70 combat power. Obviously, the combat power of this summoned beast must be over 100. Then this one, plus Bai Yi's talent and level, isn't it enough? Isn't the first one Bai Yi's? Lao Wang hurriedly interrupted him, I think the idea of the principal of the number 1 middle school is still inappropriate. As long as the students can come up with gold level, mature summoned beasts, they can basically win this first place. This gold level summoned beast is indeed a bit ahead of its time. Lao Wang specifically emphasized the gold level summoned beast, just to remind the principal of number 1 middle school. And the principal of number 1 middle school also reacted immediately, then I think that summoned beasts with gold rank and above should be excluded. Finished speaking, the principal of number 1 middle school pondered for a moment, and then looked directly at Bai Yi. Student Bai Yi, what do you think? I didn't mean to embarrass you on purpose, it's just that your method is really not very bright. Either way, you open the hidden part of your panel, or you summon all the summoned beasts, and we will help you judge whether you are worthy of the title of number 1. You don't want to, even if you win the first place, you will be chewed behind your back, right? Bai Yi would definitely not agree to release all his summoned beasts, let alone the panel. The above has its own biggest secret, which is the 2 extra SSS level talents. In the end, before Bai Yi could speak, Wei Zifeng on the side couldn't help it, why can't you do this all day long, can't you do that? Bai Yi can control so many summoned beasts, that's his skill. If the other students can manage it well, that's their skill, so we're done for. I also asked Bai Yi to release the panel or the summoned beasts for you to see. Why don't you open your panel and show us? Oh, I see, you guys have already decided to be number 1 by default, right? Are you deliberately being disgusting here? Everyone's talent will not be announced when changing jobs, even on the Godstone of changing jobs. Talent, in fact, is equivalent to being a professional, with the greatest privacy. In the same way, a Beastmaster's summoned beast is his biggest hole card. Let the Bai Yi panel, or the summoned beasts be highlighted. This is not as simple as showing all of Bai Yi's privacy and letting everyone know. Even, this is no different from publicly executing Bai Yi. Hearing the words of the principal of number 1 middle school, as Bai Yi's brother, Wei Zifeng was so angry that he didn't directly attack him with a knife. But now the principle of number 1 middle school is actually using Yang Mo. If you don't show it, then I will say that your grades are invalid. If you show it, all your information will be exposed. You choose it yourself. Old Wang, who had figured it all out, almost clapped his hands on the spot. Many people present actually guessed what the principal of number 1 middle school was thinking. A bit mean indeed. However, they didn't come forward to stop them, but were very curious, what kind of summoned beast did Bai Yi contract? How could there be such a high combat power? Wei Zifeng, don't meddle in other people's business. Bai Yi didn't say anything, I'm in a hurry. Isn't it just to look at the panel or the summoned beast? Let's keep it secret. That's right, everyone can sign a non-disclosure agreement and never disclose any information about Bai Yi. Bai Yi, let us see it openly. Anyway, you have just started changing jobs. What secrets do we have that we can't see? It's still the most direct way. Let's take a look, and then we will know Bai Yi's results. Looking down, Bai Yi was in a pincer situation. The principal of number 3 middle school in the stands got up and went to help. At the same time, he said with a murderous look on his face, this group of immortals dare to bully even my people. Did not expect. The principal's grandmother at the side pushed down the standing principal of number 3 middle school. Don't worry, don't you always praise your grandson. I don't think he's in a hurry at all. What are you in a hurry for? As far as your current physique is concerned, you should sit down obediently. The so-called concern is chaos. After being reminded by the principal's grandmother, Bai Yi seemed to have never suffered a loss since he was adopted by him, and Bai Yi didn't care at all now. The principal of number 3 middle school sat down again obediently, but kept talking. If this was 20 years ago, these old would not be enough for me to play with one hand. Pull out a summoned beast at will, and even a sneeze can shock them to death. The headmaster's grandma rolled her eyes. Why is she so old and naive? Yo, then why are you reduced to this now? Cough cough cough. Seeing that Bai Yi didn't respond, old Wang unconsciously looked at Sha Qingshe. Now, how much he hopes that Sha Qingshe can directly stand up and say that he is not convinced by this ranking. At this moment, Sha Qingshe stared at Bai Yi blankly. Could it be? Was it Bai Yi who cleared the magic cave of myriad realms? In Sha Qingshui's memory, the figure who cleared the myriad realms cave gradually began to overlap with the figure of Bai Yi digging ant nests outside the city. Thanks to my thinking for so long, who is a rookie who can clear that dungeon? Didn't expect that the Lord is right in front of him. No wonder that figure felt so familiar at first. Thinking that because of Bai Yi, he had directly completed the family trial, and even got an extra chance for the trial and rewards. In other words, the favor I owe now belongs to Bai Yi. Thinking of Bai Yi digging an ant nest, Sha Qingshe felt incredible. But Sha Qingshe thought about it. Could it be that the small figure next to that figure that I saw back then was Bai Yi's summoned beast? Such a small figure, what kind of summoned beast could it be? When Sha Qingshe was in a daze. But Lao Wan couldn't wait any longer, so he simply asked, Student Sha Qingshe, since you were the number 1 before, why don't you tell me how to calculate Bai Yi's combat power? Sha Qingshe, who was called suddenly, was also stunned. She, who has always adhered to the concept of respecting the strong in the family, subconsciously picked up the long knife in her hand and said 2 words, actual combat. In the Sha family, there is no way to evaluate a person based on the comprehensive combat power on the panel. Only actual combat is the best way to test your ability. Almost everyone in the Sha family can leapfrog to fight. What Sha Qingshe said casually made old Wang subconsciously think that Sha Qingshe was not convinced. So he responded immediately, then fight. If anyone refuses to accept Bai Yi, stand up directly. Of course, he said this on purpose to Sha Qingshe. Since Sha Qingshe was able to say the word, practical combat, in Lao Wang's opinion, Sha Qingshe must have a certain degree of certainty to say these words. This series of words did not give Bai Yi a chance to react at all. And Bai Yi just now, the reason why he didn't respond. It was because Bai Yi was thinking about whether to summon a summoned beast casually and send them away. Just when he was thinking about which one to choose, Bai Yi saw the new skills that Da Dao Zai unlocked after he matured. Greedy killing purple after killing the enemy. it will enter the stealth state again, and the damage will be increased by 20% for 1 minute. This skill is strong. How to kill someone and then become invisible, does it look familiar? Just when Bai Yi lamented the powerful skills, Lao Wang said, who would not accept it? And then, Xu Shan from number 1 middle school, the first SS level professional whose grades were exposed, shouted directly, I don't accept it. Bai Yi, why did you change the rules again while I wasn't paying attention? After Xu Shan, Zhonglu from number 1 middle school also expressed dissatisfaction. Seeing that Sha Qingshe didn't move, Lao Wang didn't expect it, why didn't you talk about actual combat? But fortunately someone answered. Lao Wang was about to continue asking, is there any more? Unexpectedly, Bai Yi finally spoke, is there any more? Let's go together. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Don't think too much, Bai Yi is just afraid that it will be endless, so he just solved it together. But, originally, when the people in number 1 middle school were slapped in the face by Wei Zifang, they were full of anger. In addition to being provoked by Bai Yi now, and the top 2 on his side also entered. The remaining 6 S ranks simply expressed their dissatisfaction. The new kid from number 2 middle school heard about Wei Zifang's combat power at first, and thought that it was Wei Zifang who broke the dungeon back then. As a result, Bai Yi appeared again, who did not conform to common sense at all. Only then did he realize that he had misunderstood, and only with such terrifying combat power could he only be able to clear that copy. Hearing Bai Yi's, let's go together, the new recruit couldn't help but want to go forward and give it a try. Try to see how far there is between yourself and a genius like Bai Yi. If Bai Yi wasn't a professional beast master, he wouldn't want to get involved. Now that Bai Yi has revealed his identity, it's not like bullying the few with the more. Then, the new recruit of the 4-person group in number 2 middle school also stood up, count me in. Lao Wang looked at Sha Qingshe who was silent, and thought to himself, could it be that the integrity of the Sha family does not allow the more to bully the less? So be it. When Bai Yi defeated these people first, Sha Qingshe would definitely attack again. Okay, I get it now. Sha Qingshe must have done it on purpose, waiting for Bai Yi to fight first, so as to consume Bai Yi first and show Bai Yi's ability. At that time, when she defeats Bai Yi again, she will be able to show her own strength even more. It seems that the members of the Sha family are not simple. So Lao Wang declared decisively, everyone, get out of the way and leave this place to Bai Yi and the others. The people around who were called by Lao Wang to live broadcast were extremely happy. At first I thought it was just a simple statistical activity, but after all, I received Lao Wang's money, so I didn't want to come. As a result, it's time to do it now. That's right. The boring report just now almost made them fall asleep. Seeing that Bai Yi was about to pick 9, Wei Zifang quit, how dare you play so many ones? Bai Yi, I'll help you. I just wanted to kill them. Bai Yi glanced at him, and because he knew his character, he simply said, it's up to you. Seeing this, the other people wanted to ask Lao Wang how to calculate this. In the end, Pharaoh just waved his hand, indicating that Wei Zifang should be ignored, and we'll talk after the fight. That's all. Originally it was just a normal ranking statistics, but the result was twists and turns, and now I simply chose to do it. In the square, it is divided into 2 camps at this time. On one side are Bai Yi and Wei Zifang, and on the other side are the top fighters from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. With the voice of the old king, puff, Wei Zifang took out his gold-ranked broadsword, and slashed himself in the stomach in front of everyone. Suddenly, the blood started to spurt like no money. Bai Yi, just come and accompany me with any summoned beast, and see how I can chop them down. Who said I need to use summoned beasts? Wei Zifang. Huh. Before Lao Wang said to start, a team in number 1 middle school was still discussing. After a while, everyone in number 1 middle school together restrained Bai Yi's summoned beast and Wei Zifang first. Let the 2nd middle school recruit who is an S-level assassin sneak around behind him. Be sure to take down Bai Yi directly in the shortest possible time. If this battle drags on for a long time, even if they win in the end, it would be disgraceful. Originally, the lineups of the 2 sides were not equal. There are only 2 on one side, but there are 10 on the other side. This is not counting Wei Zifeng's self-mutilation. On the side of the 10-member team, they were still too embarrassed to take the lead at first, and waited for Bai Yi to summon the summoned beast. Result: everyone has heard Bai Yi's words, who said, "I need to use summoned beasts." Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. What does this mean? How much does this look down on them? Now everyone knows that your combat power is completely built up by the number of summoned beasts. Just looking bluffing. And according to the understanding of the profession of beast master, once the summoned beast enters the mature stage, there is almost no possibility of further improvement unless Bai Yi changes to a new summoned beast. This means that it is impossible for Bai Yi to have much room for improvement in a short period of time. According to the S-level career growth, Bai Yi will be surpassed by them sooner or later. To put it simply, Bai Yi's current combat power seems to be higher than Lao Wang's, reaching more than 800 stars. But Lao Wang has a real 700-star combat power, but in their view, Bai Yi is several 100-star, or even a dozen or so star summoned beasts mixed together. Bai Yi doesn't have much potential yet, and he can't be compared with old Wang at all. That's why Pharaoh still didn't take Bai Yi seriously. Besides, no matter how strong Bai Yi is now, there is nothing comparable to the Xia family. At this time, if the combined strength of these 10 professionals were all added up, it would not be much worse than Bai Yi. As a result, Bai Yi actually said now that there is no need for summoned beasts. Bonnie, now, where do you still have any scruples about affection? All of them rushed directly to Bai Yi, wishing to knock Bai Yi's head to one side. All the tactics that were agreed just now were forgotten. Wei Zifeng's self-mutilation is really bluffing, but now everyone only sees Bai Yi. Seeing that the distance between everyone was getting closer, Wei Zifeng saw that Bai Yi was still not moving, and just silently took out a staff. The onlookers didn't know what was going on. All go, why did Wei Zifeng hurt himself when he came up? It's so ruthless. Is this amount of bleeding stuck in the aorta? Why doesn't Bai Yi summon the summoned beast? What does he mean? What did Bai Yi just say? No need for summoned beasts. It's over. I seem to have seen Bai Yi chopped to pieces. I don't know if the mentors will save him in time. It's what he deserves. He has too many things to do. Otherwise, the rankings will be exhausted, and I'm still waiting to go back and sew clothes. Wei Zifeng, who didn't understand what Bai Yi was going to do, looked at the crowd rushing madly, and felt the blood in his body start to boil. Haha, is this what it feels like to hack people together with your brothers? No matter, go up and chop down a few first. Just as Wei Zifeng took a step forward, he stopped abruptly. Because, with the gemstone on the top of Bai Yi's staff lighting up, the original marble square began to desert at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than 2 breaths, the tens of meters of Fang Yuan space that was given up by everyone was completely shrouded in yellow sand. The students of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school who were going forward at full speed suddenly slowed down. Everyone was shocked when they saw this situation. What kind of skill is this, and why is its scope so large? Only a few speed-type professionals quickly adapted to the ground, and when they realized something was wrong, they hurried to speed up again. And the fastest new recruit, seeing Bai Yi in front of him. Result: the yellow sand under their feet is not the true face of the skill, they only saw the surface. Buzz buzz. As the yellow sand began to flow like a vortex, everything had become a foregone conclusion. In the eyes of the surrounding students, on the sandy ground in front of him, due to the acceleration of the vortex, a huge sand wave was set off, which drowned the 10 people inside and made everyone blind. The size of tens of meters, compared to the smallness of everyone. At this moment, it seemed that the sand and stone in front of him could swallow everyone present, and it seemed that it could swallow the soul. This feeling is like the powerlessness of ordinary people in the face of natural disasters. And the 10 people in the middle welcomed the gift head on. At this moment, they finally knew why Bai Yi said that sentence. At this moment, Bai Yi, who has 1 S-level talent and 2 SSS-level talents, is showing everyone a terrifying side besides the summoned beast. At this moment, breaking the 3,000-point spiritual attribute and controlling the sand and stone vortex in front of him is comparable to a miniature forbidden curse. Fortunately, Bai Yi's skill is mainly about control, and the damage is not high. However, this is exactly the kind of control and persistence Among the 10 people, none of them can escape. After only a few seconds, the sandstone stopped suddenly. Everyone looked at the middle of the venue, but only saw the elites from the number 1 and number 2 middle schools lying crookedly on the ground, motionless. Under Bai Yi's control, Shushi was cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Even with the protection of equipment, they still took off a layer of skin. Quick, save people. Where's the nanny? Where is the nanny? Ha, it's okay, I just fainted to death. It seems that Bai Yi has shown mercy. Seeing that everyone was fine, everyone's eyes turned to Bai Yi again. But this time, no one dared to question Bai Yi anymore. I made a fool of myself. Bai Yi, you should save one for me. You have a lot of blood. Where is the nurse? Hurry up, give me milk too. Because Wei Zifeng has the skills given by Bai Yi, he can recover blood when he kills monsters, and he feels nauseous from drinking potions recently. So I just threw away the potion. But now, he wakes up, thanks to Bai Yi reminding himself. If there was no potion and no wild monsters to hack, he might be the first professional to be hacked to death by himself. It seems that we still need to keep potions in the future. At this time, the students directly fry the pan. No way, what just happened? Bai Yi has just one skill, and he beat the opponent in seconds. Are you sure Bai Yi is a beast master? Not a mage. Mage, which novice mage have you seen that has such a wide range of skills? This is too exaggerated. I didn't even see Bai Yi's summoned beast. Is this the end? Are you sure Bai Yi is not a repeat student? If I'm opposite, I'd like to find a crack in the ground and get in. I can't even imagine what it would be like to stay in the vortex just now. Wow, it turns out that Bai Yi is not only handsome, but also powerful. From today, Bai Yi, you are my god. All the mentors at this time doubted, if they were in Bai Yi's skills, how many seconds could they last? Is this Bai Yi's strength? How long has it been since he changed jobs, and he is more than a bit stronger than their mentors who have changed jobs for decades. Perhaps, this is the talent gap. They even suspected that Bai Yi's talent couldn't be to strengthen himself, right? But how did he change his job to become a beast master? Thinking of Bai Yi's information, it seems that he gave up the other 8 SS level talents at the beginning. Could it be that Bai Yi, knowing his own strength long ago, deliberately picked only an S-rank beast master? This doesn't make sense either. At this time, the mentor of number 1 middle school, who was pretending to be dizzy outside the field, was also lucky to see this situation from a distance. Fortunately, he slipped away quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapped in the face again? And how could the principal of number 1 middle school think that things are completely different from what he expected? Originally, I just wanted to help Lao Wang relieve his worries, but in the end, Bai Yi was fulfilled. Even this slap hit him in the face. After all, the 9 students inside are all from his number 1 middle school, and they are lying neatly now. Old Wang on the side, how could he have guessed that things would turn out like this? Even though they are all newcomers in the same class, with so many professionals, they can't even force Bai Yi's summoned beast. Is my original self really blind? The most outstanding this year is actually Bai Yi. So what should we do next? Bai Yi won't really find himself unhappy. Will he find a chance to fail himself in the future? Thinking back to the encounter I had with Bai Yi before, it shouldn't be the case, right? At most, I just said a few words about teaching to the principal of number 3 middle school. This is just a difference in philosophy, so there shouldn't be such a big enmity, right? That's right, Lao Wang was scared at this time. Because Bai Yi's strength is too exaggerated. In his life, Lao Wang has worked in the transfer temple for more than 10 years, and he has contacted more than 100,000 newcomers. However, he had never seen a rookie with such terrifying talent. What to do? Or, quietly kill Bai Yi. As soon as Pharaoh thought of this idea, he quickly killed it. Not to mention that it has not been confirmed yet, how much hostility Bai Yi has towards him. What's more, Lao Wang didn't dare to gamble. Once he didn't kill Bai Yi, then the two sides would never stop dying. In Dragon Kingdom, planning an attack and participating in an attack on a newcomer are both capital offenses. Once he is found out, the entire Dragon Kingdom will have no place for him. At the beginning, I just wanted to be promoted, so the crime doesn't deserve death, right? Now, Lao Wang panicked for the first time, and while hesitating, he could only focus on Sha Qingshe. Perhaps only the Sha family can save their lives. Student Sha Qingshe, do you still want to challenge Bai Yi? Under Lao Wang's Shiji eyes, Sha Qingshe shook her head resolutely, I'm not his match. This sentence, it surprised the instructors of the third middle school on the side. Because he knew that Sha Qingshe had never given in to softness during her school days. It was as if in Sha Qingshui's eyes, these other students were not on the same level as her. Even before changing jobs, as a mentor, he had never been under Sha Qingshui's eyes. And this was the first time Sha Qingshe was soft. But Sha Qingshe was really convinced, not to mention that none of Bai Yi's summoned beasts had shown up yet. Just the skill that Bai Yi just used made her unable to get close to Bai Yi for a short time. As long as Bai Yi's skill lasts long enough, it's only a matter of time before she loses. Therefore, there is no need for her to compete with Bai Yi. If the data of Bai Yi's terrifying combat power before had only made Sha Qingshe guess, then there was a high probability that the figure back then was Bai Yi. The skill that Bai Yi displayed now made her sure that that person was indeed Bai Yi. Only because the last gold level boss has the ability to copy. The more creatures that end up in the copy, the more copies are made. If Bai Yi goes with a bunch of summoned beasts, the probability of clearing the level is not high. Only with the current strength can he really pass through that dungeon. But now, she also encountered a problem, that is, with Bai Yi's current strength, how should she repay the favor she owed him? Sha Qingshe doesn't want to affect herself, who will continue to become stronger in the future because of the favor she owes Bai Yi. Sure enough, favors are the hardest thing to repay. At this time, the old king started to keep reminiscing, from the first contact with Bai Yi, every bit of what happened. No, not only Bai Yi. But at that time, I went to the third middle school to preside over the transfer, and all the details. I have to think clearly, what kind of attitude does Bai Yi have towards me? The way of Sha's family may not work, maybe I can try to curry favor with Bai Yi. I said it all, don't reach out and don't hit the smiling face. Lao Wang has been struggling for so many years, he must be familiar with the world and the world. If I recognized my mistake earlier, why couldn't I make up for it? Thinking of this, Pharaoh looked at Bai Yi anxiously. At this time, Bai Yi didn't look at him at all. He was proudly looking at the principal and grandma of number 3 middle school on the stage. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 51. Seeing Bai Yi's skills, the principal of number 3 middle school unconsciously clenched his fists. Even the principal's grandmother stood up at once and put her hand on the shoulder of the principal of number 3 middle school. From the trembling hands of the principal's grandma, one can see her excitement. And this excitement is not because Bai Yi can kill the quartet with just one skill. Let me just say, my grandson is very strong. Facing the words of the principal of number 3 middle school again, the grandma of the principal changed her previous aggressiveness and asked with a trembling voice, this skill is Sandstone Vortex. Quote, yes, it's the same as the first skill book I gave Tian'er back then, I won't admit my mistake. Tian'er is the deceased grandson of the two of them. The two of them did not expect that all this would be such a coincidence. Bai Yi not only changed jobs to the same job as the principal of number 3 middle school, but even acquired the same skills as their grandson. But thinking of the past, the face of the principal's grandma suddenly turned cold. My hometown fire, you didn't let him learn this skill on purpose, did you? Do you think I would do that? The headmaster's rhetorical question made the headmaster's grandmother also fall into deep thought. The principal of number 3 middle school will definitely not be inferior to him in love for his grandson. Even in order to seek justice, he ended up like this in the end. The principal of the third middle school would not take this matter as a joke to himself. However, the cold look on the headmaster's grandmother's face remained unchanged. You don't think he can avenge us, do you? Even if his current talent is indeed good, but with an S-level talent, it is impossible to avenge us. Don't expect me, because of this skill book, I will protect his growth. Listening to the principal's grandmother's words, the principal of number 3 middle school laughed. If I really wanted revenge, do you think I would be like this now? Actually, I don't care about revenge. Now, I just hope that Bai Yi can grow up healthy and happy. It is best not to let Bai Yi know about our affairs for the rest of our lives. The only reason I agree with you to take me for treatment is because I want to live until the day I see Bai Yi get married. Turning his gaze to Bai Yi, who was surrounded by everyone below, the smile on the face of the principal of No. 3 Middle School, coupled with his full head of white hair, seemed to be shining at this moment. Let me emphasize again, I have never regarded Bai Yi as a substitute for Tian'er. Tian'er is Tian'er, Bai Yi is Bai Yi. After hearing these words, the headmaster's grandma's eyes flashed with disappointment. In order to seek justice for his grandson, the principal of No. 3 Middle School was seriously injured like this. All the summoned beasts were killed in battle, and even the beast familiar space was shattered. But he didn't follow him immediately. Just because the principal of No. 3 Middle School at that time was considered to be alone, with no cares and worries, but behind him was the fate of a family. At that time, I didn't understand, why can't I wait for myself to completely control the family, and then take revenge together? From that moment on, the two began to part ways. Afterwards, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, who returned from serious injuries, expressed his understanding, and then disappeared for 10 years. It was only later that she realized that the principal of No. 3 Middle School knew from the very beginning that this revenge would not be avenged. The principal of No. 3 Middle School went alone, and more, he just wanted to distance himself from himself. I have always been wrong to blame the principal of the 3rd Middle School. The moment she saw Bai Yi, the principal's grandmother subconsciously thought that Bai Yi was found by the principal of No. 3 Middle School, a substitute for the deceased grandson. Definitely a means of revenge. But now, the words of the principal of the 3rd Middle School let her know, and she once again wronged him. Just when the principal's grandmother didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, the principal of No. 3 Middle School held her hand on his shoulder at this moment, and repeated, I just said, isn't my grandson not bad? This time, the principal's grandmother nodded, well, it's not bad, but if I train him, he will definitely be better than you. Yes, yes, one of the 4 legends of the Dragon Kingdom must be better than me, a bad old man. At this moment, the principal of No. 3 Middle School knew that she had officially accepted Bai Yi. Bai Yi watched the principal of No. 3 Middle School on the stage and the principal's grandmother waving at him, and everyone around him surrounded him. So he hurried towards the stage. He didn't want to be watched by everyone. This time Lao Wang saw it with his eyesight, and hurriedly stopped everyone. Student Bai Yi is temporarily ranked first, you continue to count, and the speed must be fast, don't waste everyone's time for upgrading. Now, everyone returned to their original positions and continued to count information. Bai Yi came to the principal of No. 3 Middle School. Principal, what's the matter? It's nothing, I just want to ask you, where did you get this skill? Bai Yi told the truth, it was his first dungeon that exploded. After the 2 principals of No. 3 Middle School heard about it, they had to feel the fate again, which is really wonderful. However, the principal of No. 3 Middle School still preached, you can't rely too much on skills now, you need to know more about your own professional characteristics. Skills always consume mana. When the mana is exhausted, you can only stare blankly. Since you have chosen the route of the legal system, your summoned beasts must pay more attention to protecting themselves, do you hear me? Seeing Bai Yi nodding, the principal of No. 3 High School boasted, you did well just now. Compared with being flattered by the students, it is obviously the praise from relatives, which makes people feel happier. Lao Wang arranged for the continuation of the statistics, and immediately came in front of the 3 of Bai Yi. But this time, he deliberately didn't talk to Bai Yi, but talked to the principal of No. 3 Middle School. Principal of No. 3 Middle School, I didn't know about it before. I think you are right. You should choose a career that suits you. In the next year, I will try my best to arrange the distribution of the share belonging to the 3rd Middle School every year. Lao Wang knew the character of the principal of No. 3 Middle School, so he didn't say anything, and gave more words to No. 3 Middle School. I just do my duty and make arrangements for the 3rd Middle School first, and outsiders will not say anything about this. Finished speaking. Only then did Lao Wang look at Bai Yi, and then handed the dark gold grade material originally prepared for Sha Qingshe this time, as well as the silver grade jewelry promised by the principal of number 1 middle school, to Bai Yi directly. Because he just realized that Bai Yi doesn't like to be surrounded by everyone, obviously not the kind of person who likes to show off. This is the reward for ranking first this time, and it was also agreed before. After finishing all this, Lao Wang turned his head and left, deliberately leaving this place to Bai Yi and the principal of number 3 middle school. The whole process took less than a minute, and Bai Yi was confused. Seeing Lao Wang leave, the headmaster's grandmother said suddenly, "I just said that this person looks familiar, I remembered. Who do you think his old friend is?" Who? These words immediately made Bai Yi interested. Everyone has a gossip. Not to mention that the incumbents of the temple like Lao Wang maintain a sense of aloofness outside. Seeing Bai Yi's support, the principal's grandmother also gave Bai Yi a positive look. "Qingcheng has produced an SSS class after so many years, do you know it? That is, the female principal of Modu University, and the only female principal in history." Quote! Quote. Bai Yi didn't expect that the other half of this old king has such a big background. But the headmaster's grandmother continued, "You don't know, back then, the old Wang and the headmistress were childhood sweethearts. But later, one awakened the SSS class, and the other only awakened the A class. It seems to be good, much better than ordinary professionals. But in fact, the two levels are very different. In the end, this old king was dumped. The one who pried the corner of his wall was the house fire of the son of the emperor who is known as the devil's capital. After so many years, this old king is now only the person in charge of the transfer of Qingcheng Temple, and the other party is already the female principal of Shanghai University. Tisk tisk, this is the talent gap." After saying this, the principal's grandma deliberately glanced at the principal of the 3rd middle school. It seems to be saying that Bai Yi's S-level talent has an upper limit after all, and there is still an insurmountable gap between S-level and SSS. However, the principal of number 3 middle school shook his head. SSS rank does not mean that he must be strong, and S rank is not without legends. Yeah, so what about the legend? Didn't he almost get killed? Bai Yi couldn't understand what the two were talking about, but asked curiously, "Grandma principal, how do you know this?" Even Bai Yi, who is from Qingcheng, has never heard of this kind of secret about the only SSS level secret in Qingcheng going out. How did the headmaster's grandma who appeared suddenly know? Speaking of this, the principal's grandmother's face was full of complacency. "It's not easy. Don't you look at what I do." Ahem. Hearing what the principal's grandmother said, the principal of number 3 middle school suddenly coughed. The principal's grandmother immediately changed her words. "Women like to collect such gossip, don't they? Which gossip about big people do you want to hear? I have it here, but the authenticity needs to be verified, and I can guarantee 80% of the authenticity at most." Ahem. Looking at the strange couple, Bai Yi felt something was wrong. The identity of the principal's grandmother always gives me a very mysterious feeling. Out of curiosity, Bai Yi quietly activated his gold-level necklace copy skill to the headmaster's grandmother, grabbing a random skill. Unexpectedly, the necklace on Bai Yi's neck suddenly shone brightly, but fortunately it disappeared in a flash. Feeling guilty, Bai Yi hurriedly glanced at the headmaster's grandma, only to see her blinking at him. "Keep what happened just now a secret." Okay. Depend on. How did Bai Yi know that when this thing is activated, it has special effects? Fortunately, the principal's grandma didn't seem to notice, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Bai Yi looked curiously at the skills copied on the necklace. Spatial transfer red 2 coordinates can be set, and it can be directly teleported to the coordinate point when activated, with a limited range of 100 kilometers. Reminder: this skill is too powerful, and the copying effect is weakened by 90%. Quote! Quote. Seeing the effect, Bai Yi was dumbfounded on the spot. Red skills. Isn't this the strongest level of skills? I just copied one by myself. Is it red? And even if the effect is weakened by 90%, is it still so strong? This skill is simply a magical skill for saving one's life or rushing on the road, so it must be kept. Thinking of what the principal's grandma said to herself, the matter just now should be kept secret. Only then did Bai Yi realize that his behavior just now had actually been discovered by the principal's grandmother. This secrecy actually has two meanings. One is to keep the gossip just now secret, and the other is to keep secret about my own small actions. Thinking of this, Bai Yi became even more curious. Who is this principal grandma who suddenly appeared? Shot as a red skill. However, thinking of the coughing sound of the principal of number 3 middle school just now, he probably didn't want to tell himself what he meant for the time being. So Bai Yi didn't ask too much. But the principal's grandmother said at this time, by the way, Xiao Yi, are you about to turn around? Yes, I'm not far from LV20. Then what level of mission do you plan to complete? In this regard, students like Bai Yi haven't been in contact with it yet. Is there a division of tasks in the first transfer? I don't know, what's the difference? Of course there is. There are 3 levels of first rank missions, easy, difficult, and nightmare. You just need to buy the corresponding scroll, and when you open it, there will be a task for you. The task's reward is linked to the difficulty. The more difficult the task, the richer the reward. If you keep failing, the difficulty of the task will keep increasing. This is why many professionals cannot break the shackles of their profession. The principal of number 3 middle school on the side suddenly said, actually, there is a way. You can open the task and have a look. If it is not suitable, you can give it up. You just need to spend money to buy a new scroll. When it came to money, the principal of number 3 middle school remembered, by the way, is there enough money in my account? If not, I'll call you some more. Huh, what money? Bai Yi scratched his head, I have never used the money in your account. Except for the first day, I spent more than 60,000 yuan, and I haven't used it since then. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Bai Yi's words instantly stunned the two of them. Haven't used it? Where did Bai Yi's summoned beast come from? If it's not relying on summoned beasts, where does such a high combat power come from? It is even more impossible to have a combat power of more than 800 on his own. Therefore, the first reaction of the principal of number 3 middle school was, Bai Yi couldn't be borrowing money from Wei Zifang, could he? With the relationship between the two of them, it's really not necessarily true. Before I left, didn't I tell you that you can use the money in my account casually? Hurry up and return all the money to Wei Zifang, and transfer it now. Bai Yi, you don't think I asked him to borrow money? Ask him to borrow money, I'm afraid I'll be playing with him for a month as a little overlord. What, not borrowed? The principal of number 3 middle school felt that he was a little confused. He couldn't, Bai Yi got the summoned beast by himself, right? Could it be that? Tell me, how many summoned beasts do you have? It should be counted as 3 gold level ones. Hearing Bai Yi's reply, the principal of number 3 middle school nodded. That's right, the me just now almost thought that Bai Yi stole a beast egg somewhere. Wrong, this is still wrong, Bai Yi didn't spend money, so where did the summoned beast come from? Pick up a beast egg, and compare it with Bai Yi himself to cultivate 3 gold level summoned beasts for a week. It seems that neither possibility is possible. The principal of number 3 middle school was about to ask Bai Yi directly, when the grandmother of the principal beside him said, why don't you check your account now? When the principal of number 3 middle school logged into his account, the 3 people present were stunned for a moment. First, Bai Yi was dumbfounded. How many zeros is this? 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. In the account of the principal of the 3rd middle school, there is actually 100.2 million. What was my state of mind before? After being able to support oneself, are you embarrassed to spend money from your elders? I am embarrassed to spend the 200,000 yuan that looks lonely and extremely dazzling, but if it is changed to 100 million, just kidding, I will be embarrassed to spend it. I just waved my hand and spent this money, believe it or not. Except for Bai Yi, the other two were also stunned. The principal of number 3 middle school and the principal's grandmother looked at each other. Did Bai Yi really spend nothing? But from the beginning to just now, both of them thought that Bai Yi had used this money to have more than 800 combat power. Even so, when Bai Yi released the sandstone vortex, they were shocked. But now, compared with Bai Yi who purchased and cultivated 3 gold level summoned beasts alone in a week, the instant kill of 10 people just now seems nothing. One more thing to explain here, if you want to reach a combat power of more than 800, the 3 gold level summoned beasts must all be mature. And it has to be a very powerful existence in the gold rank. Because the general gold level summoned beasts only have about 100 points of combat power, and more than 200 are considered top-notch. 3 of them are all top quality, the probability is too small, isn't it? At this moment, the principal of number 3 middle school suddenly had a possibility. Could it be that Bai Yi picked up 3 identical gold level summoned beast eggs at one time, one born by a mother? Just happened to be bumped into by Bai Yi. It seems that everything is explained. But Bai Yi was able to train them to maturity in a week. Even if he added the blue heart at the 3rd rank, he couldn't do it at all. Could it be that Bai Yi has his own deep insights into the profession of Beast Master? Possible. By the way, that's not counting Bai Yi's amazing skills just now. Oh, I know, the reason why Bai Yi learned the main control skill must be to cooperate with the summoned beast. This is a problem that I only figured out after 3 turns. The self before the 3rd turn was still thinking about constantly stacking defenses to save his life. Bai Yi is self-taught. Although the principal of the 3rd middle school kept saying, "My grandson is not bad, right?" But this is the same feeling as a normal grandpa when he introduces his grandson to others. Which grandpa have you ever met, saying that his grandson is not good? Aren't they all boasting? But the principal of number 3 middle school always knew what the S grade represented. But now, these are all overturned by Bai Yi. Obviously, Bai Yi is much better than the original self, luck is good. Unexpectedly, I said casually, "My grandson is not bad, really not bad, not just very good." Thinking of this, the principal of number 3 middle school grinned. Okay, you can spend this money, spend it as you like, and treat it as my reward." "Thank you, Grandpa Principal. Then go to the team first, and I'll have something to say to your headmaster's grandma." When Bai Yi leaves, the principal of number 3 middle school suddenly changed his words just now, with a wry smile on his face. "Tell me, is it possible for Xiao Yi to really help us avenge in the future?" The principal's grandmother also recovered from the shock just now, and when she heard what the principal of the 3rd middle school said, she said angrily, "You didn't seem to say that just now, did you? Didn't you say that Bai Yi is not a substitute for Tian'er?" This time, revenge was mentioned, and for the first time, a trace of ferocity flashed across the always kind face of the principal of number 3 middle school. But he soon regained his composure. "I didn't want to tell Bai Yi all this, but I didn't expect Xiao Yi's talent to be so terrifying. According to his development, he will find out the day I leave. Based on what I know about him, when he knows all this, he will find a way to avenge me." Speaking of this, the principal of number 3 middle school had an inexplicable look of melancholy on his face. But not melancholy at the possibility of revenge. And the principal's grandma also understood instantly. "You don't want me to help you hide the past, do you? You know that I have been waiting for an opportunity to destroy them." The principal of number 3 middle school, who had been receiving treatment and looked a little younger, seemed to be covered with a layer of death at the moment. "The past, let it go, I really don't want revenge anymore. I don't want Bai Yi to live with these burdens in the future. I also don't want Bai Yi to feel that I adopted him for a purpose in the first place. At that time, I'm afraid he will be very heartbroken. To be honest, most of the time, I would rather Xiao Yi was just an ordinary person." Seeing the principal of the 3rd middle school staring at him like this, the principal's grandmother knew that what the principal of the 3rd middle school said just now, that Bai Yi might be able to take revenge, was actually ironic. "Okay, I promise you, before Bai Yi is not strong enough, everything about our past will be sealed. But if there is even a slight chance to destroy them, I will still choose to take action." Good. The angle of view came to the bearded master. Because this time the ranking was broadcast live across Qingcheng, Master who was curious about Sha Qingshe, so he stayed in the live broadcast room early. When the first 2 SS level combat powers of number 1 middle school were exposed, the bearded master shook his head. What a waste of SS level talent. On the contrary, the new recruit from number 2 middle school has even surpassed the first 2 SS ranks in combat power, which made the bearded master interested. "Oh, this kid is not bad. S rank has such combat power, but he can barely accept it. I didn't expect to watch the live broadcast this time, and I will gain something new, which is not bad. It just looks a little thin, and I don't know if I can handle my special training. When it was Wei Zifeng's turn, the bearded master nodded again. This kid was a bit arrogant, but he was very good at his temper. If possible, Wei Zifeng would also like to recruit him. Finally, it was Sha Qingshui's turn. 76 star power. Boom. The bearded master slapped the table in front of him excitedly, almost breaking it. I knew that my vision was right. This Sha Qingshui is a rare and good seedling. It's just that Qingcheng might not be able to tolerate her, so what should I do? The self-proclaimed strongest tutor of Qingcheng University, but he has been in office for 5 years, and he just scared away more than 50 students. So far, none of them have graduated in their own hands. This allowed me to be secretly laughed at by my peers for several years. But the bearded master didn't want to change his teaching strategy. Because once I bowed my head, didn't I admit that there was a problem with my initial teaching? So, in the eyes of the bearded master, is he lacking in ability? Certainly not. In terms of combat power, the entire Qingcheng University, even if it is all added up, is not his opponent. I just lacked a talented and persevering student. And now, Sha Qingshui is definitely the student she has been looking for. Just as the bearded master was thinking about how to get Sha Qingshui to choose Qingcheng University, Bai Yi's grades were announced. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. 801 star power. Are you kidding me? But when he knew that Bai Yi was the beast master, the bearded master suddenly realized. This kid is quite rich, how can he spend money to get so many summoned beasts? And they have been cultivated to maturity, so the cost must be tens of millions. Just to fight for the first place, carrying such a bunch of waste that will be eliminated sooner or later, this guy is probably out of his mind, right? How many cars is this enough to buy? But having said that, being able to control so many summoned beasts is not a bad talent. It is estimated that the details of the talent are that there is no limit to the number of summoned beasts, which matches his local tyrant temperament quite well. Unfortunately, many times, the number is not everything. When the camera came to a close-up of Bai Yi again, the bearded master widened his eyes. I'm going, isn't this one in my car? Depend on. I just said the name Bai Yi, why is it so familiar? Even though you are so rich, you still want to exchange my favor for 3 million. Also, I deleted the account after the transfer, what do you mean? I know that this kid looks down on me. Wait for me, next time we meet again, see how I deal with you. Huh, it seems that I don't need to clean up, but I have to pick so many people. Hey, this kid Wei Zifeng has an appetite for me, he bled himself as soon as he came up, that's cruel enough. Bai Yi, right, I want to see what things you can summon. Forehead, I'm going, did I miss it? Is this kid's spiritual value so high? Isn't this a pure waste of being a beast master? What are you doing? You can't even see this kid's summoned beast, these guys on the opposite side are really trash. Jingle bell. While the bearded master was still cursing, the phone rang. Hello, didn't I just leave the mission a few days ago? Why are you looking for me again? I just found a few good seedlings, and I'm thinking of prying them over. The mission of the organization. It's been 5 years, and I thought the organization had forgotten me long ago. Wait, are you sure the news is all right? Okay, I see. The person who told you to leave now, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, the bearded master, the cursing on his face just now became extremely serious in an instant. This time, for the first time, the bearded master who went out didn't drive the car he had just mentioned not long ago, but went directly from the window to the roof and went straight to the direction of the city center. As soon as Bai Yi returned to the team, Wei Zifeng directly pulled Bai Yi and walked out. Obviously planning to leave directly. Let's just go ahead, okay. What's inappropriate? Anyway, we have nothing to do. Where are you taking me? You gave me a skill book, and I have to return it to you. It's just that I don't know which one to choose. I'll take you there, and you pick it yourself. Bai Yi actually wanted to refuse, it was just a skill book, but now he has 100 million in his pocket. But Bai Yi knew this kid's character, if he didn't go this time, he might pester him every day. Simply go with Wei Zifeng. After leaving the square, the two got into Wei Zifeng's luxury car directly. Uncle Steward, go to the treasury. I know the city lord is out today. We need to hurry up. I promise, just let Bai Yi pick a skill book and leave. Bai Yi didn't expect that Wei Zifeng wanted to go to the treasure house of the city lord for him. Is it so exciting? I really have never been to the city lord's mansion. But Bai Yi still felt a little uncomfortable. Why don't you take me to Durunhua? I can pick anything, and you can pay for it. That won't work. The skill book you gave me is so suitable for me, I can't be so casual. It's okay. Anyway, we can't get the real good things, so we just pick them from the outer layer of the treasure house. Come on, Bai Yi can't beat Wei Zifeng. And the butler, who also couldn't hold back Wei Zifeng, could only start the car. The car drove all the way towards the city center, but the high-rise buildings in the original vision gradually disappeared and turned into towering trees. Although it is called the city lord's mansion, this place is considered a private territory. Slowly, a luxurious manor appeared in Bai Yi's vision. The car went all the way unimpeded, and came to the interior of the manor. Because he felt a little sneaky, Wei Zifeng took Bai Yi and the butler all the way to the treasure house. Along the way, Bai Yi felt a little strange. Wei Zifeng, don't you think it's a little too quiet here? Is there? Wouldn't it be better to be quiet? We're done picking and slipping away. The bearded master was rushing towards the city center at this time. At the same time, he took out a mask from the system's backpack and put it on his face, covering his face. And the whole body of the mask is dark green, covered with fine scales. My people are going to evacuate, please pay attention to your own safety. The moment he put on the mask, a voice rang in the ears of the bearded master. It turned out that the mask also had call and video functions. The picture of the video in front of the bearded master gradually became clearer, and it was the manor of the city lord's mansion in the video. But at this moment, the vehicle of Bai Yi's 3 people suddenly appeared. Seeing the 3 of Bai Yi get out of the car, the bearded master accelerated again. How did they come here? No, they are in danger. On Bai Yi's side, the 3 of them came to the treasure house that Wei Zifeng said without any hindrance. It looked like a safe on TV, with huge gears and combination locks on it. Bai Yi wondered, could this thing stop professionals? Isn't this too hasty? Seeing Bai Yi's doubts, Wei Zifeng explained, this thing is actually a lie, but don't look at it as ordinary. If you want to use violence to open it, you need at least a professional with 3 ranks to hold a knife. Cut for an hour. Wei Zifeng came to the place where the password was entered, but instead of entering the password, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the fingerprint lock. The blood was instantly absorbed by the safe in front of him, and then an arc-shaped energy film was triggered, sweeping across Wei Zifeng. Drip. Identity confirmation. Gotcha. The door to the treasury was just opened. Bai Yi covered his face, really did not follow the routine at all. But at this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from behind the 3 of them. Slap, slap, slap. Wei Zifeng immediately turned around and asked, who are you? When the 3 turned their heads, they saw 2 strange-looking people, one tall and one short. The one who applauds is the shorter one. The short man had an obvious bulge on his forehead and was wriggling constantly, as if there was something inside that was about to come out. As for the tall man, the corners of his mouth were cracked all the way to the ears, and it was full of jagged teeth like sharks. Haha, hello, son of the city lord, we are. Before the other person could introduce himself, Bai Yi suddenly pulled Wei Zifeng into the newly opened treasure house. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Seeing this, Wei Zifeng hurriedly shouted, wait a minute, the housekeeper hasn't come in yet. But Bai Yi didn't care and just closed the door. It was at this moment that a hand reached out. Seeing that this old hand was about to block the door that was about to close, the figure of the sword boy suddenly appeared and blocked the other side. Gotcha. As the treasure house door closed, a thin layer of sweat was evident on Bai Yi's forehead. But Wei Zifeng sat on the ground paralyzed, his face full of disbelief. Because the hand that was about to block the door just now belonged to the butler uncle. This couldn't be more obvious, the housekeeper uncle is the person opposite. And treasure curry, you can see the outside scene. Fortunately, Bai Yi, while everyone's attention was on Wei Zifeng's unlocking, secretly released the big knife. Outside the treasure house at this time, there was a tiny trace on Uncle Housekeeper's hand, bleeding out. It was the scythe-like forelimb of Da Dao's eye, left by his desperate efforts. However, Da Dao's eye only launched this attack, and the general blocked the hand of the housekeeper uncle, but was held down by the tall man who rushed from behind. I saw Da Dao's eye's forelegs being directly pressed to the ground. As for the tall man, his ferocious mouth opened even wider at this moment, and his terrifying teeth gnawed directly on Da Dao's eye's body. Crunch. The sound of gnawing only lasted for a few seconds, and the big knife on the ground lost its vitality and stopped struggling. But the tall man who was eating raised his head stupidly. Woo, no smell. As soon as the voice fell, the big knife boy on the ground turned into energy debris all over the ground and disappeared. It turns out that this big sword boy is the product of his skill, mirror flowers and water moon. Seeing this situation, the butler's face immediately showed killing intent. Do you two know how long I have been hiding before waiting for this opportunity? Hearing these words, the short man immediately revealed a flattery that was uglier than crying. My lord, don't be in a hurry. After preparing for so long, this treasure house on the first floor is not important at all. Then why don't you hurry up? No matter whether the inner layer can be opened or not, at least these two boys must die before being discovered, so that my identity can continue to be used. Through the gate, the two of Bai Yi could see the scene outside the treasury, and Bai Yi frowned as he watched Da Dao's eye's mirror being torn apart every minute. Actually, as early as the moment he entered the manor of the city lord's mansion, Bai Yi had already noticed something was wrong. Because Bai Yi felt that the butler's actions seemed to be more anxious than Wei Zifang's. And even though everyone knew that Wei Zifang was the son of the city lord, no one came to inquire about him along the way, which was unscientific at all. So before getting out of the car, Bai Yi quietly opened up his talent. Put Da Dao's eye on the left, and the material you just got from Lao Wang, dark gold rank shadow sparrow's beak, on the right. Hint, do you want to perform infinite alienation? Whether, choose, yes. Reminder, in the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. With shadow attribute, the skill stealth is upgraded to shadow stealth. B. The forelimbs have penetration, and the skill restraint has been upgraded to strangle. C. Enhanced flying ability, can fly for a long time. This time Bai Yi didn't think too much, but directly chose option A. The road of turning Da Dao's eye into a top assassin must be carried through to the end. The skill of stealth is still not enough for an excellent assassin. Hint, alienation is successful, strength plus 260, constitution plus 300, agility plus 6300, spirit plus 160, stealth shadow stealth. Shadow stealth purple escape into the shadows, greatly increase the stealth ability, and will not be interrupted because of being attacked. Entering the mature period, coupled with this alienation, the attributes of the big knife boy have also come. Summoned beast, gold ranked sword mantis. Level, mature stage, remaining lifespan is 18 years. Power, 1046 plus 1046. Physique, 1270 plus 1270. Agility, 10,760 plus 10,760. Spirit, 260 plus 260. Skills, gnawing green, shadow stealth purple, clamping blue, mirroring the moon blue. Comprehensive combat power, 639 stars. The combat power of 639 stars has surpassed Anti-Bone Boy in one fell swoop. In terms of appearance, in addition to being covered with a layer of gray and black, its size has directly increased from the original knee height to the height of Bai Yi. But Da Dao's eye's forelimbs have not changed much, but it looks more textured, but his body has become more slender. The moment Wei Zifang started to open the treasure house, and the arc of energy swept across, Bai Yi summoned Da Dao's eye, but it was Da Dao's eye's mirror image. Because since the opponent dared to attack the treasure house of the city lord's mansion, Bai Yi didn't think he could beat the opponent. Fortunately, Bai Yi made the right bet and saved Da Dao's eye's life. Thanks to Wei Zifang's words, this professional who has turned 3 in the treasury has to cut for an hour. But entering the treasury does not mean safety. Although you can see the scene outside the treasure house, you can't hear any sound. But since the housekeeper uncle was not attacked at all, on the contrary, the other party helped him to kill Da Dao's eye's mirror flower water moon, which also completely confirmed the other party's identity. This made Wei Zifeng have to believe that this uncle, the butler who has taken care of him for 8 years since he moved out of the city lord's mansion, is not a good person. Even his companions were not human at all. Because at this time, in Bai Yi's sight, the short man came directly to the treasure house. He took out a pitch-black ring and put it on his hand. Then you can see the short man's hand, which began to twist, and finally turned into a drill-like shape. However, the other party did not open the door violently, but the short man's hand began to slowly melt into the door of the vault. Through school knowledge, Bai Yi said that he has never heard of any profession that can deform his body like this. After seeing the terrifying combat power of the tall man next to him who easily tore apart Da Dao Zai's avatar, Bai Yi has no doubt that this short man also has similar combat power. And once he successfully got in, Wei Zifeng would definitely be dead. Bai Yi himself has the skill copied from the principal's grandmother, space transfer. At the location where he got off the car, Bai Yi had already left a spatial imprint. This means that Bai Yi can run away directly at any time, but Wei Zifeng can't. At this time, Bai Yi's brain is running rapidly. How can he take Wei Zifeng away safely? The copied, space transfer, can't bring people. And although he usually acts annoyed by Wei Zifeng, he is indeed his only friend, and Bai Yi will never give up his friend unless it is absolutely necessary. Wei Zifeng, don't be dazed, think about it, is there any way to get out from here? Or you can inform your father and come back quickly. The other party obviously planned for a long time, but still chose the time when the city lord was not around. Obviously he was still afraid of the city lord. If the city lord could come back immediately, he might be able to solve the troubles in front of him. The only question is whether they can get back before this short man gets in. Or can I think of a way to improve and hold this short man? Or, by the way, isn't there a skill here? Wei Zifeng, are there any skills you can use here, for escaping or saving your life? Look for them quickly. Even after hearing Bai Yi's words, Wei Zifeng still sat on the ground foolishly. Bai Yi still underestimated how much the sudden rebellion of the housekeeper in front of him would hit Wei Zifeng. When Wei Zifeng was young, he lost his mother's love and father's love almost at the same time. The kind-hearted butler in front of him has taken care of him for so many years, and Wei Zifeng even regarded him as his own relative. But now, this person approached you with a purpose from the beginning. Everything before was false. He's playing with your feelings, you know. He's taking you for a fool. Don't you want to kill this kind of scum with your own hands? When this dwarf comes in, we will die. This time Wei Zifeng listened to Bai Yi's words and murmured, it's all fake, it's all fake, it's all fake. When Wei Zifeng stood up, the murmur in his mouth almost turned into a roar, but his eyes were filled with tears. After wiping away his tears, Wei Zifeng asked, as soon as we enter the treasure house, my father will receive the news. By the way, what did you just say you were looking for? Bai Yi, look for skills that you can use, life-saving skills. Oh, alright. At this time, Bai Yi was in the mood to observe the situation here. In the small space, there is plenty of light, and there is only a very simple and elegant cabinet on the side. The upper part of the cabinet is a hollowed-out wood carving, and it can be seen that it is full of skill books, while the lower layer is tightly closed. The wooden cabinet looked out of place with the surrounding metal walls. Wei Zifeng opened the cabinet, but there were no other traps as Bai Yi imagined. Obviously, Wei Zifeng also came in for the first time, and he had no purpose at all, so he could only look at them one by one. Bai Yi also took the time to look at the skills one by one. Just grab a skill book. Charged power / green. Well, you can tell it's useless just by looking at the name. The next one. Windward / green. / with the trend green. Another row. Blazing fireball green. Rapid wind blade green. Another row. Wei Zifeng, besides the skill book, is there anything else here? There are still some props and materials below. I'm rough. Bai Yi, what is this thing coming in? Bai Yi turned his head and saw that the deformed hand of the short man had penetrated the gate. Then it became normal again, groping around, as if looking for a switch. This picture is still very scary. The two are in a confined space, but there is a hand on the door, looking for the mechanism to open the door, which is easily reminiscent of a horror movie. After Wei Zifeng saw it, He was startled at first because he was not paying attention to the outside just now and was crying too much. However, he immediately took out his gold-ranked broadsword and slashed at it. Ding. Wei Zifeng felt as if he had chopped onto a huge piece of fine iron, and his palms were numb from the shock. And the gold-ranked broadsword hummed continuously. Wei Zifeng picked up the big knife and took a look. The blade was actually blunt. You must know that this is a gold-level broadsword. Wei Zifeng hacked wild monsters for 2 days, but there was no trace of a curling blade. Is this really a human hand? Obviously, if the other party dared to reach in, how could he be unprepared? Wei Zifeng, who didn't believe in evil, slashed several times in a row until the tiger's mouth was bleeding, but there was not even a white mark on the opponent's hand. How to do this? By the way, Bai Yi, how can you be sure that Uncle Butler belongs to the other party? Do you still have time to ask these questions? Seeing Wei Zifeng staring straight at him, Bai Yi was also embarrassed and said, "This road is so weird, there is no one, don't you think there is a problem?" That's you, with such a big god level, you can't see anything. But saying this seems a bit shocking, so Bai Yi had no choice but to explain, because your housekeeper didn't respond when those 2 people appeared just now. If it follows the normal plot, shouldn't he immediately stand in front of you and protect you? So I felt there was something wrong with him at the time. After finishing speaking, Bai Yi glanced anxiously aside, as if the arm growing on the door. After another tens of seconds of delay, the other party didn't seem to plan to find the switch, but planned to get in directly. In a few tens of seconds, it changed from a palm to a forearm stretched in. For a few minutes at most, his whole body can get in. Bai Yi turned around again. It's over, Wei Zifeng is dead. ... Master Bearded here. After seeing the 3 of Bai Yi disappear in the video, they knew immediately that the other party had destroyed the subsequent surveillance. Losing his vision made the bearded master even more anxious. On the one hand, the monitoring is useless, and I still have to find their positions. On the other hand, in the video, one is Wei Zifeng, the son of the mayor of Qingcheng, and the other is the newcomer who just won the first family fire in Qingcheng. If something goes wrong with these 2 people, it will definitely be in big trouble. Once at the manor of the city lord's mansion, the bearded master could only choose not to scare the snake, and quietly moved towards the place where the monitoring disappeared. Inside the mask, in the sight of the bearded master, the architectural plan of the city lord's mansion was finally passed on. Their goal is the treasure house. Found it. The bearded master looked at the 3 people in sight, but there were no figures of Bai Yi and no blood around them. The only weird thing was that the dwarf was stuck on the door of the vault. No, it was half a dwarf, stuck to the gate. Which play is this? Wanting to ensure the safety of Bai Yi and the others first, the bearded master hiding in the dark looked at them suspiciously. But what the other party said, let the bearded master choose to go out directly. It turned out that it was the housekeeper who urged, "Hurry up, don't worry about anything else, the 2 boys inside now know my identity and must die." Oh, sorry, now I know too. Who? Ah, screaming. Ah, the one who screamed was the short man stuck to the door of the vault. The butler uncle immediately said, "Shark, you go and deal with this person, quickly." After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at the short man on the gate. "What's the matter with you?" At this time, the short man, his face was covered with sweat, but he shook his head. "It's okay, I'm fine, I can go in soon." At this time, there was a muffled sound behind him. At this moment when he turned his head, when the housekeeper looked at the tall man again, he only saw a corpse. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. I saw that the bearded master's fist pierced the tall man's abdomen directly, and the tall man's hands had disappeared. Turn out to be, just at the moment when the tall man rushed towards the bearded master, rich energy instantly condensed in the bearded master's fist. The tall man sensed the danger and wanted to reach out to block it, but it was too late. The pair of strong palms that were able to easily restrain the avatar of Dadao Zai just now, when they touched the fist of the bearded master, seemed to have encountered a nemesis and was blown away. And not only the palms, but the bearded master's fists went forward indomitably, and the opponent's forearms were all smashed into pieces. At last, it even pierced through his abdomen with a punch, and the powerful attack smashed all the internal organs of the opponent. So far, the tall man died. However, the housekeeper uncle was not surprised when he saw this scene. So it's you, a bug, who has been there for so many years, and you really can't get rid of it. Yes, with the strength of the bearded master far surpassing the third rank, he is Kukai who is staying at City University as a tutor. It was only in order to track down the housekeeper uncle in front of him that he chased him to Qingcheng. And this latent is 5 years long. It's been so long that the bearded master is almost really taking on the role of mentor. It has been a long time since I first drove a private car for the convenience of investigation, and now it has become my hobby. It turns out that you have sneaked into the city lord's mansion. It is really the most dangerous place, the safest place. No wonder I have been looking for you for so many years. How do you want to pay for my youth for so many years? The bearded master calmly shook off the residue of internal organs on his hands, as casually as if he had just washed his hands. But after dealing with the tall man, the bearded master was not in a hurry to continue his attack. Because he knew that the housekeeper uncle in front of him was not such a small character on the ground. Being able to be traced by myself for nearly 10 years, it is impossible to be killed or captured by myself so easily. Instead, it is delaying time, waiting for the organization to send someone, or waiting for the city lord of Qingcheng to come back, to be more confident. I have been investigating for so long, and I am not in a hurry at this moment. Just like that, neither the housekeeper nor the bearded master made a move, but looked at each other quietly. However, the housekeeper was the first to break the silence. If you don't make a move, the mouse will go in. Quote. It was only then that the bearded master came to his senses. Yes, he almost forgot about the two boys inside. Patronizing the goal in front of me that I have been chasing for 10 years. When the line of sight just turned to the vault door. Just as the bearded master was distracted, dark green darts shot out from the hands of the butler uncle. Shish, the bearded master cursed secretly, but he could only dodge quickly. These darts were obviously coated with poison, and the opponent's method, the poison is not comfortable. Puff puff. In a hurry, a few darts still hit the bearded master. But the bearded master didn't hesitate. Using his hand as a knife, he directly dug out the flesh and blood near the dart. As the muscles tensed, there was no bleeding. Ding ding ding. When the dart landed, the flesh and blood turned dark green, accompanied by bursts of rancid smell. However, the bearded master didn't even frown, and still stared at him the whole time. This may be a fight between masters, and every fleeting opportunity may be fatally injured, so there is no room for distraction. But the bearded master is also tangled at this time. If he makes a move now, the opponent may run away. Waiting for support, although the chance of winning the target has increased, but the two boys inside may be dangerous. This is the opportunity I have been waiting for 10 years. Do you want to move? Just when he was struggling, the short man on the gate let out another scream, "Ah!" The screams immediately attracted the attention of the housekeeper. But this time, it was the beard master's turn to act. The bearded master, who was originally relatively strong, suddenly grew an inch taller at this time. His whole body seemed to be filled with explosives, the clothes on his body exploded, and his muscles with bulging veins were full of strength. Bend your feet and lunge forward. In an instant, the marble floor exploded instantly. It is the charge skill of warriors, but it can be clearly seen that the effect of the skill is definitely not as simple as the most basic charge. But the bearded master saw that he was about to approach the other party, but he caught a glimpse of the sneer at the corner of the housekeeper's uncle. Not good. There are traps. Boom. The bearded master who was rushing forward slammed his feet on the ground, stopping his figure abruptly, and the muscles around him were violently torn due to inertia. Unexpectedly, the soldier's charge skill was abruptly interrupted by the bearded master. But because of inertia, the bearded master still bumped into the trap. Trap triggered. From under the bearded master's feet, black energy began to spurt, like a lotus flower blooming. In the blink of an eye, the bearded master was wrapped in a black lotus. The strong binding force made the bearded master stay where he was. Although he was not harmed, it was obvious that the main purpose of this trap was to imprison him. The angry bearded master could only yell, "Let go of me, let's have a real man if we have the ability, IVL battle." Fortunately, the housekeeper didn't seem very interested in the bearded master, but looked at the short man who just screamed. In the eyes of the bearded master, wasn't he originally a half-short man stuck on the door of the vault? How did it fall out of the gate now? At this time, the short man was covering his hands, his face was covered with sweat. However, the butler uncle at the side didn't seem to be in a hurry, he just said coldly, "Trash, give me the ring, I'll do it." Just when the bearded master was wondering, "What ring?" the short man turned his head and ran away. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Why the infighting? Didn't expect to see a dog bite a dog. But it was obvious that the bearded master and the short man were thinking too easily. The moment the short man turned his head and ran, a layer of strange black marks emerged from his abdomen, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. Before taking 2 steps, the short man was completely covered by the mark. Poof! At the moment when the imprint was completely enveloped, the short man fell straight to the ground like a statue, his great pupils obviously lost his breath. The bearded master, Liao Nuo Jiao, frowned. Is this a curse? How cruel! In the sight of the bearded master, the housekeeper uncle who seemed to have thought of something changed his face for the first time. He hurriedly turned the short man over, but saw that the palm of the short man disappeared directly, and he did not see the ring he wanted at all. Where's the ring? The housekeeper couldn't believe it. How did the 2 house fires inside cut off the short man's palm? Since this ring dared to be handed over to a short man, of course it still had the defensive power of a short man, and it was an existence that the housekeeper had to accept. Leaving aside the 2 brats inside, how did they break the defense of the short man? Even if the palm is seriously injured, the short man's strength can be repaired in an instant. What is it that can cut off the palm of a short man? Although I don't know what the method was, at least I can be sure that this mission has failed. The housekeeper didn't pay attention to the clamoring bearded master, but turned his head and left. As for where the ring is, of course the ring is in Bai Yi's hands. At that time, Bai Yi saw Wei Zifeng, and there was nothing he could do with the short man's hand. This also proves the short man's confidence in his defense. But Bai Yi suddenly thought, since he is very confident in his defense, why did he take out a ring and put it on? Could it be that the ring at that time was the reliance for the other party to pass through the vault door? Thinking of this, Bai Yi immediately changed his mind. If I can take off the other party's ring, will the other party have no way to come in? Now the hand of a short man can change into the shape of a drill bit at any time, wrap the ring, and it is definitely unrealistic to pull out the ring. Moreover, it is easy to startle the enemy and be discovered by the other party. Therefore, Bai Yi immediately called the floor below the cabinet where other items were stored. Just now Wei Zifeng said that there are many props and materials below. Bai Yi took a fancy to it at a glance, and put it on the top, a horn left by an unknown creature. This is a horn as thick as an arm. Bai Yi reached out to pick it up, but found that he couldn't lift it. I didn't expect it to look small, but the weight is outrageous. Because it was unowned, Bai Yi put it into the backpack directly. In the backpack, Bai Yi saw the name of this horn, Dark Gold Grade Juvenile Earth Dragon Horn. Dragon, as a creature standing at the top of the food chain, as long as it can be related to the dragon, it must be not easy. Time is running out. Bai Yi hastily activated his talent, Unlimited Alienation. Put the anti-bone boy and it into the corresponding position to open the alienation. Reminder: in the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Strengthen your physique and acquire some dragon characteristics. B. Strengthen the power, smash 33 and upgrade to destroy. C. Unlock the blood of the dragon clan and gain the skill coercion. No time to think about it, Bai Yi directly chose option B. Hint: alienation is successful. Strength plus 7200, Constitution plus 1200, Penetration plus 300, Armor penetration plus 300, Smashing and biting green and devouring purple. Bitter purple. Use the 2 jaws to tear everything apart. The introduction of skills is simple, even a bit swallowing. But Bai Yi thinks that with the passive skill, Shattered, it shouldn't be a big problem to tear the hand of the short man in front of him, right? Glance properties: 10923 plus 10,923. Physique: 2,346 plus 2,346. Agility: 186 plus 186. Spirit: 90 plus 90. Special attributes: Penetration plus 500, Armor penetration plus 400. Skills: Giant power green, devouring purple, devouring blue, destroying purple, breaking the army purple. Comprehensive combat power. 711 stars. Over 20,000 strength. Over 700 combat power. Fan Jiu Zai once again surpassed Da Dao Zai and regained the number 1 combat power among his summoned beasts. Directly summon the Anti-Bone Boy. At this time, the Anti-Bone Boy had a hideous little horn growing on his head. Matching the scales that had become extremely obvious all over his body now, it was as if he had put on a layer of armor. Looking at the mighty Baba. But Bai Yi's first reaction was, why did he grow a horn? How am I going to smack the head of Anti-Bone Boy in the future? Wei Zifeng was taken aback by the Anti-Bone Boy who had just appeared, but Wei Zifeng fell in love with it immediately because of his shape like a lump of iron. This is the summoned beast that a man should have. Bai Yi, is this your summoned beast? What kind? It's so handsome. Forehead. Bai Yi ignored him, pointed to the hand on the door and said, Rebel, quick, bite him. As the Anti-Bone Boy bit down, the short man outside immediately uttered the first scream. That's right, Anti-Bone Boy broke the defense. Just now Wei Zifeng looked at it for a long time and it didn't work, but now the Anti-Bone Boy left a deep bite mark with one bite. Although the opponent did not bleed strangely, the wound remained unchanged. Bai Yi's face was filled with joy. As long as he could break through the defense, there would be something interesting. After all, Anti-Bone Boy's passive skill, destruction, cannot be recovered. It can completely grind the opposite side to death. As for the short man, when he was bitten, he screamed. It was precisely because of the irreparable characteristic of shattering that the attack of Anti-Bone Boy was accompanied by a layer of severe pain. Feeling the Anti-Bone Boy, he only bit his own wrist, and the short man immediately realized that the Anti-Bone Boy wanted to take the ring away. But even if he breaks the defense, why can't he recover from his injuries? From the inside, the man is in pain. In order to keep his hand and ring, he should ask the housekeeper for help. However, the short man knows the housekeeper too well. He knew that if he couldn't do this well, then he would be of no use in the future. Without the value of use, the butler uncle will definitely get rid of himself without hesitation. He had no choice but to bet that he could rush in and kill Bai Yi and Wei Zifeng before his hand was bitten off. But soon he discovered something was wrong. Not only does the opponent have high damage, but it is as simple as limiting one's own recovery, and the opponent's strength is also ridiculously high. Blocked himself directly inside. It's like now, I'm in a dilemma. By the way, there is another way, seeing the bearded master get rid of the tall man with one punch. Now, the short man began to expect that the bearded master and the housekeeper could quickly fight. In this way, he can find a chance and run away with a broken arm. The two of Bai Yi also saw the bearded master appearing outside. It was just the bearded master's mask, covering his face. Bai Yi didn't recognize it. Next, there is the scene where the bearded master punches and kills the tall man. I'm rough, awesome, Bai Yi, we're saved. This punch is too handsome. I've decided, I want to worship him as my teacher. Bai Yi didn't bother to pay attention, just pay attention, don't let this hand get away. Inexplicably involved in this crisis, why should I charge some interest? At this moment, Bai Yi's attention was focused on the hand of the short man twisted into a drill bit. On the other hand, Wei Zifeng yelled, the butler uncle is so vicious and even uses poison darts. It's a pity that I have always treated him as a swordsman. I have been deceived so badly. Pat. As the palm of the short man was successfully bitten off by the Anti-Bone Boy, the palm returned to its normal state, and the ring was quietly staying on the ring finger. And the short man, after losing the ring, was directly thrown out by the door of the vault. It seems that the situation of long hands on the door before is just an illusion. It's over, my master is trapped. Bai Yi, what should we do? What are you afraid of? We are safer than your master. Bai Yi picked up the palm on the ground, took off the ring, and put it directly into the backpack. In the backpack, Bai Yi saw the attributes of the ring. Baijin level demon breaking ring. Spirit plus 1600. Feature 1, when worn, can ignore unit volume collisions. Feature 2, charge to break the barrier, can only be used once a day. Equipment restrictions more than 3000 points of spiritual attributes. This ignores the unit volume collision, which should be the effect of passing through the wall. It's just that the strength of the vault door is relatively high, so the opponent can only rub in little by little. As for the second effect, Bai Yi asked directly, Wei Zifeng, is there an enchantment in the inner layer of this treasure house? That's right, the outer layer is just a physical protection, and the inner layer is specially found by an enchanter to create an enchantment. Really? After getting the answer, Bai Yi felt that the ring on his hand was a hot potato. But when it was in my own hands, there was no possibility of taking it out, so I just took it away. The severed hand was directly fed to Anti-Bone Boy. After the short man died, the figure of the butler uncle disappeared in place. Seeing that his master was fine, Wei Zifeng also heaved a sigh of relief. 1 minute later, the black lotus that restrained the bearded master suddenly shattered, turning into energy debris and disappearing. And the bearded master scolded for a long time, it's too bad, it took 10 years to wait for this opportunity, and let him run away again, won't it be another year next time? 10 years and 10 years, I won't be the one who consumed this guy to death in the end, right? Clang clang clang. When he came to the door of the vault, the bearded master knocked on the door. Obviously knowing that the inside can see the situation outside, okay, it's okay, you two can come out. However, Bai Yi stopped Wei Zifeng who was on the side, come on. 5 minutes later, the bearded master has black lines all over his head, but at this moment. Gotcha. As the safe was opened, the bearded master's urging voice came in, hurry up, I've already done it, with me here, what are you afraid of? Result. Boom. Bai Yi closed the door of the vault again. Beard master. Wo ni ma. After Bai Yi closed the door of the vault, the bearded master was so angry that he almost prepared to break the door manually. 5 minutes later, gotcha. With the opening of the vault door, a figure flashed out from inside, but disappeared into the shadows in an instant. Boom. In the end, it was Bai Yi's feint again, and he still closed the door. But this time, the bearded master was just about to start scolding. A burst of energy attack unexpectedly crossed the clone of Da Dao's eye who had just disappeared into the shadows. Kyla. It was as if the sound of a hot knife cutting butter sounded, and Da Dao's eye's avatar was cut into 2 parts while sneaking, turning into a little bit of energy and disappearing. What the hell was cut off? Why do you look familiar? Only then did the bearded master realize that the housekeeper uncle hadn't really left yet, and he was indeed an old yinbi. The small yin ratio in it doesn't seem to be bad. After the opponent found out that he was attacking Da Dao's eye's clone, he really left this time. The bearded master put on a posture and waited for a long time, but he didn't wait for the second attack. As if he had guessed Bai Yi's character, the bearded master simply sat on the ground without urging him. Time flies by. It wasn't until a figure appeared that Bai Yi walked out with Wei Zifeng. And this figure is naturally Wei Zifeng's father, the city lord of Qingcheng. The lord of Qingcheng looked like he was not in the same grade, he looked about 30 years old, gentle, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Bai Yi has seen this image many times on TV. As soon as he came out, Bai Yi greeted honestly, hello, Santo. Hello, you are Wei Zifeng's friend Bai Yi, right? Right, not bad, a good-looking talent. Wei Zifeng on the side said coldly, hello, city lord. Good. The title of the city lord made the city lord of Qingcheng helplessly lower his glasses, as if to say, you don't even want to call me father. Seeing the masked bearded master, Qingcheng city lord didn't feel strange, but nodded, thank you for your organization's help, leave it to me here. These words obviously intended to let the bearded master leave, but the bearded master did not leave. At this time, Wei Zifeng looked at the corpses on the ground and asked, who are they? Why did they enter the treasure house? What are they looking for? The bearded master hurriedly replied, these are not human beings. You just need to know that they belong to an evil organization. Bai Yi was curious, it's not considered human, what do you mean? The bearded master felt that he couldn't hide it, so he simply said, they were originally human, but in order to gain power, they took a different path. Bai Yi still doesn't understand, a human being gaining power. Could it be that there are other ways to gain power besides leveling up? This reminded Bai Yi of his talent. Theoretically, Bai Yi himself doesn't need to upgrade, and he keeps alienating the summoned beasts, which can also improve his overall combat power. Regarding this, the city lord at the side gave a hint, who in this world do you think has the strongest desire for strength? This sentence made Bai Yi's hair stand inexplicably, you mean, ordinary people. The bearded master continued to answer, if the answer is correct, it is an ordinary person, or a person who failed to awaken. By taking another path, they can also gain power far beyond normal people. And this method is to sign a contract with the evil god and transform into a foreigner. After becoming aliens, they can also get the same panels as us, but they have more ways to upgrade than us. Seeing Bai Yi's puzzled expression, the bearded master seemed to have regained the feeling of being a mentor. The way we level up is to kill wild monsters. Since they are not human anymore, guess how they can level up? This time, Bai Yi's hairs stood on end even more. Murder. The answer is correct again. That's right. Apart from killing monsters, they will choose to kill more people. No, to be precise, they should kill professionals. Some powerful evil god contracts can even allow them to obtain part of the professional's abilities after killing the professional. Speaking of this, the atmosphere instantly became quiet. After a while, Bai Yi asked, are there many strangers? Many, of course many. You are not unaware of the success rate of job transfer. The bearded master is very satisfied with Bai Yi's performance. As expected, he is still a rookie, and his courage still needs to be practiced. Seeing Bai Yi's nervousness, the city lord of Qingcheng explained, don't worry, strangers generally dare not make a move easily. And like these two low-level aliens on the ground, they can be easily identified by their appearance. So they're just a bunch of them hiding in the sewers. Bai Yi, this is called the lowest level. The lowest level can tear big knives with one hand. The bearded master didn't forget to add at this time, by the way, as long as these aliens don't treat them as human beings, it's fine, because killing them will still give you experience points. Compared to the average boss, the experience value is much higher. Seeing that he was scaring Bai Yi to the extent that he was enough to scare him, the bearded master said with satisfaction, this is a lesson I gave you for free, no thanks. Hearing that there are experience points, Bai Yi came to the tall man who was beaten up by the bearded master at the beginning. Directly cast. Decomposition. A beam of energy brushed over the body on the ground and instantly changed beyond recognition. Hint. Obtain the material, dark gold grade shark's tooth. Quote. Oh, this also works. It's amazing. Bai Yi happily put away the materials, turned around, but was dumbfounded when he saw the bearded master and the Qingcheng city lord. What's wrong? The lord of Qingcheng said with a smile, little friends Bai Yi are indeed very human. After all, they were originally human beings, but they were only bewitched by evil gods. Therefore, after we kill them, we usually burn them directly. But aren't they aliens now? Bai Yi doesn't understand, why are these people so wasteful? The bearded master on the side shouted, I'm rough, I plan to take it back for an autopsy, investigate it, and you just disassembled it. What's so good about autopsy? Isn't it blown up by you? The bearded master ignored Bai Yi and hurriedly put away the short man's body. 100. Then he walked in front of Bai Yi. Boy, where did the summoned beast you released just now come from? Bai Yi told the truth. Darunhua bought it. It cost me 2 million yuan. The money wasn't enough, so I still asked a bad guy for money, and one bought it. Sure enough, I knew it. At this time, the bearded master finally confirmed it. No wonder the shopping guide who received him from Darunhua before seemed so familiar. Isn't it the shopping guide who saw Bai Yi respectfully sent out Darunhua? It turns out that the summoned beast egg that he sold was finally bought by Bai Yi. Ask a big guy asking for money to buy it. You're being taken advantage of. Wouldn't it be the time you asked me for money? With my money, buy what I sell. Bonnie. Co-authoring I lost a summoned beast egg, and I lost 600,000 yuan, and I will be scolded by you in the end. The bearded master took a few deep breaths before calming down. No, calm down, don't reveal my identity. Actually, Bai Yi just heard the words of the bearded master, a free lesson, and guessed the identity of the masked bearded master in front of him. And this guy who took advantage of him deliberately angered him. Really, with the expression of the bearded master, Bai Yi has confirmed his conjecture. I didn't expect the strength of this product to be quite strong. In order not to be pissed off by Bai Yi, the bearded master immediately decided to withdraw. City master, it's okay, I'll leave first. Slow down. When the bearded master left, Bai Yi was about to leave, but the lord of Qingcheng walked up to Bai Yi, stretched out his hand, and took it out. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.